Alrighty, hello, welcome back. Happy Tuesday. What up, Jason? So like I said from yesterday, we will wrap up, well, the plan is to wrap up Ace Attorney today. Get our, finish up the game, get our platinum, move on. There's a few bits of, well, not bits, I mean, it's 2 full days, well, I guess 1 full day technically. 2 parts of investigation and 2 parts of trial. So, or 3 parts of trial actually, if I recall. I can remember. I mean, it's definitely the longest episode. I don't know how long it'll take, but the plan is that we should be able to finish it today. That's my expectation. I hope. Depending on what time we finish up, I do have plans to do one more thing that I would like to, do. But again, it depends on how much time we have left after we see this part through to the end. I intend on streaming earlier today to do both things I want to do, but things came up. Either way, we're here now. We're here. We're ready. We're ready to play game. Finish Ace Attorney 3. If you stick around till the end, you do get your payout. So let's see how things unfold today, shall we? Give me 1 second here. I'm just making sure we're all good to go here. Okay. So we finished up the first part of the trial day 1. Phoenix was down and out for the whole day, so Edgeworth took over. Now Edgeworth passed the information on to Phoenix since he recovered. We're gonna continue on and unfold the rest of the story. Make sure we clean up a few of the remaining trophies that are left. I think there are a few, but outside of beating the game, that is. And after that, we should be good, hopefully. Let's see. Hopefully we did everything right. Maybe the trophies don't pop, then we'll know, but let's move on. So I believe we talked to Francisco about everything. Okay, so let's move. We came from the bridge. Let's go here. That was one long sigh. Oh. Sister Bikini? My, I didn't know you were here. How are you doing? Ma. You have to pretend to be in a good mood for my sake. I suppose I made a terrible mess of things, haven't I? I let Mystic Elise die, and then there's Iris as well. Mystic Elise, now that I think about it, there's an acolyte stuck in the inner temple. That poor little girl has gone missing too. That little girl. You don't mean Pearls, do you? Yes, I'm afraid I do. She hasn't been seen since the morning after the incident. Pearls? She's missing? Why didn't anyone tell me about this? Must be getting old. I think I've seriously lost faith in myself. Are you talking about your performance at the trial today? You believe me, don't you? I'm not a liar. I would never lie. I know what I saw. I saw Iris pull that sword from Mystic Elise's body that night. I'm certain of it. At least I was until this morning. I don't see any Cyclops, so she must be telling the truth. So why are you so unsure of yourself all of a sudden? You know that artist who testified after me? I saw Iris flying, her white hood fluttering. I felt like I might start flying myself. Right? Crazy Larry. I saw the man testify so fervently about something so impossible. I started to wonder if I had acted just like him when I was on the witness stand. I wouldn't take that guy too seriously. He's an artist, but all he draws is trouble and nothing else. If both Bikini and Larry are telling the truth, it can only mean one thing. They both didn't see what they think they saw. On the night of the incident, you met Iris at the Inner Temple. Is that correct? That's right, I'm sure it was Iris. But Iris claims she was in her room in Hazakura Temple. I knew I shouldn't have come back here that night. Because you did, Maya is stuck all by herself in the inner temple. I'm so sorry. The drafts in that place are nothing to shake a stick at. Winter is especially bad. I'll bet. The training hall looks like it's about to fall down any second. Eagle Mountain has always been prone to earthquakes, just so you know. Earthquakes? Yes, I wouldn't be surprised if the next big one levels the training hall. You gotta get Maya out of there, fast. But still, there's really no need to worry. That area on the other side of Dusky Bridge is isolated like an island. It's like an island. How so? Well, the only thing on the side of the bridge, on that side of the bridge, is the inner temple. No one lives out there, and it's surrounded on all sides by the river or the forest. I see. So a criminal will be trapped should they choose to flee in that direction. As long as the bridge is out of commission, he or she will have to stay there. That means Maya can be stuck out there with a murderer, and with no way of escaping either. Oh dear, yes, I suppose it does. Please, Gumshoe, get that bridge up faster. I'm curious about a few things, if you don't mind answering some questions. Oh? Do you need my measurements for your investigation or something? No, thank you. I just want to know a little more about the victim, Miss Elise Donim. I'm afraid I don't know her waist size, or her bust size for that matter. No. Wondering why she came to stay in a place like this to begin with. I mean, she told us herself that she wasn't here for spiritual training. My, you make it sound like this place is some sort of dump, Mr. Wright. Mystic Elise was here to soak up the natural beauty of Eagle Mountain, if you must know. There, you did it again, Sister Bikini. I notice you always refer to Miss Donim as Mystic Elise. Oh? Yes, now why is that? After all, she's not here as an acolyte. We address all our visitors as Mystic. It makes their experience feel authentic. And anyway, she's older than me. You must respect your elders, you know? How do you know that? How can you say for sure that she's older than you? Oh, she got secrets. Oh my god, why does everybody have 5 secrets? Seems Miss Elise Donim was no ordinary visitor after all. And there's Pearls. She was with Miss Donim on the evening of the murder. And now she's vanished. Let me switch over to Undode. There you go. It's all gotta be connected somehow. Why did Pearls have to get mixed up in this mess? Please, Mr. Wright, I know you're worried, but try to keep it together. Oh man. My head's throbbing so bad it's killing me. Pearls, she was with Miss Donim on the night of the murder, remember? Yes, but I have a temple to run, you know. I was busy preparing for the training. I didn't see the little darling even once after we finished eating dinner. The murder? It didn't take place right in front of her innocent eyes, did it? According to the detective, she hasn't turned up at her home either. Come on, keep calm. There's one place left where Pearls could be. She just has to be there. Come on, Gumshoe. Tell me you'll be done with the repairs soon. This is where Sister Bikini witnessed the incident. It's hard to imagine she was lying on the stand, so maybe there are some clues that have yet to be found. Well, for one thing, the main gate's on, okay, the difference in elevation is almost 10 feet, that's how steep this hillside is. And that, from an autopsy, is it possible that Mr. Nim was pushed from the top of the wall? What the heck? How come I can't get this ladder conversation to trigger? Is it the wrong ladder? It can't be the wrong ladder. Maybe I need somebody to talk to about the ladder. Hold on. One moment. Oh, not for a while. Okay. We need to hit a certain point in the story before we can trigger this kind of conversation. Well, anyway, let's move on. The Shichichito, it's there in Mystic Ami's right hand. But it was proven in court today that it wasn't the murder weapon. Given the design, it must have been used for some pretty gruesome things in the past. Miss Donim's staff. I definitely remember there being a crystal sphere attached to the staff. I guess Larry eventually found the sphere near the foot of the Dusky Bridge, but what was it doing all the way out there? No other points of interest, I guess? You get quite a bit of snow up here on Eagle Mountain. Around here, skis aren't just for fun, they're tools for getting around. But the sled? Now that's gotta be for Bikini's own personal entertainment. There are a few of these stone lanterns scattered around this courtyard. Without the city glare to compete with, I imagine they would seem a lot brighter. I guess it's a Bikini. Must light them now since Iris can't be here. Cause she in jail. Cause she a murderer. Hey! What's that jar? What was that jarring and inconsiderately loud yell? So this is where you've been, keeping nice and warm, I see. Detective, have you finished the bridge? Yeah, I did. I told you I'd let you know. Well, then I'll come along with you and... Sorry, ma'am, no unauthorized entry. Access is restricted to people involved in the case. What was that? I'm involved, aren't I? You couldn't get much more involved than me. Well, yeah, but that's not what I... It's been a while, Scruffy. It's... Miss Von Karma. Sister, please leave the investigation to me. My. Well, you certainly seem to have everything under control. I'm on your side. I won't do anything you don't want me to. As you work to pin the guilt on Iris. What are you daydreaming about, Phoenix, Wright? Ow, that hurts, you know. Silence. I, Francisca Von Karma, will personally guide you through your investigation, so you will follow me. She's not seriously going to follow me around, is she? Okay, now that Francisca's with us, maybe we could, maybe I have someone to talk to about the ladder? No. It don't work that way. Here we go. Things have certainly become a lot more hectic than before. They must have commenced with the investigation. That's a step ladder. What up, Duck Game? Oh, Mr. Nick. That voice. Pearl. Pearls. Mr. Nick. Mr. Nick. So you were here ever since that night. I was so lonely I thought I was going to die. When I woke up in the morning and saw that Dusky Bridge was gone, I realized I was all alone. She was all alone. Must have been very trying for you, little girl. I am Francisca Von Karma, the prodigy. There's no need to worry now that I'm here. You're the prosecutor who was so mean to Mystic Maya last year. Well, I don't like you. Wow, you're nothing but a little girl without your whip. Oh, damn. Mystic Maya didn't do anything wrong, but you were so mean. I'll never forgive you. Looks like Pearl's words are getting under her skin. Yeah, what are you whipping me? I didn't even say anything. You didn't have to. The smile on your lips gave you away. Anyway, Pearls, weren't you with Maya? I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Huh? What are you talking about, Pearls? Mystic Maya. And there she goes. Hey, wait, Pearls. She just ran off. Ow. That was cruel, Phoenix, right? To make a little girl cry like that is inexcusable. What was that all about? Pearl's acting like that? It's giving me the creeps. I guess I better take another look around since I finally got a chance. Especially since something about this place seems different from 2 days ago. Well, let's start with this thing. I mean, if it was... This is clearly used, otherwise... There's a weird smell coming from the incinerator. The door's almost open, almost like it's begging me to look inside. Well, let's see what stunning clue is concealed in here, shall we? Huh? It's empty. How naive of you, Phoenix, Wright? But it's a bit strange, don't you think, Francisco Von Karma? I seem to remember... Even more buried in snow than before. There was snow in this incinerator the first time I saw it. Ooh, tell her, yeah. Pearls knows how to, like, stick it to the man. In other words, someone's been using it to burn something recently. Listen, Phoenix, right? It's impertinent to call people by their full name. I was only copying you. True. There's a little gate that leads into the garden. It says no entry on the sign, though. Come on now, Phoenix Wright. What are you doing? Let's go in. It's half open anyway. What harm could come of it? But it says no entry. Don't you Americans enjoy doing whatever you like, and simply say whatever? That's got nothing to do with anything. And who told you that? This must be the door that leads to the inner temple, where Maya Fey was training on the night of the murder. Yes, there's a solitary room there called the Training Hall. You could do with some training yourself, Phoenix Wright? Now, completely out of shape. I don't know how much more of this one I can take. Oh, a psych lock. Interesting. They brought it out into the real world, did they? What's wrong? Why are you so quiet? Why, she was supposed to be in here training. It appears she's nowhere to be seen. What's that? That strange lock. Wasn't there 2 days ago. This whole room is really giving us some strange vibes. For that, let's take a look at this here. What do you think this yellowish poster is, Phoenix Wright? It's a scroll, not a poster. It's a picture of a woman who's actually... A woman? I don't see any woman here. There's a different atmosphere in this room since the last time I was here. No, it's not a different atmosphere, it's a different smell. It's gravy. What's the matter? This scroll, it's been completely covered in gravy. Ah yes, there is a very appetizing smell in the air. But gravy is a type of sauce. So when you run out of paint, you Americans use gravy as a substitute, I see. No one does that. For starters, it stinks. This must be the gravy that we had with the roast on the night of the incident. Why would anyone do this? Why this scroll? Hanging scroll updated, okay. Now for the... This door, when I was here 2 days ago, that weird lock wasn't on it. Those chains, it's almost as if they're guarding something inside that cavern. I've never seen a lock quite like this before. I have. I've seen locks and chains like this before, just like this before. Look just like the ones that guard a person's secrets during a psych lock. Wonder if the lock is guarding something, too. Dark secrets in a dark cavern. What took you so long? I thought even you'd managed to get you faster than this, Mr. Trite. Oh, damn. Play my music. Prosecutor Godot, I didn't know you were here. Prosecutor? How come you didn't show up at the trial today? Huh. I could ask you the same question. Huh? But I had a cold, so I had something slightly more important than a common cold to deal with. The importance of which is something you have no hope of ever understanding. Enough. I believe I have the measure of you. You are the very worst kind of prosecutor. What could be more important than a trial? Who's the wild mare, Trite? This is Miss Von Karma. She was the acting prosecutor in your absence today. Huh. Well, I guess I owe you one then. But you can go now, Princess. It's time for the big boys to take the reins. So who do you think you are? This case is my... Hey, Philly. Know your role and shut your mouth. I can't stand women like you. God damn. I'm only gonna say this once, Lady Von Whippingberg. Go home. Phoenix Wright. Well, why are you hitting me for? Huh. You deserve more cracks to that whip than that, right? Trite. What? You still don't get it, do you? You don't realize that you've set something in motion that you'll never be able to undo. There's something different about Godot today. Getting such a strong sense of something from behind that mask of his. Is it anger? Or is it sorrow? You had some important business and that's why you weren't in court, huh? So what was it? Told you once before, but perhaps you don't remember. To do battle with you. You see, Trite, I've experienced something most have not. Death. You died? Of course, being extradited from hell is a tedious affair. Meticulous regeneration and adjustments of all your internal organs is... Well, let's just say modern medicine allows us all to live to a ripe old age. Even someone like me. So you mean that mask you wear is... This ugly device? I promise it's not a fashion statement. My unenlightened friend. Without this, I can't see your frequently dumbfounded face. I didn't know. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. Still, I keep this worn-out piece of junk of a body going with regular servicing. Sorry, but you say you experienced death. How is that possible? What happened? Why don't you ask him? Huh? Me? Yeah, Trite, you. You should know all about it. You know when my life ended? And who ended it for me? Well, Phoenix Wright? Do you? I don't know what he's talking about. Although, to be honest, I do feel a little tug at the corner of my memory. I think I do know about how Godot was killed. It'll all become clear in due time. Isn't that right, Trite? Earlier you said I've done something that I can never undo. What did you mean by that exactly? The inner temple here on the side of Dusky Bridge is an isolated island. That's what the bikini said too. I wonder, Trite, do you know what the police are doing here today? What do you mean? They're searching. Searching for any trace of an acolyte who went missing. Missing? As leader of the search party, I can tell you this with absolute certainty. Maya Fey is not on this side of Dusky Bridge. Huh? But that's impossible. She came here that night and... I won't say it again. The chances of her being here are nil. Excluding, of course, one very unique place. One? Where is that? The Sacred Cavern, the entrance of which we are standing at right now. Behind the log. This is the only place that the search party has yet to explore. So they haven't searched that cavern yet, huh? Beware, though, that the temperature inside frequently falls below freezing. Even if she were in there, the chances of her being found alive are slim at best. No. Which means, try that you sent Maya Fey to her death. Fool. That's the situation. Why aren't you here with the search party right now? You must have blinders on my equestrian angel. Don't you see the big lock and chains? It's a trick lock. I'm making preparations to open as we speak. Well, Trite, once again, a woman dies because of you. Once again? What are you talking about? Don't tell me you've forgotten. It was only 2 years ago, after all, when the last unfortunate woman died because of you. Because of me? Do you know who that was? It was Maya Fey's sister. That's right. Mia Fey. Mia? You killed her. No. No, that's not how it was. It was 2 years ago. Mia Fey was pursuing someone, a man. But she bit off more than she could chew. She made a very dangerous enemy. Yeah, that's one case I'll never forget. But I got that guy, personally. Sure, Miss Fey's murderer was caught, but that won't bring her back. Well, no, but you were with her at the time. You and no one else. It was your responsibility. You should have protected her. You say Mia Fey was your teacher? Well then, I'd say you learned nothing, Trite. You robbed her of her life, and now you let her sister suffer the same fate. I haven't sentenced Maya to death. No. What is this peculiar looking lock? Why don't we just break it open? It would be a simple matter of... I'm afraid we can't do that. This area has always been prone to earthquakes. The repeated tremors weaken the foundations of the trading hall. Any excessive force used to break the lock open would... Well, let's just say the inner temple and the sacred cavern would be a thing of the past. Very well then. Then dare I suggest the obvious solution of opening it with the key? Huh. Sure, just show me where the keyhole is on this trick lock. There's no keyhole. That's right. An interesting puzzle, huh? The person who set this lock is the only one who can open it. Who was it? Simple. The accused. What? Iris? When acolyte undergoes training inside the sacred cavern, the attending sister is responsible for locking the entrance. Obviously, the night of the murder was no exception. Maya Fey was to train in there. Mrs. Bikini did mention that a number of times now that I think about it. She said that Iris is left in charge of supervising the early stages of the training. So Iris, the accused, is the only one who can open this lock. Arrange for her to be brought here now. Iris is the only person who can open this lock. Hope she gets here soon. Hang on, Maya, we'll get you out. So, I should be getting back to work. Wait, Godot. How sure about Maya are you? There's no doubt in my mind. She's in the sacred cavern somewhere. It's the only place she could be. Better start praying. You better pray that friend of yours brings the accused back here soon. Edgeworth? Listen up, Trite. There's only one thing I want to say to you before I go. I'll never accept you. Never. Damn. You got beef. You should choose your friends more carefully, Phoenix, right? That's what everyone says. Looks like I don't have much of a choice. I guess I'll just have to do what I can for now. I don't know, should I or shouldn't I? Sounds like someone's talking to himself, but where's that coming from? Oh. Yeah, I guess I better wash that off. That's what I'll do. No, but I can't do that. I'm a detective. Ah, my brain. This is driving me nuts. Ah. Something troubling you, Scruffy? Please don't want to be like that all of a sudden, sir. It was merely a simple greeting, friendly tap on the shoulder, with my whip. So what's up, Gumshoe? Something on your mind? How did you know, pal? Perhaps you were trying to decide... Perhaps you're trying to decide if you wanted to wash that off or not? How did you know, sir? Oh yeah, I nearly forgot. You can't go through that little gate there, okay? You mean the one that says no entry on it? I kinda already snuck in there. Is he trying to be clever or something? What's behind there, Scruffy? Huh? I kind of garden-like garden. Okay, a garden? Yeah, anyway, it's under investigation right now, so keep out. I'm not telling you, I'm asking you, pal. You got me? Isn't it normally the other way around? I'll see you later. So, shall we adjourn to this garden, Phoenix Wright? Of course. What else would we do? I really want to know what Gumshoe was thinking of washing off. Into the garden we go. There's a strange feeling in the air. I wonder what it is. Strange feeling? Forget about that. What's this strange writing on the stone lantern? Ah. What are you doing here, sir? I thought I said you can't come in here. Don't you know, Scruffy? A Von Karma will always show up wherever there's a clue. And there are plenty of clues to be found here. But... So how's the inter-temple investigation going? You have the best forensics team working the place. Forensic team? And what was the outcome of the scientific study? Nothing, scientifically speaking. The place is as clean as a whistle. That's simply not good enough, Scruffy. Do you think I'll let you get away with that? Uh-oh. Well, there were a couple things that bothered me when I first got here, sir. That stone lantern, and the surrounding area that's not covered in snow, correct? Oh, that stone lantern and the surrounding area that's not covered in snow, correct? It looked kind of fishy to me, you know, scientifically speaking. So I got the lab boys to look at them over. The results were? It's kind of hard to say, actually. I guess I better look into them myself. About Maya. Oh, did Mr. Godot tell you yet? Yes, we heard. He's got a search party out looking for her, but there's nowhere else she could have disappeared to on this side of the Dusky Bridge. All we can do is wait for Mr. Edgeworth to get here, pal. Edgeworth? He's escorting Iris, the defendant, over here. We'll have to wait, since she's the only one who can open the door to the sacred cavern. Oh, I think Mr. Edgeworth wants to talk to you about something too, pal. Huh? I wonder what it is. Just don't be expecting any good news when you talk to him. When I spoke to him, Mr. Edgeworth sounded so down. I felt like I was drowning. Sounds pleasant. What the heck is that? Uh-oh. You spotted it, huh, pal? Are you kidding me? It couldn't be more obvious. It says Maya. Yeah, and before you ask, it's written in blood. You will answer all our questions now, Scruffy? Without exception. Yes, sir. There's a charm or something poking out from the snow. It looks pretty old. There's a leather cord tied to it, too. Apparently it belonged to the victim. To Miss Lestonim. Yeah, there was a broken leather cord around the lady's neck. The ends of the cord found on both the victims and on this charm match exactly. Sounds to me like this little trinket is going to be my ticket to getting some very big answers. Maya, so these letters are written in blood. Yeah, what's worse is it's the victim's blood. Huh? This is Miss Donim's blood? We haven't done a detailed analysis yet, but it's looking that way, pal. Most interesting. Phoenix Wright, I presume you know, don't you? Why Maya's name is written upside down. You know what? That was really bothering me too. I just came up with an answer. The results of my own special Gumshoe investigation. Really, do tell. Well, on the night of the murder, that stone lantern was upside down. Anyway, there's really only one logical explanation to this mystery. Miss Listo Nim wrote these letters herself, in her own blood. You must be joking. That's impossible. From the writing of the victim's blood and the other clues left behind, it seems perfectly likely that this garden was the scene of the Miss Listo Nim's murder. At least that's our current theory on how the events took place, pal. What? So Mr. Nim was killed here. However you want to look at it, that's what people are saying now. Then what Sister Bikini saw in the courtyard of the main temple was... Well, what was it? It wasn't the scene of the crime, then what did she see? What do you think, Miss Von Karma? Surely a special gumshoe investigation would reveal the answer, no? But wait a sec, the bloody writing and all the other clues here. Someone could have easily set all that up after the murder, right? Sorry, but that's not an option, pal. Why not? How quickly you forget, Phoenix Wright. Ever since the incident occurred, this place has been completely inaccessible because Dusky Bridge was completely burned out. I was overseeing repairs to the bridge the whole time. No one came over here before me and my men. Which means no one could have planted all the stuff here, pal. Ugh. I can't think of a counter-argument to that. I knew it. I should have washed the blood off the lantern as soon as I got here. This really was the scene of the crime, and I need to figure out exactly what it was that Bikini actually saw. Well, we got some clues. I think we can probably, Is enough to confront Bikini, though, is the question. Oops. It seems you have a visitor. Mr. Wright. Iris, I'm really glad to see you. Don't manage to mobilize the police by claiming a state of emergency. Not him again. Never mind him. We gotta hurry and lock the sacred cavern. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright, it's my fault someone so important to you is locked in there. Mr. Edgeworth, can we finish our conversation later? Alright. Let's hurry to the inner temple then. I'll see you later, Wright. Wait, Edgeworth, I'm coming with you guys. Sorry, Wright. I can't allow you to come with us. What? I hate to be the one to break it to you, but Maya Fey is in a rather delicate position. What do you mean by a delicate position? This isn't simply a rescue operation, right? It's also investigation. That being the case, we can't allow members of the public to interfere. Come on, Edgeworth. If anything happens, you'll be the first to know. Please understand, Wright. That's Maya, Mr. Wright. All that matters is that Mystic Maya is rescued, correct? Aye. Listen to the voice of reason for a change, Phoenix Wright. From now on, consider anything beyond Dusky Bridge to be off limits. We'll be going now. Excuse us. Ah. There's no time to be standing around, Phoenix Wright. Aren't there other things that demand your attention? She's right. Thanks for reminding me. Oh, she's still there. Okay. Sister Bikini looks like she's shrunk some since I last saw her. Don't be so rude, Phoenix Wright. What's wrong, Sister Bikini? My, hello, you two. How are you doing? The sound of that sigh, I guess she's still pretty down. Iris was just here, you know. She was accompanied by a handsome crimson-clad prince. She's talking about Edgeworth? It was a courtesy call. I wasn't allowed to talk with her at all. Oh dear, it's all my fault that this happened. Poor Iris. She was worried about my back, would you believe? What have I done to her? Only what you had to do, sister. You bravely and truthfully testified about what you saw. There's no shame in that. We'll see to it that your testimony wasn't made in vain. Well, I don't hear anyone else saying that. Mr. Blue Suits doesn't seem to share your opinion, I see. Huh? Me? Ah. Oh yes. You did great, Sister Bikini. Absolutely spectacular. You two are the only ones who said that to me. Can't shake the feeling that I just became a shill to a shrew. You have a problem, Phoenix Wright? Sure, she was able to testify so truthfully like that. But I know she's still hiding something. Guess time to break those psycho locks of hers. Sister Bikini, the truth is becoming increasingly clear to me. I'm convinced that Miss Lestonim had a special significance to this temple. As to why she had a special significance, I believe it has to do with her true identity. What on earth are you talking about? She was... Mystic Elise was an author. Just an author. Of picture books. To be honest, I had my suspicions almost immediately after I met her. Suspicions? Yes, but I didn't have any evidence to support my theory, though. But now I do. This piece of evidence proves Miss Donim's true identity. Miss Donim had this charm with her at all times. Ah, what did you... This isn't some cheap good luck charm either. Then, what do you think this is? It is, Mr. Wright. What could a talisman like that possibly mean? It's a talisman, is it? Interesting. Oops. This thing speaks volumes about who Miss Donim really was. This talisman and one other item unequivocally prove Miss Donim's true identity. Oh wait, the poster. Mark of the Master. The painting is obscured by the gravy stain by this gravy stain at the moment. But the scroll shows the master of the Korean channeling technique. The crest at the top is the sign of that honorable title. The very same crest that adorns the talisman the victim carried with her. Ah. This crest is reserved for the master of Korean. Whoever told you that nonsense? I got no idea what you're talking about. The new master, Maya Fey, told me. What? You mean that acolyte is Misty Fey's daughter? Yes. Are you sure? Yes. In fact, since her eldest daughter passed away, Maya is Misty Fey's sole successor. Mystic Misty. Oh, okay. All of them broken at once. Guess it's a big secret, but it's easy to break if you prove it correctly. Mystic Elise graced us with her presence about a week ago. When she showed me the talisman with a mark on it, well, I nearly fainted. No one had seen her since she disappeared 17 years ago, after all. What is the significance of this talisman, sister? The Kurain talisman, it's a symbol of the master of Kurain. The bearer must carry it with them until their death. Until their death. So Elise Donim really was Maya's mother, huh? She was Misty Fey, master of the Korean channeling technique. The truth comes out at last. It looks like we're making some headway here. Tell me, sister. After 17 years, why did she choose to show herself now? Because something happened that called her out of hiding. What happened? Well... Oh, what's happening? It can't be. Earthquake! Man, that shaking is so violent. Oh my goodness. The inner temple. This kind of tremor might... Inner temple? Second cavern and training hall. It might very well cave in. What? Maya. Also Edgeworth, yeah. Edgeworth has trauma. It seems to have passed. Well, we can't just sit down here and do nothing. Let's go. What? Where? To the inner temple, of course. Where else? Sister Bikini, we'll finish this later, alright? Of course. You run along now. People may have been hurt. We must get some first aid kits ready. Come on then, Phoenix, Wright. It won't bar you from entering as long as I'm with you. Thank you. Right at that moment, I had the worst feeling in my gut. We just had an earthquake. I wonder if he's alright. You look worried. Are you thinking about Miles Edgeworth? Come on, let's go. Gotta hurry to the inner temple then. Right. Ah, oh, what are you doing here? Ugh. How could I have? How do you expect us to understand if you don't speak up? Yow. Hey, why am I the one getting whipped? She's gone. No. The defendant, Iris. She's gone. Gone where? She fled. She escaped. What? So, it was just now. During his trauma. It's easy to see Edgeworth's one and only weakness, his fear of earthquakes. I was thinking, like, why would you escort her alone? Should have brought some people with you. Should have known better than to escort the defendant alone. As soon as the ground started shaking, everything went dark before my eyes, and I stupidly passed out. That incident haunts you to this day, doesn't it? That's no excuse for letting the suspect get away. I can't believe I let it happen. Right, the inner temple area is a dead end, so she could only escape to this side. We haven't seen her. Then we need to get a manhunt underway now, and search Eagle Mountain from top to bottom. Wait, Edgeworth, have you thoroughly checked the inner temple yet? Don't be ridiculous. Why would I? The inner temple is like an island. There's no way to escape but to cross. No, that's not it. Iris isn't the type of person to run away, Edgeworth. What are you talking about? Sister Bikini mentioned something when we were with her. She said that the sacred cavern might have caved in because of the quake. Do you think Iris might have gone to the inner temple to check on the situation? Listen, Edgeworth. I'm sure she said the inner temple, a manhunt is not necessary. Right. Let's not waste any more time. We need to get to the training hall's sacred cavern now. Alright, let's go. Fortunately, the sacred cavern hadn't caved in. But what we found was something none of us could ever expected. More logs, let's go. How can there be even more locks? Well, what is the meaning of this? Iris. Iris, please tell me. What the hell's going on? Alright, part 1 done. 3 parts to go, I think. Or 4, I don't know. Within an hour though, which isn't too bad. We're making some okay time. Depending how the rest of this goes, we might have time for our last activity afterward. But we'll see. Right, is this what Godot was talking about? Yeah, the trick locks. Now then, Iris, please remove these at once. Mr. Edgeworth? I'm afraid I can't. It's not possible for me. What? During the earthquake, when the cavern was in danger of caving in, Iris escaped. And I know that there was only one lock when I last came in here. So you're saying that you can't undo the new locks? Yes. If only I was stronger. Edgeworth, how are you feeling? You look a little pale in the face. Like you want to talk with your face all green. Miles Edgeworth, go and get some air. I'll watch over the suspect. You go and get a grip on yourself. Don't be ridiculous. I'm perfectly... There's no telling what sort of mistakes you could make in your current state. Go and get some rest. That is your only concern now, Miles Edgeworth. Understood. I'll handle the investigation in the garden. You take care of things here. Edgeworth. He's got so much pride that he's probably off crying in the corner of the garden. Pride is simply another trap that hinders us in our lives. That said, one must have pride to be effective on the job. At any rate, it seems that this is where we part ways, Phoenix Wright. I'm gonna stay here and see if I can't help solve these bothersome puzzles. I see. Well, thanks for your help. Now then, do you mind if I ask you a few things, Iris? No, not at all. Why did you make a run for it, Iris? I'm sorry. I heard the inner temple had been severely shaken by the strong earthquake we had. I was so worried. I just had to come and see. In other words, you didn't run away to escape the law. At least we're clear on that. I can't tell you how relieved I was when I saw the sacred cavern was alright, but what? Then I saw these chains here. I saw these extra locks that someone had put on the sacred cavern's door, and... Who in the world would do something like this? These trick locks are a sacred treasure of the Korean tradition. There are hundreds of ways to set them. That's why only the person who set the lock can open it. And you aren't the one who set these locks. I don't think it's that simple, Francisco von Karma. When we were here the first time, there was only one lock. And now, somehow, there are 5 of them. What does that mean? It means that someone wanted to secure the place even more, and they want to secure it before you got here, Iris. Presumably because they wanted to make sure Maya couldn't get out. This means that Iris can only open one of these locks, the first one. Yes, that's correct. What? Iris, try to think, please. Isn't there any way around this? Well, like I said, there are hundreds of different ways to set these locks. I suppose if I went through every combination with each one, I could remove them. But it will take time, won't it? Yes, about a day if I had to guess. A whole day? Well, that's better than leaving the locks in place. Will you do this for us? Sure, I'll do whatever I can. You got to wait another day? Hang in there, Maya. You're gonna have to call on your inner strength now. You know what, Iris? There's still one thing I don't quite get. And what might that be, Phoenix, right? I think it's obvious. Iris, on the night of the murder, where were you? Please, Iris, don't give me that look. You told us that you were in your room at Hazakura Temple at the time of the incident. But you were seen that same evening at the Inner Temple. And then, you were spotted at the scene of the crime in Hazakura Temple, too. Being spotted at both Hazakura Temple and the Inner Temple. It's as if you were... Well, Iris, I think it's about time you told us the truth. Oh, she got them locks. How many? Okay, it's only 3. I knew it. There's something going on here that we don't know about. Well, don't make that face at me. I'll come back for you. Let's see. Finally getting to the bottom of this case. I can count on Iris to break those locks, so I should try to gather more clues. I'm just a bikini, Edgeworth, gumshoe, and pearls. It's weird that there's no one around all of a sudden. It sure gets quiet up here in the mountains when you're all on your own. Speaking of alone, I guess I should check out the shack just down this path. Maybe I'll find Larry there sulking again. Let's start with that, actually. Oh, Mr. Nick. Oh, you're here too? Pearls, what are you doing here? Nothing. What about Mystic Maya? Is she alright? Well, we don't know yet. Oh, I see. Hey, what do you think you're doing here, Nick? Larry. This is the loser shack, where losers get together and lose themselves. This is the what? Hey, we find comfort in each other's failures, you okay? You got a problem with that? Look, Mr. Nick, Mr. Lorice did a picture of me. That's, great, Pearls. We're going to gather firewood now. We'll be cooking some half-rotten potatoes over a miserable little campfire. So stay out of our way. I don't believe this. Why does Kenny try getting fired up over becoming a better man? No one believes a word I say anymore. Listen to me, Pearl. You don't want to trust this kind of guy, okay? He'll only let you down. Oh, Mystic Maya. Larry, is there something you want to tell me about this picture? I got nothing to say to you, Nick. My life's here now. What Pearl? 2 losers cooking potatoes together forevermore. What am I going to do with him? Alright then. What do you think about this picture, Pearls? I think it's really well drawn. I can't draw at all, so I think it's really amazing. See? Someone appreciates it. Stop getting the flames to look like that, you know? It's supposed to be Sister Iris flying through the air, isn't it? I love it. It's like a dream, a wonderful fantasy. No, it wasn't a dream. She really flew. I'm telling you, Iris really flew that night. Miss Lorice? Not you too. Please don't look at me like that, Pearl. Don't look at me like I'm some kind of nutcase, I beg of you. I guess the picture really is a representation of what Larry thinks he saw. Okay, so I was half asleep when I was here that night. But I was wide awake after the lightning struck. I saw what I saw. It was exactly like I drew in the picture. It looks like I don't have any choice but to take the sketch at face value. Hey, what's with that look of doubt on your face? Pearls? Yes, Mr. Nick? I've been meaning to ask you about the night of the murder. Where were you? And what exactly were you doing when it all happened? I was just, well, I'm just a kid, you know. I'm sure it doesn't really matter what I was doing, does it, Mr. Nick? Sorry, Pearls, but yes, it does. On the night of the murder, you were supposed to be in Mr. Nim's room reading a picture book together. But Mr. Nim was murdered and you, Pearls, were at this inner temple. Guess what exactly happened that night, Pearls? Let me guess, another lock? I'm really sorry, Mr. Nick. Yup. How many locks are we gonna be dealing with today? Oh, she got a lot too. Okay. I've been a bad girl. That's why I've been punished. That's why I'm being punished. What are you talking about, Pearls? My spiritual power. It has disappeared. What? Our powers have disappeared? Larry's on his back. Oh, you mean when he woke up to the... Yeah, I mean, that was a... Yeah, I already like thought about that too. It's very likely that the picture is upside down, but I'm sure they'll like make that revelation clear down the road there. What do you mean your power has disappeared, Pearls? It's all over for me. A spirit medium who can't channel spirits is like a painter who can't paint. Hey, what are you looking at me for? Pearls? Did you try to channel someone's spirit right here at Hazakura Temple? Tried but failed, perhaps? Way to go, Nick. You made her cry. That was really cool of you. Wow. Just as I thought. I'm going to have to break her psych lock to get the truth out of her. Okay, I'll be back. Let's move on for now. Where are we heading, huh? Do 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 do. I'll go there last. Let's see. Oh, I know where we can go. Let's go through the main gate one more time over. I wonder if Sister Bikini is back in the main hall yet. I haven't seen Gumshoe around for a while either. Maybe they're having a cup of tea together somewhere. Like Gumshoe is Sister Bikini's type. Alright, she's shooken up still. Well, what's the damage? How is the Sacred Cavern? It looks like it survived. But we have a bigger problem now. I told Sister Bikini all about it. About the 5 locks that were stopping us from getting inside the Sacred Cavern. But who? Who could have done that? The only people who know how to set those trick locks are one of those of the Korean tradition. We have Iris at the Sacred Cavern trying her best to open them for us right now. Actually, there's something I've been meaning to talk with you about, Sister Bikini. Oh, yes. We were in the middle of a chat, weren't we? Yes, you were telling me how the Master of Korean disappeared 17 years ago. I want to know why Misty Face suddenly appeared at this temple. It was about a week ago when Mystic Misty arrived. After she showed me the talisman that proved she was the Master, she said, "Someone is trying to destroy the Korean tradition's main family line. I'm here to put a stop to them." Someone was trying to destroy the main family line? There's only one heir to the title of Master at any time, and it's usually the eldest. That child becomes the new Master Korean, and her daughters, the main family. All the other mediums become branch child members with no hope of controlling the clan. That's why nothing has changed throughout the history of the clan. Branch families always have and always will plot to erase those of the main family line. Is the power of the Master worth this much bloodshed? You believe in the technique, don't you, Mr. Wright? You know its power is real. Yes, I do. It's been 2 years since I first met Maya. In that time, I've seen her channel the spirits of the dead plenty of times. During the mask case, and during Maggie Bird's trial, too. Thanks to Maya, Mia's always on hand to help me out when I need her the most. The Korean technique has made a huge difference to the world, you know. I mean, the ability to commune with the dead. That's true psychic power, you know. Members of the tradition have always been there behind every important leader. Who wouldn't respect such a tremendous skill? I suppose so, but With all that power and influence, I kinda expected you'd be really rich by now. Are you saying we're poor, Mr. Wright? Oh ho, you're very direct, aren't you? People don't believe in it anymore, you see. All because of one little mistake. A mistake? What mistake? DL6? It was 17 years ago, that's when everything came crashing down. All because of that incident. That incident. Is she talking about what I think she is? I'm sure the record still exists if you're interested, locked up of course. It was called the DL6 incident, yep. That's the name of the file. The DL6 incident, I knew it. Nostalgia. The DL6 incident. I know it well. I handled a related case 2 years ago. Ah, that's right. So it was you who was a defense attorney on that case. A murder that took place 17 years ago. It was the first time in the country's history the police ever used a spirit medium. The idea was to channel the victim's spirit to learn the identity of the murder. And the medium who performed the channeling was Misty Faye, Maya's mother. Through Mystic Misty's channeling, the name of a certain man surfaced. Armed with that as evidence, the investigators were spurred into action. But that man, he was found not guilty, wasn't he? That's right, he was. The case remained a mystery. In other words, we failed. It was the first case the world had ever seen the Korean tradition openly involved in. It was all over the media, the public, the judiciary, the people of Korean village. Everyone judged her. Everyone said Misty's powers were a sham. And then she just disappeared. Vanished. While everyone still thought of her as a fraud. But I know the truth. Misty Faye's spirit channeling wasn't a sham at all. Of course it wasn't. And since you managed to reveal the truth, we're finally making a comeback. The Korean tradition is starting to recover at last. But with a new master wielding the power of the clan. Does she mean Maya? The spiritual power of the Korean channeling technique is in the blood. Maya's told me the exact same thing before. According to Maya, only the women in the family can inherit that power. The main family's bloodline stems directly from Mystic Ami. With each new generation, only one daughter becomes the new master. The ones who don't become branch families, right? That's right. And it's always the cause of tragedy. You know, Maya had a sister too. An older sister named Mia. Oh yes, I've heard of her. What? You know about Mia? Of course. She became a lawyer in the hopes of discovering what happened to her mother. And lost her life. As a result. Do you know what Mystic Mia was rumored to have said? She said it wasn't only because of her mother that she became a lawyer. She also didn't want to fight with her sister over the leadership of the tradition. Really? Well, she saw what happened to her own mother, Mystic Misty, as she grew up. I guess Mystic Mia got tired of seeing all the rivalry between her mom and her aunt. That's right. Misty Faye had an elder sister, too. And Misty, having superior powers, managed to usurp the master's seat from her. Mystic Misty's sister is Mystic Morgan, as you probably know. Yeah, that bitch Morgan. Who could forget? Morgan. There's a name I know well. It was a year ago now, at Maya's home, Korean village. What she did was terrible. It was also so she could make her own daughter the next master. I suppose if you know about Mystic Morgan's daughter, you must have already realized that Iris... Huh? Iris? What's Iris got to do with any of this? That Iris is... Mystic Morgan's daughter. Oh, that's right. Iris is what? Is she kidding me? Iris is Morgan Faye's daughter? Did you just say that Iris is Morgan Faye's daughter? Oops, I thought you already knew. It sounded like you even met one of Mystic Morgan's daughters already. I have. I know her very well. Oh? Yes, Pearls. Pearl Faye. I always thought she was an only child. You jest. That child? She's Mystic Morgan's? Hey Lee, what's up? How you doing? I had no idea. Mystic Morgan. But she's in prison now, isn't she? You okay? Long day? Yes, ever since she was found to be a co-conspirator in a murder case last year. We're getting all the recap today. It was all done to set Pearls up as the next master. I see. So I've been wrong all this time. Mystic Morgan had 3 daughters, not 2. Wait, what? The 3? Yes. Iris, her twin sister, and Mystic Pearl. Iris, her twin sister, and Mystic Pearl. What? To twin sister? Oh, didn't you know? Well, happened 20 years ago. After the clan leadership was taken from her by her sister, Mystic Morgan's life crumbled. It wasn't many years later that Coraine's reputation hit an all-time low. Mystic Morgan's husband realized his wife would never become the master. He left her and the village, taking their twin daughters with him. How awful. He was a jeweler, you know. In the end, he remarried, and that's when it happened. He decided to give one of his girls up, to be looked after by us here at the temple. That was Iris, you see. It's unbelievable. If Iris has a twin sister... Could it be? Could you tell me one more thing, Sister Bikini? What was the name of Iris' sister? She probably won't know. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I just can't remember. All I can recall is that her father was a jeweler. A jeweler by the last name of Hawthorne, maybe, perhaps? I'm doing good, I'm chilling. Had an easy work day. And I'm kind of motivated to finish up this game today. We're on pace to wrap this up and get myself another trophy. Another platinum. And then they can move on. How much longer? I don't know. Maybe the next couple of hours, depending on how the rest of this unfolds and unravels. I think I want to say. Thank you very much. You helped clear up a lot of details. Pearls has 2 older sisters, huh? Yes, that's right. Go on to Mario Kart World when it comes out. The pre-orders were supposed to happen tomorrow, but they're delaying pre-order dates right now. Because you know how in America pre-order dates have been delayed. Like my guess is that because they don't want people in the States trying to get pre-orders for Canadian stock, probably. So because of that, we gotta wait as well. Even in Canada, yeah, they announced it earlier today. At least that's my thinking. I don't know what it is actually, because I don't think the prices will definitely increase in America due to tariffs and whatnot. I don't think it would affect Canadian prices that much unless the product comes into America and sent to Canada. I think because Nintendo Canada has its own thing in a way, so I would think that they'd have their own like direct stock from Japan or something. We'll see how it goes though. If it does go up, I hope it won't go up as much as it definitely will shoot up in America, but we'll see. That being said though, I'm not gonna pull any punches. I will get up early just in case to see what if things do change and I'm able to get a pre-order tomorrow from somewhere. You never know. It might happen. But for now, the official announcement is that they're putting off pre-orders. They're holding off on pre-orders on Canada. So we'll see what happens. But the release date is still supposed to be a thing, from my understanding. So, oh my God, is that the Francisco Von Karma? I'm a huge fan. Thank you for the follow. Thank you. No doubt it was all because of Mystic Morgan's anger towards the main family. Anger? What do you mean? Her twin daughters were taken from her by her jeweler husband. But even that couldn't destroy her dream that a child of hers would one day lead the clan. That's why she had pearls. It seems that the incident here was a result of Mystic Morgan's anger. It was able to break free of the bars that confined her. So Iris has a twin sister. I love how they use like the silhouette. Okay, obvious. Well, I mean, I'm sure at this point it might be obvious to people who are playing the game, I guess. The plot thickens, but this information will be useless unless I can flesh it out a bit. I need to ask more questions and get some more info. Okay, where are we going now? Let's check this place out then. Sounds like someone's happy. What tune is that they're humming? Let's go, shoot. No motive, no crime, no motive, no crime. Sing it with me. No motive, no crime. I remember when we used to search in the channeling room and okay. Whoop, I love my job. Who cares if the clues I find are no good? That's not what investigating is all about. An investigator investigates for the love of investigating. It's a passion. Good cases we have, good cases we lost along the way. I never guessed it was Gumshoe that was Reggie. Okay, Reggae. Every case is gonna be airtight. Okay, okay. Hey, pal. Huh? Who, me? How long have you been there? How long have you been there? I just got here. Oh, okay. So what are you up to, detective? I'm investigating, pal. I made a promise to Mr. Edgeworth. I promised I would find the real murder weapon. The real murder weapon? That barbed sword thing turned out to be a false lead, right? I'm giving it my best shot here, but I still haven't turned up any clues. I just found these weird scraps of paper. It looks like a letter or something. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with the case, though. A letter? Can I see the letter, please? Wait, hold on. Can we do it now? The heck? When's my ladder conversation gonna show up anyway? So how's the investigation going, Detective Gumshoe? I don't know if I should be telling you, pal, but I guess it can't hurt. Looks like the murder took place in the Inner Temple Garden. And they're taking that bloody writing on the lantern pretty seriously back at HQ. What? You mean? I don't have the details, pal. All I know is if you don't find Maya down that sacred cavern, we're gonna be faced with one ugly situation. What kind of ugly situation are we looking at here? You got me. I don't know. They're not my words, pal. Then who said it? Mr. Godot. Of course. Godot? What do you mean by that? About that letter you found. Don't remind me, pal. I'm busting a gut here trying to find the murder weapon. And all I find is some burnt up old letter. Burnt up old letter? Yeah, it was in that incinerator right outside the Inner Temple. The incinerator? I knew it. I knew I wasn't imagining it. There was snow on the incinerator when I first saw it. But after the incident, the snow had melted away, which means someone used the incinerator on the night of the murder. Gonna do a few hunts and probably go to bed. You just logged in. Alright, sounds good. Get your hunts on. Hopefully you find what you're looking for. Are you still looking for things, or are you just gonna get like farming what do you call it? Ardian mats for weapons? Just farming mats? Gotcha, gotcha. You did some of those arena quests too? Ooh, did you get, I'm guessing you got what you wanted to? Rathian is annoying, it really is. Did you solo it? I'm guessing you use the I mean, because you can also use like you know, those NPC hunters as well. You soloed, damn. Yeah, for the arena quest you could use you know, when you select your weapon or whatever, there's like I think you press triangle to enable the hunter to assist you. So be one of those NPC hunters. I think it's like Rosso for Rathian. Yeah. And Alessa for the you solo all your arena quests. I mean, that's also a thing you could do too. Makes for a good challenge. Glasses in the shirt, yeah. Damn, look at you. I mean, it's definitely doable solo, but I mean, it's easier if you have somebody else with you, no doubt, right? But I mean, if you do get someone to assist you, the health does scale up, right? Like you would when you SOS or whatever. Now you know. That's okay. Well, if you need more materials for whatever reason, or for future, yeah, I mean, you can't SOS on with an arena quest. In the older games, if you did arena quest, it's just literally you. There was no, this whole like NPC hunters is like new to this game, right? I mean, they did have it in Rise, I think in the what do you call it? The expansion. Like you had to basically they had follower quests where you can hunt with the NPCs. And then I think as soon as you did those, you can unlock them for you know, to go on quests with. But you have to unlock them in Rise. But yeah, that's the expansion though, not the base game. But I'm glad that they brought it up here, because I mean, sometimes even if you're playing like quests, let's say if like, you know, servers are down and you want like, you want to make your hunts a little bit quicker with some extra hunters, at least they give you that option now, right? Which is cool. What's up with you, pal? I got it right here if you want to take a look. Can I? Do you mind? Sure, go nuts. I don't want it, pal. You can have it. It's all spirit mediums and masters and stuff. I bet it's got no relation to the case. Spirit mediums? It's got to be important if it mentions spirit mediums and masters. I better give it a good looking over and give some serious thought. Make sure you chuck it in the trash when you're done. Littering is a crime, pal. So what do you know about the real murder weapon so far? Well, it wasn't the Shichishito that was found impaled in the victim's body. Mr. Edward proved that in court today. Yes, that's true. You got also the visor and the booty shorts. You may as well get... Yeah, I mean... You'll probably get them all eventually. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, they're not going anywhere anyway. You should also try... Maybe when I play, the next time I play, we can do it together. But you should also try to participate in the Dogashima arena one time. Just so you get a participation pendant. I think it lasts for a while though, right? So basically, there's like those other arena challenges where basically there's like a leaderboard, and you compete for best times. You get I believe you get a pendant for participating, doing it at least once. You get another one for getting an A rank time, and then obviously the top 10,000 times in the leaderboard do get a really special pendant. So from my understanding, and I think maybe there might be a new event quest today too. Now I'm curious. Hold on, let's see. Yeah, there's a new event quest starting today, I guess, for some new headgear. And the Dogashima Challenge Arena quest is, I think okay, 17th. Okay, you got another week still for that one, so it's plenty of time. Yeah, for sure. I'm down to play it. Let me see what the event, what the, Armstrigian head armor. What does it look like? Oh, it's literally... Oh, okay. That's like a little bird thing on your head. I think it's cuter than the other thing that was available. Okay. It looks cute. Here, I'll put a picture for you to see what it looks like. So you get that. That's the current available event quest. It gives you wide range, which is pretty cool, I guess. But then if you had like a proper, fully upgraded talisman, I think you can do level 5 with that. Anyway, it's still cool. It's still a cute decoration to have, though. Set it as a layered. And is there anything for next week, I wonder? Yeah, I mean, I like it better than the other one, where like the little critter that covers your head, your whole head or whatever. Okay, next week. That's this week. Oh no, I mean, that's not, well, hold on. Obtaining Ardian materials, but what quality or what rarity are those Ardian materials? I think those are low rarity ones. And 22. Oh right, 22 is the... Wow, there's a lot of event quests coming on the 22nd. Oh, because of the Spring Festival, they're gonna put out all the past event quests, I guess. Okay. Yeah, okay. Including the ones that passed. I mean, they do go in rotation, so that makes sense. But by then, the Doshiguma challenge quest will be done, so... Okay, cool. No one wears that one. You never see anyone, yeah, right? Right, where were we? In which case, it must have been another blade. And that's what you're running around like a headless chicken looking for now, huh? Yeah. And man, is it tiring. Is it tiring work? But let me tell you something, pal. I'm no chicken. We got the feather of forensics in our cap these days. We're using the department's secret weapon on this. Secret weapon? What's a secret weapon of yours? You wanna know? You gotta think scientifically, okay? Alright. The murder weapon was a sword. Swords are, scientifically speaking, made of metal, right? Any questions so far? No, I know what he's gonna say, but I'll let him look smart. So what's the perfect tool for the job? Ta-da, a metal detector. Raise your hand if you didn't see this coming from a mile away. Well, you want to give the scientific investigation a go? Huh? Me? I've been using this thing for hours now. It gets pretty boring after a while. Why don't you give it a try? I don't know. Should I help detect the gumshoe out or not? Play forensics expert. Come on, pal, it's good fun, I'm telling you. Alright then, I guess I'll give it a go. Like I said, this is the department's most advanced gadget, the absolute best. It's so sensitive you could make it cry. It's so high-tech you could skydive off it. Oh, bother. So now I'm gonna tell you how to use it. It's possible the real murder weapon is around here somewhere, right? Sure, that's what we're trying to find out. Right, so first let's turn the detector on. That's the sound of the metal detector's signal bouncing off of something metallic. Next. Don't worry, this baby will let you know when you hit on something metallic. Right, okay. Well, let's try the ladder then. Look, a ladder. That's a step ladder. What's the difference? Looks like a normal ladder to me, pal. Surely everyone knows the difference. I mean, they're pretty ordinary objects. I met plenty of guys like you, always picking on the smallest details. Vegetable store guy near my place does it all the time. He even corrects me when I ask for him for a head of lettuce. That's a cabbage, he says. I'm telling you, they're the exact same thing. No, they're not. They're completely different. You have to plant both of them firmly in the ground before they can grow, don't you? Listen, you gotta take a step back and look at the bigger picture sometimes. Otherwise you could miss a really important clue. That's advice from a pro, pal. The last person I need advice from is this guy in front of me. There we go. That was the one trophy I was concerned about. Okay, if I ever okay, gold. What's that? What's this? A pen? Hey, I've been looking all over for that, pal. Huh? It's yours? Yeah, my old man gave it to me when I qualified as a detective. He told me it'd be good for sticking it in suspects' faces. That makes you detectives sound really nasty. It's my dream to stick it in your face one day, right? And don't go losing it. This looks like a wallet? Aha, that's where it's been. Is it yours, detective? I'm always dropping it, so I put a bell on it. You still dropped it anyway. Yeah, and I found it again, pal. Your wallet is completely empty. Well, I drop it all the time, so I don't put money in it anymore. And how come the metal detector picked it up? Must be because of the bell, I guess. Makes sense. That Shichishito next to the golden statue wasn't the real murder weapon, pal. Yeah, I know. I just thought I'd check it again anyway. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Do you know about the sword? It's supposed to represent multiple branches that life can take, all ending as one. Yes, I heard something about that. You know what I think about sometimes? What kind of life I'd be leading had I not joined the homicide division. You think about that kind of stuff, detective? Of course I do. I think about it a lot. Me as a traffic cop, me as a detention officer, me as the blue badger. Oh no, don't bring him back. There's something to be said about the humor value of Gumshoe as the blue badger. This is Mr. Nim's staff, isn't it? Scientifically speaking, they're usually made of wood. But the detector is reacting to it. Yeah, but however you look at it, the thing's made of wood, alright? I don't bother investigating anything unless it looks like it might be metallic. Isn't that the whole point of the metal detector, to find metal where you can't see it? It's weird that this thing is causing a racket. Here, let me take a look at it. Hey, hands off. Examining evidence is a job for the... Nope. Ah, the top is coming off. Look what you've done. You damaged a really important piece of evidence. Ah. That's a sword. Inside the staff. Is this... Could it be? The murder weapon? I never have guessed there'd be a sword concealed in the victim's staff. They call this kind of thing a sword cane, pal. This one's a real gem. The workmanship is really something else. Thank goodness it wasn't a cane sword, or else the victim could have stabbed her own foot. I officially give up on trying to figure out how Gumshoe's mind works. The real scene of the crime was the inner temple garden. Why was the sword used to kill the victim found in the main hall courtyard? Hey Gumshoe, who knows about the hidden sword? No one. Even the police didn't know about this until I discovered it just now. Well, just as they say, there's no team in Gumshoe. Doesn't look like there are any traces of blood on it. And I guess this isn't the murder weapon, huh? No. I'm sure someone just wiped it off after the murder. Yeah, of course. This thing is definitely the murder weapon, pal. Oh, great job, pal. It's about the same length as the Shichishito, too. This must be the murder weapon. Okay, I'm gonna run over to forensics. There's gotta be some traces of blood left, even if most of it has been wiped off. See you later, pal. Every case is gonna be airtight. Oh, right, okay. Wait up, detective. Huh? What is it, pal? I'm a pretty busy guy right now, you know? You're going to get that stuff analyzed, right? Would you mind holding off for just a little while? Huh? What are you talking about, pal? Please. Just until we find Maya. Maya? What's this got to do with her? I don't know, but I'm starting to get a really bad feeling in the pit of my stomach. Oh? How so? Look, Maya's trapped inside the secret cavern right now and, well, we don't even know if she's okay or not. The more evidence and testimony I hear, the more uneasy I feel. You don't think. Maya's been Please, detective, let's just wait until we get inside the secret cavern. You're looking kind of viridian there. Okay, just stop it with that face, pal. One thing, though. This staff's secret trick, let's keep it between you and me, alright? If it gets out that we knew about it and didn't say anything, we're finished. I understand. This is just a regular, run-of-the-mill staff. You got it? Okay. Now you take good care of it, pal. Thank you, detective. Don't worry. She'll be fine. Gumshoe. You know, there's a place at the base of this mountain that has some really good pasta. How about I take you there when you find Maya, huh, pal? Sure. Thanks. Can't but wonder, though, what was Elise Donim doing with a staff like this in the first place? Alright, where are we headed? And I think we're done with Gumshoe for now. I guess we'll head back. Maybe the locks are now... Any progress with the locks, maybe? You know, I actually haven't been here since leaving, actually. The cops are still coming to the place. They look pretty nervous. I'd be nervous too. It's gotta be a tough job. Especially with someone giving you the evil eye the whole time. Mutter. How could I have done that? Wow, I can't believe it's still bothering him. Edgeworth? Ah. Hey, don't you dare run away. What do you want, Wright? What do I want? You came here to laugh at me, then get on with it. Go on, laugh away. I was ready to hug it out with him, but he's just the same prideful Edgeworth. You went back to the Criminal Affairs Department, right? You said you wanted to look into something concerning Iris. Yes. And thanks to what I found, I was reminded of something terrible. You guys are putting a lot of effort into the investigation of the garden here, huh? There's a high chance this is the actual scene of the crime, that's why. You mean because of the writing in blood? And the talisman in the snow? Exactly. As you know, those things couldn't have been planted here after the murder. But surely, you don't suspect Maya, do you? We have to treat everyone as a suspect. Maya, as well as Iris. It's our job, right? So, I guess you still haven't gotten over your fear of earthquakes. No, though thankfully my nightmares have stopped. But still, if the ground gives even the slightest tremor, I find myself short of breath. 17 years ago, when we were little school kids at the same elementary school, Edgeworth found himself in the middle of a murder. It all started with that big earthquake that hit the courthouse. Getting more exposition from Game 1? Yep. Yes, I was stuck in the elevator with my father, who was a defense attorney. We were deprived of oxygen and we passed out. That's when it happened. That single gunshot shattered my whole life. I lost everything that day, all because of that earthquake. My dreams, my family, and myself. It's been more than 17 years now, and that the case was finally resolved 2 years ago, right? You think I don't know that? I was there, but it was such a shock. I never imagined I could be so wrong about myself and my life. I'm sorry, Wright. There's nothing else I can say. Not after you chose to become a lawyer for my sake. And not after you saved me. Edgeworth, you're stronger than you think, so no more over the self-pity, okay? There was something that bothered me about her from the moment we met. I felt like I'd seen her somewhere before. No, wait. Not somewhere. I felt like I'd seen her in court before. So you went back to the Criminal Affairs Department to look for her file. Yes, I checked over every case file I've worked on. And I was right. I had seen her face before. 6 years ago. 6 years ago. It was my first appearance in court. And as cases go, it was my worst nightmare. So, who is she? Dahlia Hawthorne. Say it. Say the name. I'm sorry, Wright. I can't give that information away to a member of the general public. Wow. What? Why not? Might be the crucial piece of the puzzle that solves this case. The woman I knew was the daughter of a jewelry store owner. She had nothing to do with Iris and Hazakura Temple. And neither did the case. No, that woman is completely unrelated to this murder. Unrelated? Yes, I can say that with complete confidence. You're wrong, Edgeworth. She's totally related to this case. I need to fill Edgeworth in. I need to explain the connection between Iris and the woman Edgeworth knew. How do we do that? Can we present this? Hey, Edgeworth. Did you know that Iris had a twin sister? What? A twin? You can't be serious. Sister Bikini told me, but the problem is she didn't know the name of this twin. There was nothing about Iris having a sister in the files I checked. Well, Iris was taken in by the temple when she was really young. Apparently her sister was raised by her father. A jeweler, I think. A jeweler? Right, I just might know who this twin sister of hers is. I had a feeling you'd say that. Let me guess. Her name is Dahlia Hawthorne, right? Yes, exactly. Please tell me what you know about her, Edgeworth. Please. And her theme song plays too. It was my first court case 6 years ago. I was a greenhorn, and due to my inexperience, the defendant died. You're talking about Terry Falls, right? You know about that case? You're not the only one who noticed something about Iris and Dahlia Hawthorne. I checked one of Mia's old files from 6 years ago. Yes, Dahlia was a key witness in that case. Dahlia and Terry Falls conspired together to stage a fake kidnapping 11 years ago. They stole a jewel worth $2 million from Dahlia's father, a jeweler. And 5 years after that, she murdered her own sister, Valerie Hawthorne, to keep her from talking. Her sister? Well, her stepsister, actually. They weren't blood related. Valerie was the only daughter of Dahlia's father's second wife. Oh, and this is when she entered my life. Woman who tried to kill me. So after Terry Falls died, what happened to Dahlia? Did you check that out? Does it really matter? Like I said, Dahlia isn't connected with this case. Why are you so sure about that? It's simple. Dahlia Hawthorne is dead. What? Well, her metabolic processes are a matter of interest only to historians, so to speak. What do you mean by Dahlia Hawthorne is dead, Edgeworth? Right. I must confess that in reading her file, I came to know the murder case you were involved in during your college years. Hey, what up, Jason? Oh, you're just talking about, like, just playing some more Monster Hunter, new event quests and stuff. Came to know the murder case you were involved in during your college years. Another stupid hat. Well, it's better. It's better than the first stupid hat. I'll argue that much at least. It's cuter. Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, thanks to the persistence of Mia Fey. At the time, Dahlia was that line. Oh, that one. I mean, you know, just because, you know, dead body and all that stuff. That's all it is, really. Post-mortem. It's like she was possessed by a demon or something. That's because that bitch is a demon. It's been almost 5 years since that guilty verdict was handed down, and her sentence was finally carried out. She was executed last month. Executed? I'm sure that's a bit of a shock for you, Wright, and for more reasons than one. But do you understand now? She can't possibly be connected with this case, but no human speaks like that. Well, Edgeworth is no ordinary human, right? She's dead, and once someone is dead, there's no way to revive them. Oh, my boy Edgeworth. There's no way to revive the dead. I wonder. It seems you're not aware of one other connection yet, Edgeworth. And what is that? It's about Iris and Dahlia Hawthorne's mother. What's their mother got to do with any of this? She's Morgan Fey, a spirit medium from a branch family of the Kurian channeling technique. Did you say Kurian channeling technique? Do you know something about it? Oh yes, I know it's connected with a fraudulent spirit medium. Fraudulent? I was involved in another nightmare 17 years ago. I was caught up in the middle of the murder investigation. The police didn't have any leads, right, this whole thing. They were stumped, and that's why they called her in. She was a very famous spirit medium and the master of her channeling school. But you know what happened? As a result of her efforts, an innocent man was accused of murder. She and her powers, they were all fraudulent. Edgeworth, go to the police records room. It's all there. It's all in there. All you have to do is check the DL6 incident case file and you'll know. Alright, he doesn't know, like, of course, how could I forget? Edgeworth was the victim in that case. Edgeworth, you'll understand someday. And then you'll see that the Kurian channeling technique is real. I think we're finally good to go back here. I guess, let's see. I mean, she had locks, right? We have enough information out of her now? I think it's time you told the truth about what you were doing on that night. You said you were in your room at Hazakura Temple the entire time. Do you still claim that to be the truth? Yes, that's where I was. Iris, I believe you're innocent. That's why I want to believe what you're telling me, too. But I can't. Because this person saw you somewhere else on the night of the murder. I'm talking about Sister Bikini, of course. Sister Bikini. Her testimony in court today was very clear. We don't need the whole thing. Sister Bikini didn't just see you, she spoke with you. You two talked about Maya's training that night. So you see, Iris, you were there at the Inner Temple on the night of the murder. That's very impressive, Mr. Wright. The Acolyte's actual training was due to start after 10 o'clock that night. I left the main hall early so I wouldn't be late. What time was that? Let me see. It takes about 20 minutes to walk between the main hall and the Inner Temple. So I would have left at about 9:40 p.m. I think. I'm sorry, Iris, but lying just doesn't suit you. Huh? Now, you say you left the main hall at 9:40 p.m., but what you say doesn't add up with this. The fact that she gave me a hood, right? You yourself testified to the contrary, don't you remember? You said you rang the lights out bell at 10 o'clock that night. Oh, that too, right? Oops. Plus, only moments before you rang that bell, you were seen at the main hall by the most reliable witness I have. Me. Who's that? Me. Mr. Wright. We even spoke a little that evening. That's when you gave me this. Surely you haven't forgotten. No, that's right. I remember. And that brings us to another puzzling fact, Iris. At 10 o'clock on the night of the murder, you were seen in 2 different places at the same time. It's time you told me exactly what's been going on, Iris. So far, I've managed to prove 2 things. First, on the night of the incident, you were at the Inner Temple. And second, at the exact same time, you were ringing the bell at the Hazakura Temple. There's only one possible explanation for this apparent impossibility. There were 2 of you. On the night of the incident, you were seen in 2 different places at the same time, which means there must have been 2 of you. I can't think of any other explanation, Iris. But that's crazy. How could that be? There's only one of me. It's impossible. Possible? I wonder. The way you're trembling certainly seems to suggest otherwise. Gulp. You're serious. You're seriously trying to suggest there's more than one of me. Then show me the evidence. Show me something that proves there is more than one of me. Well, at this point, it has to be the twin. I have a firm grasp of the situation now, Iris. You have a sister, don't you? A twin sister, perhaps? Ah. That's right. Dahlia Hawthorne. A woman I know only too well. I had no idea you knew of her. Very impressive, Mr. Wright. But she's no longer. Yes, I know. Her sentence was carried out recently, wasn't it? I'm sorry. Thank you. There's no need to explain now, is there, Iris? The second you who was here at the temple on the night of the murder was your twin sister, Dahlia Hawthorne. But you just said yourself a second ago. My sister is dead. Haven't you forgotten that? Have you forgotten this, Iris? This is a channeling dojo, a training ground for the Korean channeling technique. That night, someone channeled Dahlia's spirit, and you knew about it. And that's a secret you've been trying to hide from me. Ah. I was in my room in the main hall that night. As soon as I heard that I'd been spotted at the Inner Temple, I knew. I knew it was my sister, Dahlia, the other half of me who passed away last month, just as I suspected. The Iris that Sister Bikini saw at the Inner Temple on the night of the murder. It was Dahlia Hawthorne. Why didn't you tell me this before? Because my sister always does the right thing. Excuse me? Because it mustn't get in the way of what she's trying to do. I already betrayed her once before. I can't do it again. You betrayed her? What do you mean? And that's why I have to accept I may be found guilty. It's the only way. What is she talking about? You know about it, don't you, Mr. Wright? About the fake kidnapping that took place here on Eagle Mountain 11 years ago. Well, that was the start of it all. It was what started her down that twisted path. She started to commit crime after crime, and in the end, she lost her life. Oh, we did. We definitely did. It's all because I betrayed her. How did you betray her, Iris? It was no coincidence that Eagle Mountain is where the exchange was to take place. After all, I helped to plan the whole thing. What? But I got scared, so I ran away. What are you talking about? Why would you help her? Stealing $2 million from your own father? That's awful. But I promised that I'd help. And? She didn't do it for the money. Huh? It was revenge. On our father. Revenge? What do you mean by revenge? He was a hideous man. He threw our mother away, and then sent her to hell. Her mother? She must be talking about Morgan Fay. Our mother was the eldest daughter of the main branch of the Fay family. The main family had a lot of influence in many businesses and political circles at the time. As the eldest daughter, our mother was set to inherit all of that as the next master. That's the reason our father married our mother in the first place. For power. But his plan backfired. Because her mother's sister took it all from her. She took over as the master of Kurain. That would be Misty Fae, Maya's mother. But before long, the credibility of the Kurain tradition hit rock bottom. The new master, Misty Fae, made a terrible mistake. It was during the investigation of the DL6 incident. After that happened, our father took me and my twin sister away, leaving our mother and home behind. He hated the place. He said it was a hick dive, and he had no reason to stay there. And that's when he came here to Hazakura Temple. Yes, the woman my father took as his next wife already had a daughter, Valerie. I had no place in his new family, you see. Oh, and I haven't seen my mother once since then. Having the master's seat stolen from her and her being rejected by her own family, I've heard she's been very battered spiritually and emotionally. I think I'm finally beginning to see how the pieces fit together. I have asked her everything I can in my capacity as a prosecutor. This incident, everything related to it goes back to the history of the Fae clan. That's what it looks like. Iris, there's just one more thing I want you to tell me. What is it? During the incident in which your sister, Dahlia Hawthorne, poisoned the lawyer, she began a relationship with a certain college student in order to hide the evidence. That college student? Have you heard anything about him? Well, I did hear one thing. She said she hated his guts. I see. Thank you for your help. You're welcome. Hurry up, Phoenix Wright. There is still much to investigate. Leave these locks to me. I'll open them for you, I promise. Thank you. I suppose I better continue my investigation. There's still one giant secret left to unlock. Pearl's a psych lock. Okay, let's go. Look at that, they really did make a fire right here in front of the shack. Oh, Mr. Nick. Ah, you're too late, Nick. You came here for one of our potatoes, we already polished them all off. I think I pretty much got all the evidence I need. I just need to find out what Pearls is hiding. Actually, you know what? I'd actually take a look at some of the stuff that we've looked. Okay, this one here. Careful, once night falls, should be there as soon as you hear the lights out bell. You must channel her spirit. Leave everything up to her. Her name is blank. She is our blank. The whole blank. Here's a picture of her. Use it when you channel her. Know you can do it. Yeah, okay, I figure I know what this is. Bravely roast the master in the fires of Hades and bring our vengeance to fruition. I mean, that's only like, we also have this. That's only like 2 pieces of new evidence we have. Update on the sword. Alright, Pearl. After dinner on the night of the murder, gravely roast. But I see what you're doing. You were supposed to be in Elise O'Neem's room reading a book together, correct? Yes, I was so happy when she invited me. But I didn't go in the end. You didn't go? No, there was somewhere else I had to go instead. I was so worried I had to go. I didn't know what to do with myself. I was so nervous. So Pearl never went to Miss Dunham's room because she was too worried about something or someone else. Pearls? On the night of the murder, you went to this place, didn't you? Alright, check up on her beloved Maya. You went here, didn't you, Pearls? Looks like she's still not going to open up to me. This is where you went because you were so worried, right? The next question is, who or what were you so worried about? I'm going to take a guess, and you can tell me if I'm right or wrong, okay? You mean you know? If I'm right, will you tell me the whole truth? Okay. You went on to this place for one very simple reason. And that is this. It's obvious what you were so worried about, Pearls. It was Maya, wasn't it? Huh? You knew the training Maya was undertaking was dangerous. After all, it was a special course. It was a special course. I signed up for. Alright, okay. Flashback, we don't need that. Sister Bikini scared you with that what she said, didn't she? And because of it was you who introduced Hazakura Temple to Maya in the first place, you felt responsible, didn't you? Thinking about what could happen to Mystic Maya made me more and more worried. I couldn't sit still at all. That's why I decided to go and find out how she was doing at the Inner Temple. Then we're clear now that you went to the Inner Temple that night, Pearls. What's not clear is what happened after that. About what time was it when you headed over to the Inner Temple? It was probably around 9:30 when I left the main hall. The real training was supposed to start at 10. I wanted to get there before it started, but there was so much snow, so I didn't get there until after 10 o'clock. Until after 10? How did you know what time it was? Because I heard the bell ringing for lights out. She heard the lights out bell. Hazakura Temple's bell is pretty small though, isn't it? You must have really good hearing. I was really trying to pick up the sound of that bell, that's all. I didn't want to miss it. That would be terrible. I was trying to hear the bell? Tell me, Pearls, why were you so worried about hearing that bell? Huh? Oh, I think I know why. The reason you were so worried about that bell was because of this. Those instructions. I mean, they're obviously yours. You were given some instructions to follow for that night, weren't you? I presume you recognize these pieces of paper? Where did you? In the incinerator at the Inner Temple. Pearls? You were following the instructions in this letter that night, weren't you? That's why you couldn't afford to miss the sound of the lights out bell. I'm speechless, Mr. Nick. You're amazing. These instructions that were found in the incinerator, I believe they were written for you, Pearls. For me? And I know. As you can see, a large portion has been burnt. The last section is still fairly legible. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. Who was it, Pearls? Whose spirit were you supposed to be channeling? Taking into account the author of the note and their purpose for writing it, whose spirit would Pearls have been trying to channel? Don't overthink it, Phoenix. It's pretty obvious who Pearls was supposed to channel. The person you're trying to channel that night, Pearls, was Dahlia Hawthorne. It was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it? That was the name that was in the letter. It's just as I suspected. It wasn't Iris whose sister Bikini met at the Inner Temple that night. It was Dahlia Hawthorne. Do you know anything about her, Pearls? Do you know what kind of a woman Dahlia Hawthorne was? No. I never heard of anyone by that name before reading those instructions. I thought so. Pearls doesn't have a clue. She doesn't know that Dahlia is her sister. About the instructions in the letter I found, Pearls. Who wrote them? Whoever asked you to channel the spirit of someone you never heard of, whoever it was asked you to channel the spirit of someone you never heard of. You must have quite a lot of respect for them. After all, you follow their instruction without question. So here's my next question. Who wrote this set of instructions for you to follow? Has to be Morgan. Pearls, I had to wonder about something. You didn't have any idea what these instructions meant, did you? But you followed them to the letter regardless. Why? Because it was your own mother who asked you, that's why. How did you? I figured it out. The person who wrote you this letter was your own mother, Morgan Fay. Alright, Pearls. It's time you started telling me the truth. Mr. Nick, why is she holding back from me? I don't like this. Don't underestimate me just because I'm a child? Huh? If you're trying to say I follow these instructions, I'd love to see some proof. What? Because I don't think you have any. She'd say anything rather to admit carrying out those instructions. I guess I have to produce some more evidence then. One more thing should do it. Alright, Pearls, we both know someone carried out these instructions on the night of the murder. But you're right, there is no evidence that proves it was you. I knew it. However, I do know that whoever did it was a child. Huh? How do you know that? It couldn't have been an adult. No adult would make a simple mistake like that. Simple mistake? What do you mean by that? I'm sure you thought you were carefully following the instructions you'd been given. But you misunderstood some of the words, and this is the evidence of that proves it. The gravy roast. Where is that? It was you who splattered gravy on this hanging scroll, wasn't it? Ah. Oh, why would I do something like... Do you remember what was written in that letter? Gravely roast the master in the fires of Hades and bring our vengeance to fruition? But you didn't know how to read the words gravely and roast among others, right? How do you know that? Remember the conversation you had with Mr. Nim on the night of the murder? They were just showing him like the instructions? Sure, Mr. Nim taught you how to read gravely and roast, but what she didn't teach you is what they meant. Gravely sounded like gravy to me, and the only roast I could think of was the food, and that's why you did it. That's why you covered the picture of the master in gravy from that night's pot roast. To be honest, I did think it was a bit strange. I guess I really did get the wrong idea. Just a tiny bit. I really am useless. I couldn't even burn the letter properly as my mother had asked of me. Such a simple thing, and I couldn't even do it right. Well, it's a good thing you didn't, for starters. After dinner, I did go to the inner temple, with a pot full of the leftover gravy. The gravy? I saw the picture on the hanging scroll near the sacred cavern. I was sure it was the Master of Korean, like it said in the letter. I see. And then? Well, it was already way past 10 when I got there because of all the snow. So I went to the inner temple guest area. The guest area? Yes, I thought I could wait there until the training was over. Why didn't you just go to the training hall? Because Mystic Maya's main training had already started and I couldn't interrupt it. So I just stayed where I was and prayed for her to get through it. But then, Pearls, did you fall asleep? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I just couldn't help it. Hey, don't worry about it, Pearl. Who cares if you fell asleep? I fell asleep waiting for Iris too. It happens. Anyway, then you found yourself trapped in the inner temple. Yes, when I woke up, it was morning. I tried not to cry, but Dusky Bridge wasn't there anymore and there was no one in the training hall. I thought everyone had left me because I overslept. Aww. Have a good night, Louie. Have a good day tomorrow as well. I threw the letter into the incinerator, then I heated up the leftover gravy and let off some steam by chucking the gravy on the scroll while you cried. It must have been pretty scary for you, Pearl. I know what it's like. Nick used to leave me behind when I fell asleep at school, too. Don't quit something so trivial with her experience, Larry. It was written right in my mother's letter. It said, as soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. I was on my way over to the inner temple when I heard the bell ring. So you channeled Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit. No, I tried, but I couldn't do it. You couldn't do it? I never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened. I tried and I tried and I tried. Yesterday, this morning, the whole time. But I just couldn't do it. Don't let it get you down, Pearl. It'll all work out. If you want, I'll come flying through the sky to save you. Whoosh, just like that. So she never managed to channel the spirit. Is that why you think the spiritual powers are gone? Yes, I don't know what to do. Isn't there any other explanation for why you couldn't channel the spirit? I suppose there's one other possibility. It's not very likely, though. Could you please tell me what it is anyway? It could happen if someone else was already channeling the same spirit. Someone else? What do you mean? Well, there's only one of each spirit, right? Yep, just like dating a girl, Nick. You can't see a hot chick if she's already taken. Then that would mean on the night of the murder, someone else channeled her spirit before Pearls could. Someone else channeled the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne. I'm a failure. I couldn't even grant my mother's final wish. Her final wish? Yes, this letter. This is my last wish, she said. So make sure you follow the instructions carefully. This letter. I definitely need to find out more about it. My mother has gone to a place called a penitentiary. Yeah, I know, Pearls. I visit her every month, and last month she told me... The time we've been waiting for has come, Pearl. There's something I need you to do for me. I hid a letter for you at our home before they brought me here. I want you to read it and do exactly what it says. It's for the good of the Faith clan, my angel. You'll be doing a great thing. Now listen carefully, and I'll tell you where the letter's hidden. My mother is always nice to me. I love her very much. Yeah, moms do anything for their kids, right? She said it was for the good of the Fae clan, so I knew I had to help her. I mean, Mystic Maya's part of the Fae clan, so it had to be good for her too. Oh, if only she knew. That's right, isn't it, Mr. Nick? I guess so, yeah. Haha, ha, ha. There was a picture with her too. A letter too. The picture? Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. Usually a picture is enough to channel someone's spirit, but this time... Pretty weird, huh? Like Larry knows anything about this stuff. There's something else that was strange about my mother's letter. The seal on it was broken, as if someone had already opened it once before. That sure is pretty strange. Someone had opened it already. Thanks, Pearls. You really helped me out. You're very welcome. My mother is watching over us, so I'm sure Mystic Maya will be alright. Look at that innocent smile on her face. This poor girl did not know what hell she unleashed upon the rest of us to this very day. What am I supposed to say to her? Finally figured it out, have you, Trite? You finally realized how terrible of a crime being painfully oblivious is. Godot. The entrance to the sacred cavern looks like a freaking puzzle workshop. Guess he's talking about Iris and the lock-breaking effort. But it's all a waste of time. Well, why do you say that? Because my Fae isn't coming back. What? You don't know what you're talking about. How can you say something like that? It was your job to protect her, Trite. Just like it was your job to protect me, a Fae. Two sisters caught up in the worst circumstances. I realize that, but... You were the only one who was by their sides. You were the one who could have saved them. But I didn't know anything about what was going on. Huh. What did I just say, Trite? Being oblivious is a heinous crime in itself. Tomorrow... We'll settle everything in court tomorrow. Once and for all. And Mr. Nick, is what that man just said true? It'll be alright, Pearls. I'm sure Maya's alive. You'll see for yourself tomorrow. Yeah, that's right. I know I can trust you, Mr. Nick. My dear Pearl, you've done so well, my child. My Pearl. It's better that you don't know what you've done. I knew this day would come. For you. The blood of the main family is no more. Now finally, after all this time, the master's seat is yours. My last great wish. It seems I was just in time. Alright. Trial day, baby. Good morning. Oh, are you by yourself? Morning, Pearls. Mr. Nick, please tell me, what's going to happen to Mystic Maya? We'll find out after I quickly take a break. I'm going to quickly BRB here. I'm going to stretch my legs a bit, and I ran out of water too, so sit tight. Okay, we are back. Let's wrap this up and finish it up, hopefully. I still might have time to do the other thing that I want to do. Maybe. But let's see. So what is going to happen to Mystic Maya? I'm sorry. We don't know yet. The investigation is still going on, so I wasn't allowed into the inner temple. Oh, I see. So is Sister Iris still trying to remove those trick locks in the training hall? No, she's a defendant in this case, so she can't be at the inner temple. She's required to be here in court. And then how come she's not here in the defendant's lobby? I have to admit, it's kind of strange. You're looking for Iris. She's in the prosecutor's lobby. Edgeworth. What's Iris doing over there? She's going over today's testimony with the prosecutor as we speak. Today's testimony? You heard me. You heard me. Iris is going to be testifying as a witness for the prosecution. Wait, what? Prosecutor is squeezing her for a confession. Or so I heard. Francisco von Karma, what are you up to? I know what you're thinking, but Francisca isn't going to be the prosecutor today. What? Then who is? Who else would it be but Godot? Godot? Francisca is engaged in some very important work at the Sacred Cavern. Sacred Cavern? You don't mean that she's... Exactly. She has been out there all night, trying to remove those trick locks. With the head nun's assistance, naturally. We estimate that the last of the locks should be taken care of in about 3 hours. Hope everything continues to go smoothly and we receive some good news soon. Yeah, thanks, Edgeworth. Prosecutor Godot intends to nail this case shut today. Be prepared to fight like there's no tomorrow. You don't have to tell me that. Touché. I can always see it in your eyes. You're not the same fever-ridden, frantic maniac you were yesterday. It's strange. On the way here, I decided that today would be the end of all this. Almost immediately after I made that decision, I felt myself getting stronger. Interesting. Maybe you passed your cold on to someone else, literally. And with that, I leave the rest in your capable hands, partner. Thanks. You said partner. Oh, relationship. I still don't have answers for most of the riddles plaguing this case. The circumstances around the murder of Miss Lestonim, no, I mean Miss Misty Faye. Impossible flight Larry claims to have seen. And what that woman is really after. I will solve them all and bring this whole tragedy to an end. Time for court. Court is on session. Oh, regular judge is back. Court is on session for the trial of Iris of Hazakura Temple. Your Honor? What are you... Who, me? Well, my little brother came to visit me in my chambers earlier this morning. All of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, he developed a scorching fever and fainted. Therefore, I'll be standing in for him. Ah, so they're brothers, that's right. I see, Your Honor. So they're brothers, that explains a lot. My poor brother, he looked a bit pale. Not to mention sad that he couldn't be here. It is impossible to predict what the future has in store for any of us. This is precisely why people feel the need to judge the past. And we of the court have been charged with the solemn duty of passing such a judgment. Well said, Mr. Godot. I understood exactly what you said. At least up until the end, anyway. Now then, Mr. Godot, please proceed with your opening statement. Humans are fragile, fickle beings. Our hearts change with the shifting of the tides. There's only one thing that remains a constant in this crazy world. The bitter darkness that lies at the bottom of this mug. So then, you mean... Nah, forget it. What do you mean? During yesterday's trial, the accused refused to admit her role in the crime. But today, she has had a change of heart. Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple has a confession to make. Confession? The defendant? Iris. Why didn't she discuss this with me first? Very well. This court will now hear the defendant's confession. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask her for her name and profession. That's one of my rules. My name is Iris. I am but a simple nun undergoing training at Hazakura Temple. Witness, is there something that you want to confess to? Yes. But first I want to apologize to Mr. Wright. I can't continue lying to everyone anymore. It's alright. What is it? Mr. Wright, I have to admit that I did play a part in this terrible incident. Are you actually confessing? Are you saying that you were the one who murdered Miss Elise Donim? No, I'm not, Your Honor. But I dealt with the cover-up after the murder took place. After her spirit left, I took the lifeless shell of Mystic Elise and carried it to the Hazakura Temple courtyard where I desecrated it. What? Order in the court. Order. Witness, are you saying you were an accomplice to the murder? Yes, that's correct. What? 3 minutes in court and I'm already covered in a cold sweat. Huh. Everyone on the planet is an accomplice to something. It just happens to be that in this case, it's to murder. Isn't that right, Mr. Trite? Ugh, that good toe. So this is the confession they were conferring about. Pains me to say this, but it looks like Iris's testimony was all a lie. Now then, little lady. If you don't mind, I got a question for you. Whose crime were you trying to cover up by your actions? Iris is carving for someone? Ugh. Now I'm definitely up the creek without a paddle or a life jacket. I've been in Hazakura Temple ever since I was a little girl. Hazakura Temple is run by one of the branch families of the Kurain tradition. One of our missions is to protect the main family. I'm sorry, but main family? Yes, and that's why I would dirty myself, if need be, to protect her. The daughter of the master of the Kurain channeling technique, Mystic Maya Fey. Huh? Wake up and smell the coffee, Trite. She's naming? Maya? Order in the court. So not only did you witness the murder, you know the name of the murderer. I'm terribly sorry, but it's true. I saw her commit the crime with my very own eyes, and then I cleaned up the area to try and protect her. That's ridiculous. Maya would never do such a... The defense will refrain from commenting until the appropriate time. Now, witness, let's hear your testimony. What exactly happened on the night of the crime? Yes, Your Honor. I thought it was prepared for the unexpected. I never imagined the case would wind up going in this direction. I went to the inner temple that night and I saw it all happen in the garden. I saw Mystic Elise strike Mystic Maya with her staff. While Mystic Maya was stumbling, Mystic Elise moved in to deliver a fatal strike. Mystic Maya tried desperately to defend herself and stole the weapon. It was only in self-defense. You can't blame her for it. Why does the style of confession sound very familiar? Or is that the style of a testimony sound very, very familiar? I mean, we'll find out why. I have a hunch though. So it wasn't self-defense. Yes, Mystic Elise was the one who attacked first. That's why I tried my best to protect Mystic Maya. You moved the victim's body to the temple so that Maya wouldn't be suspected. Isn't that right? Not bad. You got the instincts of a true criminal. Something is not quite right. I'm sure it was established yesterday that Iris never went to the inner temple that night, and that the person who did go was that woman. Iris even admitted it. Now then, Mr. Wright, please proceed with your cross-examination. Excuse me. Alright, let's see what we got. Oh, what do you say for? Usually these bits give you hints. I like to avoid the whole spirit channeling thing if I can. Not only would it be inadmissible as evidence, but I think it might actually hurt our standing with the judge. First, I need to pick her testimony apart and expose the unnatural sounding parts. I don't know why Iris would tell a story like this, but there are two things I noticed that just don't add up. She moved in to deliver a fatal strike? Yes, I'm sure of it. She threw down her staff and reached into her robe for a weapon. Wait a minute. What was his weapon? It was some kind of dagger. A dagger, huh? At least Onim tried to stab her with this weapon? To kill Miss Fey? Yes. Exactly. Huh. You look like I did after I mistakenly took a swig of Worcestershire sauce. Do you have a problem with the testimony we're hearing from your client, lawyer boy? Do I have a problem with Iris' testimony? There's one thing. Your Honor, I have a small problem with the witness's testimony. You do? But this witness is your own client. Yes, well, nevertheless. That's fine. Witness, let's add your last statement to the testimony. Yes, sir. Hey, just a moment. It's my job to say that. Listen, Gramps. I won't say it again. Final judgment will be rendered by me. Okay, now, let's continue. Right, because, I mean, here's the thing. Has a hidden sword inside. No one knows except for... Okay, so we can present this here. Because she has a weapon, why didn't she just use that? Sister Iris, there's something strange about your version of events. Huh? Mr. Nim throwing her staff away makes no sense at all to me. But all you can do with a staff is hit someone. Naturally, you wouldn't know this, Sister Iris, but the victim's staff had a special feature about it. Shing. As you can see, it's a sword. Ah. If Lisa Nim really had wanted to kill Maya Fey, she wouldn't have needed to use a separate dagger. Not when she already had a beautiful blade in her hands out already. Well, Sister Iris, what do you have to say? That was an impressive bit of investigating, Trite. I never would have thought there was a sword hidden in that staff. But even so, how should I put this? Long sword is unwieldy, and thus ineffective in close quarters combat. Maybe that's why she chose a dagger over her blade? Oh well. Anyway, the type of weapon she chose to use isn't what's important. The important thing is that she tried to kill Maya Fey. That's impossible because it's her daughter. As long as there's nothing strange about that, there's no problem with her testimony. But there is something strange about this whole testimony. Well, Mr. Wright, the prosecution has a point. Very well, Your Honor. The defense will now present evidence to back its argument. Mr. Wright, I have here another piece of evidence that shows that this testimony can't be trusted. Because Miss Elise Donim would never attempt to take the life of Maya Fey. This should work. Elise Donim would never have attacked Maya Fey. How can you be so sure? Because the victim's real name was not Elise Donim. Her real name was... Misty Fey. Fey? Ah. No, not Misty Fey. Who is this Misty Fey? Is she related to? Misty Fey is the master of the karate and channeling technique. She is also the mother of Maya Fey. Are you serious? Is it really true, Mr. Wright? Was Elise Donim actually the great mystic Misty? There's no doubt about it. Looks like Iris had no idea. I can hardly believe it. The idea she would try to kill her only daughter, one she hadn't seen in 17 years. Perhaps the prosecution can offer some explanation for why she would do such a thing? Yeah. Order in the court. Upon hearing the witness's testimony, it seemed natural enough. However, in light of some facts that have just been presented, one, that the victim supposedly threw away a sword during a fight, and two, that the two people battering to the death were mother and daughter, despite the facts being believable when taken on their own. When taken together, the entire story seems difficult to believe. Listen, there's nothing in the world that is impossible, except for one little thing. Yes, and what is that one little possible thing? You still don't get it. You think maybe my beans are under roasted, but you have no idea, Gramps. Can you get to your point? I heard this witness's confession this morning, just as I'd taken the first sip of my 8th cup of coffee. Going to ruin your health, my friend. Anyway, after hearing this woman's confession, a detective who loves to investigate sent to the scene of the crime. And he discovered this little beauty. Is that the dagger the witness testified to seeing? Obviously. Your Honor, but do you not notice something else? Now that you mention it, look closely, there appears to be blood on it. Oh, where did you find that? I didn't see that when I investigated the crime scene. Did you investigate the pine tree at the crime scene? Huh? The pine tree? This dagger was stuck at the backside of the pine tree when the last blow was struck, ending the violent battle between the two women. This little baby was thrown in the direction of the back of the pine tree, which means The blood on the dagger belongs to the victim, correct? Huh. Were you even listening, old man? I first heard this confession this morning. Just as I had taken the first sip of my 13th cup of coffee. Did you say it was your 8th a few minutes ago? I didn't have enough time to get the blood analyzed on such short notice. In that case, the court will accept the dagger as evidence. Furthermore, I order that a blood test be performed on it immediately. This is my sweetheart. Make sure you treat her right. Bailiff, get this piece of evidence to the crime lab for testing immediately. The blood is being analyzed now. Now then, the testimony we've just heard had numerous unbelievable aspects to it. However, after having found the very dagger the witness spoke of, I believe we can consider her testimony to be credible. Cute girls never lie. Ever. In any case, witness, if you could please testify again to this court. About what, Your Honor? About the incident you saw. Battle between the two women. Yes, Your Honor. Mystic Maya stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with the staff. But then she dodged Mystic Elise's next attack and stole her weapon. Suddenly, Mystic Elise was the one on the defensive, with her back to the stone lantern. That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Mystic Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed. That was a very heartbreaking story. I don't know if there were any bad feelings between them, but it had been 17 years since Mystic Misty's disappearance. Perhaps they simply didn't recognize each other anymore. That seems reasonable. Now then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination. So you stabbed her, and she collapsed. Stab from the front. Stab from the front. What's the autopsy report say again? Stab in back. Something about you just isn't right today, Iris. Huh? Until now, I didn't think you were the type to make such a careless mistake. However, the testimony you just gave contains quite a few contradictions. Well, what do you mean? What's so wrong with my testimony? According to you, Maya Fey stabbed the victim while she had her back to the stone lantern, correct? Yes, that's right. But in that case, the victim would have been stabbed in the stomach, right? Yes, I think so. But according to the autopsy report, the cause of death was due to blood loss from a stab wound in her back. Ah. This proves that the victim was stabbed from behind, not from the front. Sister Iris, it appears another seed of doubt has sprouted from your testimony. Ah. What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? Huh. It's simple. People are like books. We've all got a front and a back. You get my drift? Is that all you have to say? I can also say that darkness loves to play with the human mind. Could you please knock it out with the cheesy proverbs and illogical metaphors already? Point is, too much of this testimony just doesn't make sense. Throwing away useful staff, the people fighting between being mother and daughter. And now she falsely claims the victim was stabbed in the stomach. There certainly are some inconsistencies. Well, Iris, how about it? Oh, well, it's just... If you ask me, you're just being too naive about the whole thing. What do you mean? There are 253 distinct types of bitterness in coffee, but to pick out each one requires total concentration and the use of all the senses. Are you really concentrating on what this witness actually said? Prosecutor Godot, explain yourself. The witness was quite unambiguous about her own ambiguities when she said, the garden was dark and she couldn't see clearly. The human needs one thing to see clearly, and that is light. Light. By the way, did you know? Hazakura has a rule that on nights when an acolyte is at the inner temple training, the stone lanterns in the garden must be kept lit. I did wonder what that stone lantern was there for. Well, that's true. Shouldn't the witness have been able to see the crime more clearly? Normally, yes, Your Honor. But according to the head nun, Bikini, on the night of the crime, it was impossible to light that stone lantern. Impossible? That had been used in a long time and the wick was no good. In other words, it had to have been nearly pitch black in the garden that night. Could have been no faint light coming from the training hall, but that's all. Most enlightening. Yes, that illuminating fact has chased all the contradictions away. The staff was dropped, it would be difficult to see. It also explains why they didn't recognize each other. We can't see the demons that lurk in the night. That's why humans are weak. Isn't that right, Trite? No. Order, order, order. Here, Your Honor. Let me present the stone lantern to evidence. Maybe it'll rekindle the flame of truth in your mind. Why is the judge sitting there with that look on his face? What's wrong, Your Honor? Was that flame too hot? This lantern. There's something written on it. Right, he can't see red on white, I guess, because of his goggles. Well, why, it's written in blood. Oh boy. So the judge didn't know about that yet. Written in blood? It says Maya upside down. Oh, what the? Oh yes, that's right. After being cornered and stabbed by Mystic Maya, Mystic Elise didn't fall down right away. She must have been writing that on the stone lantern behind her, with the blood that was draining out of her body. It certainly looks that way. Hang on just a minute. What are you talking about? What do you mean, what are you talking about? We're talking about the message written in blood. Nonsense. This lantern, it's as clean as a whistle. Could it be? You can't see the bloody writing at all? Now that I think of it, he did say something to me yesterday. My eyesight's pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. That's what he meant by that. In any case, this is obviously an important clue. We now know that the crime scene was dark. And the victim has scrawled this message on the stone lantern. Well, Mr. Godot, anything further? Mr. Godot? Okay then, let's move on. Godot's literally shaking, and somehow I don't think it's from the caffeine overdose. I believe it has now been established that Mr. Nim was killed by Maya Fey. That's just wrong. Now it's time to turn our attention to you. Yes, sir. After the victim died, you did something, didn't you? Let's hear it. We're all ears. After Mystic Elise died, I called out to Mystic Maya. I thought it was my duty to protect the future master of the Korean tradition, so I removed the body from the inner temple by myself. I dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge. Then I used a snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple and... I used this Shichishito to alter the way the wound looked. So you moved the body. Yes, I was raised at Hazakura Temple. I owe a great deal of thanks to the Fae clan. But even so, I never imagined that at least their Nim was actually Misty Fae. I've committed a terrible sin. A terrible trick of fate. I believe you're looking for a twist of fate, Your Honor. I intended to return to the inner temple after taking care of the body. But you were spotted by the head nun, correct? Yes, and that's why I couldn't go back. Your story makes sense, I suppose? Mr. Wright, go ahead with your cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. Okay, sure. So you waited until everything was over before making the move? No, it's not like that. She saw someone murdered right in front of her eyes. It's not surprising that she was a little timid. Yes, I suppose that's true. Sometimes when I'm watching lawyers argue back and forth with each other, I feel so helpless that I just sit quietly and wait for them to reach a conclusion. Isn't that your job as a judge to mediate the argument? It wasn't until Mystic Maya saw me that it finally dawned on me what she had done. Okay. Let's move the body, sure. Dragged it. Use a snowmobile to... Snowmobile? I knew that it would show up sooner or later. Yes, I had the key. I used the snowmobile to travel from Hazakura Temple to Dusky Bridge. This is the part that was in question the other day. Should I ask for more details? Good question. Maybe the tracks to start with? If you really did move her body by snowmobile, then there should have been tracks left in the snow, right? Well, yes, naturally you would expect tracks. This picture was presented at yesterday's trial. Are these the tracks from that ride? Yes, I think they are. But I can only see one set of tracks here. I don't see what's so strange about that. Snow was still falling when I left Hazakura Temple. Snow was still falling, huh? And then when the murder took place, it had already stopped. That's why there are such fresh-looking tracks. How about it, Mr. Wright? What do you think about this testimony? Add it. When the murder took place, the snow had already stopped? That doesn't make sense if you stack it up against the other evidence. Your Honor, I like the statement Iris just made added to her testimony, but does it have something to do with the case? All will be made clear if you allow her statement to be added to the record. This should be fun. Let's get the snow business cleared up, shall we? Yes, sir. By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. So with this here... Where's the weather report? Yep. Oh wait, was that the right statement? Shoot. Whoops. I didn't read this actually. I don't want to believe it, but I don't think my logic is failing me. Iris is trying to pin the murder on Maya. But why would she want to do that? There's only one reason I can think of. One reason I can think of too. Hold on, I forgot to press it probably. There has been a lot of contradictions in your testimony so far. This time, are you sure it's all true? Yes, I am. When the murder happened, the snow had already stopped. According to you, that's why the snowmobile tracks were so clear. That's right. I'm certain of it. I think I trapped her this time. I see how you think. Snow, huh? What's going on here? The snow really had stopped by the time of the murder. It must have been... It mean there's a bigger hole in the story than the movie The Grid Revelations. Well then, Mr. Trite, perhaps you'd like to share your theory with us. Let's see what's up your sleeve, or rather at the end of your index finger. I don't want to believe, but I don't think my logic is failing me. Right. We represent weather data. Okay, you know, maybe I dragged it all the way right. Snow on the body. No. Let me think. By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. So presenting the weather data here didn't work. I mean, it's true that weather... Okay, you know what? Maybe during the trip? I know, we already pressed a statement already. me ask about the tracks. Yeah, snow's still falling. Right. Okay. You know what? I think I know where to present this. Here, when she... Yep. When she was moving the body. You claim that the snow had already stopped when the murder occurred. But I'm sorry, Iris. That just isn't possible. What? This is the weather data from the night of the murder. According to this, the snow didn't stop until 10:50 p.m. But you couldn't have crossed Dusky Bridge at that time. Why do you say that? Because 5 minutes before the snow stopped, Dusky Bridge was struck by lightning and had caught on fire. What did you say? The bridge was on fire? You don't mean to say you didn't know about it? It was because of that lightning strike that the bridge burnt down. What? But it can't be. Looks like you still haven't figured it out. No matter how hard you try to deceive or conceal the truth, you can't pull the wool over the eyes of a real defense attorney. No. Alright, I forgot about the other part, the lightning part. Order, order, order. The bridge was already out on fire when the incident took place. That's right, the inner temple was already totally cut off from the outside world. There was no way you could have crossed the bridge, body or no body. Witness, even my patience has its limits. Any further lying and I will find you in contempt of court. You have anything to say for yourself? The only person here that is truly contemptible is you. Old man. Me? How dare you? Whether this witness lied or not doesn't mean squat right now. Squat? Important thing now is to find out the truth. Isn't that right? Yes, of course, but whether it was snowing or not snowing, or whether the bridge was burning or not, there are two facts that can't be disputed. First, the body of Elise Donim was discovered in the Hazakura Temple courtyard. And second, they had none. Sister Bikini. Witness Iris desecrating Elise Donim's body. Makes a good point. On both accounts. That's right. I'm not lying. What are you claiming this time? I wasn't myself at that night, so my memory is still somewhat hazy. You have stood at that witness stand and testified this entire time. Are you telling us now that your memory of that night is hazy? It's only human to err. You're so perfect, Wright. Maybe you can explain this for the court. Oh, what is it? When the murder happened, the bridge had already burnt down. But somehow the body traveled across the bridge and was found in the temple courtyard. Perhaps you have some kind of perfect explanation for this little magic trick. Oh boy, do I. Well, not exactly, no. I know there must be some other way she got across that burnt-out bridge. But unless I can somehow demonstrate it, we'll never know the truth. Looks like the defense is not prepared to offer a suitable explanation. See what I mean? In other words, you're in no position to suggest that this lady's testimony isn't the truth. Alright then, witness, let's hear your testimony once more. About what, Your Honor? You admitted that you moved the victim's body. Nevertheless, your prior testimony contained a rather large inconsistency. Please add an explanation for that to your testimony. Yes, Your Honor. Will this be her final testimony? Oh, Larry, yup. Other than walking over the bridge, there's no way to move the body. So I must have just gotten confused, I guess. Was the snow still falling or had it stopped? Does it really matter that much? Or are you saying that there is a way to cross the burning bridge? So it was just a misunderstanding, I see. This is a photo of Dusky Bridge after it burnt down from the lightning blast. It was taken on the morning after the incident. The ceiling was burned to a crisp and one of the suspension wires even snapped. It's amazing the whole bridge didn't fall. Clearly it would be impossible to carry a corpse across a bridge in this condition. Unless I do something to discredit this testimony, it's going to be deemed as the truth, and Maya will be accused of murder. Trite. I'm only going to say it one more time. It is only human to err, and only humans can spot the errors of our ways. The more sense he makes, the less sense he makes. Alright, Mr. Wright, please begin your final cross-examination. Glue in the body. Is there a way to cross the burning bridge? Oh, let me tell you how. Let me show you how it can be done. Do I have it? There it is. Oh, Larry saves the day. A dead body flying over a burning bridge. I wouldn't exactly rule out the possibility. Oh, what? Ah, you're saying it's possible? Don't make me laugh. The only thing that's possible about your claim is that it's been pulled out of thin air. I don't know about that. In any case, we have a witness who did see it happen. Preposterous. Oh, who is it? Who is this witness? I can't chicken out here. I gotta keep it on the attack and go, go, go. Miss Elise Donim's brilliant and highly gifted apprentice, Maurice Donim. Brilliant, highly gifted apprentice? Remember what he said in his testimony. That night he was at the mountain shack, Heavenly Hall. And that's when he witnessed the event. I think you've all seen the sketch before. It's an exact drawing of what he witnessed that night. Are you serious? Today's not April Fool's Day, is it? Mr. Wright, are you seriously claiming that the victim flew through the air? And you're using this pathetic scribble to support your argument? Uh-oh. The judge looks like he's about to blow a gasket. Huh. Well, Trite, there's nowhere for you to hide now. Other than looking like it was drawn by a 6-year-old, does this sketch prove anything? Yes, and I'm pretty sure it does, and I'm going to prove it. Listen, I know your tricks. You're trying to turn this whole thing upside down. You're so eager to turn this case upside down? Why not start with the sketch? Upside down? Why did Godot say that? Godot's helping you, Phoenix. Alright, let's hear the defense theory. What exactly is the sketch trying to show? I don't think old Whiskerface is going to forgive any more mistakes. Alright, Phoenix, look carefully and think it over. This sketch drawn by Luis Donim is exactly what happened. No. Contradiction, because we flip it. Something's obviously funny about this sketch. I'm no art critic, but even I can see that. No, that's not what I mean, Your Honor. Luis Donim stated that over and over that the sketch was exactly as he saw it. However, if we're to believe his testimony, then the sketch contradicts reality as we know it. It contradicts reality. Ah, this is getting interesting. Looks like you're back to that finger-pointing thing again. Okay, Trite, so what exactly contradicts reality as we know it? I guess we can point at these. It's this wire connected to the bridge. The wire? Huh. Is that the thing that contradicts reality? It is indeed. Then show us the reality it supposedly conflicts with. Show us something that will point out how the sketch contradicts reality. I guess we can present the photo, right? Because the wires are upside down. Yeah, okay. Flip it upside down, literally. That's a photo of Dusky Bridge, correct? Yes, now compare the sketch and the photo for a minute. In the sketch, the wires appear to be above the guard wires. But on the actual Dusky Bridge, jumping Jehoshaphat, the wires are below the guard wires. What? Order. The sketch is somewhat different than what's depicted in the photo. However, isn't it likely that the artist just saw it wrong? Or perhaps he just drew it wrong? Either way, it sounds like you're just wrong. With someone like Laurice, I admit a mistake is a definite possibility. But that begs the question, why did he make a mistake? What was the reason? Are you saying you know the answer to that? Listen, think back, alright? Remember what Laurice was doing when he witnessed the event. He was at Heavenly Hall waiting for a lover that was never going to come. He waited, and finally he laid down. But then, lightning shoots from the sky and sets the bridge aflame. Now ponder what sort of position Laurice must have been at the time. He was lying on his back, which is why he remembered the scene the way he did. He was lying on his back? I can't see how it relates, but it does, Your Honor. That is the reason why the wires in the sketch go up instead of down. Ah. Ugh. No way. Luis and him witnessed the event while he was lying down on his back, face up. In other words, the scene that he saw was actually upside down. So then, this sketch should actually be... I think you finally get it, Your Honor. The correct way to view Luis Dunham's sketch is like this. Ta-da! This is how it should actually look. The victim's body wasn't flying above the bridge. It was actually swinging below. That's right, just like a pendulum. Ridiculous. Order, order, order. Of all the things to say, a pendulum? The bridge was burning to a crisp. There was no way to get across it. But if the body had been found at the inner temple, it would have caused problems. This is where the criminal decided to take a gamble. They used the burning bridge to get the body across to the other side. The pendulum was the only way to get it done. Let's think about this for a minute, shall we? Dusky Bridge is about 20 yards long, which means about that far from the inner temple to the opposite cliff. Yes, that sounds right. In order to cover the distance with a pendulum, you need a rope at least 10 yards long. To get a rope that long, you have to plan ahead. The lightning strike that night can only have been an accident, so it doesn't make sense that the culprit would have prepared the rope beforehand. So then, they didn't have to get the rope already. The rope was already right in front of them. What? I was saying that it was just a matter of using what was already there. In that case, Mr. Wright, please give us an explanation to support your theory. What makes you think the criminal had the rope on hand to create a pendulum? The photo had like a super long, yeah, this one. And the meaning of this is, if you want to know where the rope came from, it's hanging right there in front of your glorious beard. Ah, this is one of those wires from the bridge. When the lightning struck the bridge and set it on fire, one of the suspension wires came loose from its anchor. The criminal didn't have any time to waste, so they tied the wire around Luis Dunham's body. Damn. What a scene, huh? Yeet. Because there was simply no other way to move the body. Ah. Mr. Godot? It seems that Mr. Godot is more focused on his coffee than answering my question. It seems that the odds of a rope being readily available were very high, so I suppose that's not an impossibility after all. Possible or impossible, that's not the question we need to ask. There's only one question. Did that really happen? Trite, I wonder if you can prove what happened to us. Do you have the actual evidence that the body was swung over like a pendulum? She had body fell to 10 feet after death. I mean, that could be it. Oh, here. Maybe this? Before I present my evidence, let me review what we know so far. According to this photo, one of the wires snapped. Looking at the map, we can see it's the one that was in front of the inner temple. So then that was the spot where the criminal... Yes, precisely. Let's consider the body's movement by looking at the overhead map again. If this body was pushed from this point here, it would drop on the opposite bank at approximately this point. Did you say drop? Well, they must have failed to catch the body on the other bank. Well, what makes you think something like that happened? Because I have evidence that suggests the body dropped some distance. Well, what kind of evidence? Take a look at this autopsy report. I guess I could present this as well. It says here her body fell about 10 feet after her death. 10 feet, huh? That's most likely the height difference between the two sides. The body overswung due to forward momentum, but then came loose and fell about 10 feet. And then as a result of the landing impact, this crystal sphere was knocked loose. That's Yes, this bloodstained amethyst crystal. It's the one that came off of Miss Nim's staff. And then even more important is the place where this crystal sphere was found. Indeed, I believe it's already marked on this overhead map. The crystal was found... precisely, Your Honor. The very spot where the pendulum would arrive if given the right amount of speed. This explains your theory quite well, Mr. Wright. You have provided us with a way the body could have been moved that night. Did I hear a slap? An impressive deduction, Mr. Wright. Most impressive. Oh, the coffee, of course. Mr. Wright. I thought this cold coffee might help cool you down. Well, what is the meaning of this, Mr. Godot? That was a dark and bitter guess that you made, Wright. But you forgot about one thing. Oh, what would that be? The aroma. Huh? Coffee's most reliable accomplice is its deep and profound aroma. The rest of the court doesn't speak Coffeenese. Can you elaborate a bit more? The criminal had sent the body to the other side, like you say. Naturally, there must have been an accomplice lying in wait to catch it. An accomplice? The criminal wasn't able to cross Dusky Bridge. So, who collected the body? What do you have to say about that, Trite? Mr. Godot is correct. This can't be the work of a single person. Well, Mr. Wright, you know what you must do? Yes, Your Honor. The body couldn't have made it to Hazakura Temple without an accomplice. Very well then. If you please, Mr. Wright, who was the person that received the body on the Hazakura Temple side? I mean... it had to have been Iris. Who else would it be at this point, right? And she was hiding secrets from us. Maybe the secret is that she was involved in some way. To a degree. It can only be you, Sister Iris. Huh? But I don't see why you're so surprised. The only way to transport the body from Dusky Bridge is by snowmobile. Also that too. Oh, their bad backs. Just a bikini could never pick up a body like that. You're the only one that could have managed it. Trite, were you even listening to the witness's testimony? On the night of the crime, this little cutie pie was on cleanup duty in the inner temple garden after her mother-daughter bloodbath. I haven't forgotten, but have you, Mr. Godot? This witness was also seen at Hazakura Temple, desecrating the corpse of the victim. Strange indeed. It's almost as if, on that night, the defendant was in two different places at the same time. Sister Iris, let me ask you something. Why didn't you mention it when you first gave your testimony? Mention what? The pendulum, of course. Using the sketch drawn by an eyewitness, I've established how the body was moved using the burnt-out bridge, which means it's now a fact that this occurred, something you should have already known. And no, I had no idea. I didn't know anything about a pendulum. But the body couldn't have been passed along to the other side without your help, so you should have known about it. In fact, it'd be impossible for you to be clueless about this whole thing. Unless you're not really Iris to begin with. What? How can you say that, Mr. Wright? What? What kind of nonsense is this? You're saying this judge isn't Iris of Hazakura Temple? Are you serious? Trite? You mean... This woman is... There's no one besides Iris that could have received the corpse that night. Now I get it. Now I know why I've been sick to my stomach this whole trial. Why her whole demeanor changed so suddenly yesterday. And why she's trying to pin this murder on Maya. The woman that's standing with her there at the witness stand. Her real name is... Dahlia Hawthorne. I never thought I'd have to utter your name again, let alone see you. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne. Hawthorne? Sister Iris had a twin sister. And you're looking at her, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. That name does ring some bells, distant bells, but bells nonetheless. It's just your imagination, Gramps. This file contains all the relevant data about Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh yes, I remember now. That case, 5 years ago. Right. This is case 1. But according to this, Dahlia Hawthorne is already dead. It says her execution was carried out last month. So what? Death has no meaning in this courtroom. But what? Order, order, order. Oh, wait a moment. How can you... My sister, she's already dead. Oh, what kind of... You of all people should know, already understand, after all. The blood of the master of Korean channeling technique flows within that body. The Korean channeling technique. Now, where have I heard that? That's right, you're not Dahlia Hawthorne herself. You're the spirit of Dahlia, currently inhabiting the body of a spirit medium. What an exciting story. Exciting, but quite impossible. You're asking us to buy that Dahlia Hawthorne just happened to be channeled by someone on the very night of the murder to a temple where her twin sister Iris was? Well, if you're going to put it that way, then yes. Objection. We're supposed to believe in a coincidence like that just happens? Naturally, it was no coincidence. The whole thing was part of a plan from the very beginning. It's all written right here in these instructions. Well, what's that? These instructions were written by your mother, Morgan Fay. Part of that plan called for Dahlia Hawthorne to be channeled. That night, there were 2 irises at Hazakura Temple. Two of them. Even the time of the channeling was planned out. As soon as you heard the lights out bell, in other words 10 p.m. However, Iris was seen before dinner time. That means the Iris that was at dinner was the real Iris. And the Iris who gave me this hood in the main hall was also the real Iris. Meaning that the Iris sister Bikini saw at the inner temple was someone else dressed as her, namely one Dahlia Hawthorne. You even know what you're saying, Trite? This whole channeling the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne business. Yes, it's true that you found plans that talked about it. However, there's one thing that's perfectly clear. The witness currently standing in the witness stand is the real Iris. Well, what? Calm down, remember what you know about the night of the crime. After meeting Sister Bikini, the Dahlia Hawthorne that had been channeled would have been stranded at the inner temple due to the lightning strike. It was later that the body was moved by the pendulum. That's right. Naturally, that would mean that the Iris had received the body was the real Iris. Are you with me so far? Yes. After being notified of what happened, the police came to Hazakura Temple's main hall. There they found Iris in her room and arrested her. And ever since then, she's been under police supervision at the detention center. Yes, I suppose. I can't deny any of that. Ooh, thank goodness. Looks like he's finally convinced. But something still seems off. Way off. Sorry, one sec. Sorry about that. What about the quake? I mean, yeah, I figured that's only like the only chance that could have happened, right? So I'm convinced that the Iris here is the same one from the other night. Ah. Was he about to say something really ridiculous? Like the real Iris and the spirit of Dahlia somehow switch places. Switch places? To be perfectly honest, there's still quite a few things I don't understand, but I do know, unless we confirm the witness's identity, we can't continue with this trial. Iris doesn't have the spiritual power needed to channel Dahlia, which means they must have switched places somewhere. Excuse me. Well, Mr. Wright, since the time she was arrested at Hazakura Temple, have there been any chances for Iris to switch places with Dahlia Hawthorne? There was one. Your Honor? I think there might have been one chance. Oh, explain yourself. Yesterday, for a few minutes, Iris' whereabouts were unknown. Unknown? What do you mean? What I mean is, there was a span of time in which Iris was able to move freely, unsupervised. Well, who was it? Who would give the murderer suspect time to move about freely like that? I'm sorry. I know you didn't mean to. It wasn't your fault. The person who gave Iris a chance to freely move about was... Larry Butts. No. Question is, who's channeling Dahlia if that's her on the stand? Well, I mean, all in due time, all in due time. This is Mr. Edgeworth, isn't it? Your Honor. There was a fairly large earthquake yesterday, was there not? An earthquake? Earthquake. We went to the inner temple right away. And it's true, Iris was already there. However, they had already switched places by that point in time. When I arrived at the training hall, I was met by none other than Dahlia Hawthorne. That's quite enough already, Mr. Wright. Now see here. No judge in his right mind would consider the idea of a spirit channeling and... Be quiet. It's been a long time, Mr. Judge. That voice. Guess I'll have to ask again. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for a name and profession. That's one of my rules. Dahlia Hawthorne. And my current profession? Permanently retired. Ah. So you're not going to bother hiding your identity anymore, huh? Why should I? After all, I'm dead. There's really nothing you can do to punish me. Oh, what is going on here? Dahlia Hawthorne. Never thought we'd meet again. I never thought we'd meet like this. But this time, I'll end it. For her and for myself. She really is the final boss, isn't she? Alright, part 1 done. If I recall, I think there's 2 more parts to this trial. Now then, let's continue where we left off, shall we? Well, witness? Yes, how can I help you, Mr. Judge? Well, it seems that if we're to learn the truth, we'll need to hear your testimony. I have no problem with that. When you've seen what I have, sometimes the truth is better left unknown. In any case, let's hear your testimony. Tell us about the plan that was carried out that night. Ooh, I like how they use her theme for this testimony. The whole plan began with my death. A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master. But for it to work, Maya Fey would first have to die. The idea was for me to kill Maya, and then have the blame pin on Iris. The plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway. So that means you really... Wait a minute. Did you just say the plan was to kill Maya Fey? Yes, you have a problem with that? Don't give us that nonsense. There's no way that... Watch yourself, Trite. You've got a problem? Solve it during cross-examination. That's one of my rules. Mr. Godot's correct, and by the way, that's one of my rules as well. To kill Maya. Could it be true? You were executed last month, correct? Yes, I was hanged. Wasn't exactly pleasant. How did you manage to discuss the plan? When did you talk with Morgan Fay? Last year, she was transferred to the same detention center as me. Since I was on death row and she was my mother, it was actually pretty easy to meet with her. I see. So that's when you discussed the plan. Huh. Are you crazy? At first, that woman was planning to kill me as well, even though I'm her own daughter. All to make Pearl Fay the master of Kurain. She's a cold, twisted woman. She thought she could finally regain her lost honor. The honor she lost when her younger sister Misty took her place as the master. Ever since that day, she's been working on this plan. A plan, huh? A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her right. It's one of these where I feel we gotta press every statement, probably. You're talking about Pearl Fey, is that correct? Yes, though at first she had high hopes for the two of us. You and your twin sister, Iris. That's correct. Fortunately, neither of us had much spiritual power. That's why we were abandoned by her, along with our father. Abandoned? The only person I ever really cared about in life was myself. My sister was a nuisance, so I convinced my father to leave her at an old temple. You mean Iris? Yes, my father remarried a woman who also had a daughter. The less children you have, the more money there is to go around, right? And on top of that, my father had absolutely no interest in children in general. How horrible. The really horrible one was that woman. That bitter, vengeful woman. It was her stubbornness that gave birth to that child, Pearl Fey. She was born with an abundance of spiritual power. Unfortunately for her, Morgan Fey heaped all of her broken hopes and dreams onto that poor child's back. All because of her pathetic dreams of having her bloodline become the main family. But for it to work, Maya Fey would first have to die. Maya would have to die? But why? For our bloodline to succeed as the main family, thus making Pearl the new master, the remaining descendants of the current master had to be taken care of. But Pearls would never agree to a plan like that. She adores Maya. How sad. You still don't get it, do you? What Pearl wanted had nothing to do with it. Morgan didn't care one bit about Pearl. The only thing she cared about was the position of the master. That's all. That's ridiculous. She was willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve her goal. The life of her daughter, and naturally, the life of Maya Fey as well. How could anyone do that? The idea was for me to kill Maya and have the blame pin on Iris. You were going to kill Maya? Pearl didn't need to know anything about it. All she had to do was follow the instructions in the letter and channel me. Then I would have simply used her body and finish the job. In any case, I'm already dead, and there's nothing any of you can do to me. So the plan was to blame the crime on your younger twin, on Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple. She and I look absolutely identical. No one can tell us apart. If someone were to witness me killing Maya, naturally they would think it was Iris that had done it. The witness in this case was the head nun, Sister Bikini. I never would have guessed she was going to return to Hazakura Temple that night, but she wound up seeing Iris' crime anyway. Why do you want to pin the murder on Iris in the first place? She's your twin sister, isn't she? Twin sister? Don't make me laugh. She's nothing but a backstabber. I couldn't care less about her. Backstabber? You just don't understand. You never will. Anyway, plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway. What do you mean, girl? You think the plan was a success? You heard me. Just as the woman had hoped. Maya Fey is dead. Now the title of the master will pass on to Pearl Fey. That's absurd. Maya Fey is she's just trapped inside the sacred cavern. Really? You're as foolishly optimistic as ever, aren't you, my darling Feeny? Do you want to know the truth? Ever since we met, I've despised you. Your sniveling naivety and your pathetic faith in other people. I just want to know one thing. What did you personally think of Morgan Fey's plan? I told you already, didn't I? It was a stupid plan. It had no point, no value other than fulfilling her own greedy desires. Yes, it was certainly nothing to be proud of. That's how you feel. Why did you help her carry it out? Why would you do it? Why would you kill Maya? You may not understand it, being the kind and gentle soul that you are. You may not be able to appreciate why someone like me would help a woman like that. So then tell me why. Isn't it obvious? I'm not like that woman. I only act in my own self-interest. The reason I helped her was for myself, for my own personal satisfaction. What did you say? So this woman, Dahlia Hawthorne, she had her own reason for wanting Maya dead? Do you understand why I would kill Maya Fey now, what my goal was? I mean, had to have been Mia, right? Because Mia put her away. Could it be That your actual goal had nothing to do with Maya Fey herself? As I said, none of you have the power to punish me anymore. Because I'm already dead. Well, I have the same problem, you see. You can't punish the dead, and you can't take revenge against them either. You wanted to take revenge on someone. I was sentenced to die because of that woman. Mia Fey. That's how I knew this was it. I wanted to send her a message. It was at her hands that I suffered my first humiliation. I wanted her to feel the same pain she made me feel. Sadly, when I realized revenge was impossible, I gave up. And the reason it was impossible was it because perhaps Mia had already died? Yes, and I realized there's only one way to take revenge against the dead. And how do you do that? Even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on, forever. I want to take away that person that Mia Fey loved the most. I wanted to kill her with my own hands. That would be the one and only way I could take my revenge against Mia Fey. That was the reason I helped out with that woman's plans. Just for that? For that you would kill Maya? Your goal was no different than that of Morgan Fey. As they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. What a cruel plan. Cruel, cold, and heartless. Don't waste your time preaching to the dead. I've already told you, there's no other thing you can do to me. Ugh. That night? At about 9:30 p.m., I materialized into this world. I quickly pinned my hair up and put on a demon warding hood. Then I picked up the staff that was by my side and left Hazakura Temple. So, it was at least Nim who channeled her after all. That ridiculous head nun never noticed a thing. She left Maya Fey at the inner temple and wobbled back clutching her poor old back. Oh, what did you do then? That kid was easier to handle than I had hoped. I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and... So then you're saying you stabbed Maya? It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. What does that mean? No clear memory. I don't know. I think I was stabbed. You were stabbed? At the last minute? Maya Fey must have stabbed me, I'm sure of it. That's not like her at all. Maya wouldn't stab a French fry with a plastic fork. Anyway, I suddenly lost consciousness. Before I did, I scrawled her name on the lantern. Just as I was passing out, I wrote Maya behind my back. I had hoped it would cast suspicion on her. I can't believe she was thinking of that until the bitter end. That's where my memory temporarily stops. It stops? I don't have any memory of actually killing Maya Fey with my own two hands. My very last memory was... Maya's terror-filled eyes. When I woke up after that, I was in the sacred cavern surrounded by darkness. You were in the sacred cavern? The entrance was sealed with one of those trick locks. Somehow I had been trapped in there. How did you wind up in there? I'd like to know that myself. Anyway, I was worried. I didn't know whether or not Maya Fey was dead, and I swore I would return to the underworld until I knew that I'd killed her myself. For a ghost, you're one tough cookie. I wanted to get out of there and make sure she was dead. But I couldn't do it. I couldn't get out. The trick lock stopped you. Huh? I didn't know how to remove it. So then you're saying you were actually confined against your will inside the sacred cavern. Yes, I wanted to get rid of that annoying lock as soon as possible. But it wasn't easy. I kept getting interrupted while I was working on it. Interrupted? It was early in the morning, but someone came into the training hall. What? Who? Could it have been Maya? I thought the same thing, but I couldn't see. Why not? If someone had spotted me, I would have lost my chance to take revenge. So I made sure to hide myself well at the sacred cavern. That morning, only two people could have gone into the training hall. Maya and... Pearls. Pearls went over there to cover the hanging skull in gravy. Still, I finally managed to remove the lock, but I was too late. What do you mean by that? The flies had already started to gather. The bridge had been fixed and the police had started an investigation, correct? Naturally, I couldn't go out. So instead, I returned to the cavern and put the lock back on myself. I realized I wouldn't get a chance to see Maya's corpse as I had hoped. But just then, Lady Luck showed up. Lady Luck. After that big earthquake, she showed up all by herself. The real Iris? She said she'd come to make sure the secret cavern was alright. Stupid girl. I came out from the secret cavern and got a feel for the situation. And then I locked her away in my place. I had finally learned exactly what had happened. It was then that I learned that the plan had actually succeeded. What do you mean your plan had succeeded? I had misunderstood one thing, you see. That night, the one that had summoned me, I had assumed that it was Pearl Fey. Well, of course you would have assumed that. It was written in the instructions. But I was wrong. The person that had actually called my spirit back was... Misty Fey. The picture book author. But what? Well, that's really the only possibility, isn't it? After I lost consciousness in the garden, it was her body that was left lying there. Maya Fey. I wasn't able to kill her with my own hands after all. But even so, I made her commit the most vile sin a human can commit. And that is matricide, the sin of killing her own mother. Ugh. No way. Order in the court? What is the meaning of this? It's true that I was the one who attacked Maya Fey, but even so, the murderer who actually snuffed out Misty Fey's life was none other than your darling little Maya. Ridiculous, that's nonsense. Are you sure about that? Just think about it. There's even evidence supporting these facts, isn't there? Well, what? What do you mean? What is the so-called evidence? The fact that Maya Fey has disappeared is evidence enough, isn't it? Huh? The idea that she's still in the secret cavern is just ridiculous. She wasn't able to escape from the inner temple, that much is obvious. In that case, there is only one place she could be. Where? Do I have to spell it out? The bottom of the Eagle River. Where else? Eagle River? Maya Fey killed her long-lost mother. Can you imagine the guilt she must have felt when she realized that? That's why she threw herself into the Eagle River. Hey robot, what's up? How you doing? Most bodies that wind up there are lost forever. Well, except for Phoenix. Phoenix got out okay. But he's got main plot armor, so... character plot armor, so... So what do you have to say now, Feeny? Oh. Ugh. Oh damn, Godot's theme on a ringtone? Can I get that, please? Oops. Sorry, that's my phone. Well, what kind of ringtone is that? Only the best ringtone. Shut up, Phoenix. Godot here. Okay, thanks. Oh, was it something important? I just finished removing the locks from the sacred cavern. That's great. What about Maya? There was a woman in the cave. Was it Maya Fey? It was the accused, Sister Iris. Huh? Don't look so surprised. I locked her in there yesterday. I just finished telling you that. So, what about Maya? Where is she? There was no one else found inside the cavern. No. Can't be. I told you, didn't I? She's dead. Well, I mean, no. Let's find out why that is. You saw the Minecraft movie? How was it? I saw posts on social media where like people were doing the whole, I guess they were making it a meme when they revealed Chicken Jockey, the whole theater went nuts. Did that happen in your when you were watching as well? You also saw the Minecraft movie a few days ago as Wild Time. How's it going, Troy? Can you also confirm this? Were you guys also part of a breakout Chicken Jockey moment? I told you, didn't I? She's dead. No. No! seems. You hear people like it? Yeah, there was posts out. Well, I mean, yeah, I saw posts out on social media. As soon as like yeah, people like I guess filming like the theaters. So whenever like when that particular moment happened, like people would go crazy and like throw popcorn and like and stuff like that. You experience a version of that may or may not have been fully finished in the server. Look it up. I mean, you can probably look up chicken jockey meme theaters or something. I'm sure there's posts still out there. I read it on an article, I believe. Oh yeah, here. I'll put this in the Discord if you're interested. Actually, I'll link it here too, just so you guys can take a look. You can read that article. I'll put in the Discord as well. Because why not? What does this even fall under? Under game talk, I guess. Technically, it's a game talk. Solid 5 out of 10. The story was pretty lackluster and the acting kind of sucked except for Jason Momoa. He was great. And Jack Black was just being Jack Black. Not surprised about Jack Black. Fair enough. The jokes hit most of the time, even though they had some good ones. Gotcha. Okay. I'm excited too. I'll watch it one day. I haven't touched Minecraft in forever. I feel like I should jump back into it. You feel pretty similarly? Gotcha, gotcha. Okay, good to know. Good to know. Yeah, I've been meaning to play Minecraft, like jump back into it. It's been a while. When we first did all the achievements how many years ago, and now there's so much updates that came out. And I do want to play like, I mean, I want to do like that one block thing, as well as maybe play around with the Pokemon mod. Oh, there's a lot. The main boy actor was he was there. He's just there. He's there for a good time. You'll start a server. I love all the memes about Jason Momoa. Oh, okay. Their dynamic was hilarious. Yeah, perhaps I will take a watch one day. I've actually been to like a theater in like quite some time actually. It's been a good while since I last watched the movie in theaters. Definitely watch the people. I would imagine so. A movie like Minecraft, yeah, no doubt. Your fans, it's a terrible movie, excellent watch. There's always one of those like so bad that it's good type of feeling, right? Like you know it's bad, but you just want to watch it. Some people say the first third of the movie was the best part, really, and it kind of just fell off from there. But you still have to watch it anyway. You have 4 ships in that movie. It was just you. It's kind of sad. I would think so. Yeah. Just laughing to yourself. Is that through like an act? Oh, okay. Gotcha. Okay, well, thank you for the reviews. It's good to know. It's definitely one of those movies. It's definitely one of those movies you definitely have to watch with somebody. I understand that feeling, no doubt. There are a few movies for sure that I've watched that I felt like, yeah. I mean, it would have been better if I had someone to like laugh along with. Because sometimes for a lot of movies I watch, I just like throw it on like my screen while I do work, right? I throw them up on one of my monitors while I do work, and so I'm like half paying attention. All right, where are we? Tragic end. Okay, Maya's dead. Is she dead though? Let's find out together, shall we? Sadly, appears the killer of Miss Elise Donim, also known as Misty Faye, was her own daughter, Maya. Overcome with guilt for what she had done, Maya Faye jumped to her death in the raging waters of the Eagle River, can't be. Huh. Trite. Have you ever heard this one? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth, no matter how improbable it may seem. Oh, what is that supposed to mean, Prosecutor Godot? According to his witness, Maya Fey threw herself into the Eagle River. However, is that really the truth? Remember, this woman testified earlier that the bridge was already on fire when the murder was taking place in the garden. Which means if Maya had thrown herself into the river, yeah, we're going from the rocky side. Must have been from the inner temple side near the bridge. That's right, that's where she jumped from. But that's impossible. It's impossible to jump into the river from there. Oh, what? Don't get your panties all twisted up, Trite. Just relax and think through the whole thing again. So it's impossible. Maya couldn't have thrown herself into the Eagle River. Well, Mr. Wright, Miss Hawthorne claims Miss Fey threw herself into the river from the inner temple side. Do you have evidence that refutes this claim? I believe... Is the map a good picture? I guess we can show the map, yeah, because like, from the inner temple side there's like a rocky outcropping before the river. It's impossible to jump into the Eagle River from the inner temple side. No one knows it better than this witness. What did you say? 11 years ago, you jumped into that very same river. Just take a look at this overhead map. As you can see, below the cliff on the inner temple side, is a big rock shelf. Oh, you're right. She wouldn't have reached the river if she jumped off from there, unless she had really powerful legs. In other words, if she had jumped, we wouldn't be able to see her body in this photo. So you finally figured it out. No. Order. You're just playing with me. Maya Fey's body is at the bottom of the Eagle River. There's nowhere else she could possibly be hiding. Miss Hawthorne, have you heard this one before? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Yes, just a few minutes ago. Maya Fey wasn't inside the sacred cavern. We now know that she didn't throw herself into the Eagle River. Correct. That eliminates all the most likely possibilities. Now, although it seems improbable, there's still one other place she could be. Oh, what? What is this one possibility you're talking about? That's obviously a bluff. So where's her dead body then? Finally, I think that the pieces are falling into place. Normally the living have no way to punish the dead, but I think there's a way to give Dahlia Hawthorne the ultimate punishment. Shall I tell you, Miss Hawthorne? Shall I tell you where Maya is this very instant? Maya is in this very courtroom. There's only one possibility left. Namely, she's right here in this very courtroom. Oh, what? Maya Fey's here? You say she's here in my courtroom? Dahlia Hawthorne, I seem to recall that you said I had misunderstood one thing, you see. So what? But I think there's one more thing you misunderstood. What do you mean? Tell me something. At this very moment, who is channeling Dahlia Hawthorne? Oh, why that's obvious. It's Pearl Fey, that pathetic little sniveling runt. You're wrong. Pearl's tried, but she couldn't do it. I never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened. Isn't there any explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit? It could happen if someone else was already channeling that same spirit. Someone called me before Pearl did? But who? Pearl's even tried again on the day after the crime. But she couldn't do it. What could that mean? I think the truth is becoming clearer to you right about now, am I correct? Wasn't Pearls that channeled you. It was someone else who called you before she could. This is an easy one. Pearls couldn't do it, and Misty Faye is gone. There's only one other possibility left. Come on already. I can't stand the tension. Dahlia Hawthorne. The person channeling you right now must be Maya Fey. What? What? But how could that be? Remember what this witness Dahlia Hawthorne said about her goal. She said that her goal was to kill Maya Fey. Yes, that's right. But if Maya channeled the spirit of someone that was trying to kill her... Ah. Well, Gramps, what would happen? Could it be... Looks like you finally understand, Your Honor. Well, I don't. What are you going on about? What I'm going on about is the reason Maya Fey channeled you. And there's only one reason. To protect herself from you. To protect herself from me? Yes. On the night of the crime, you were only interested in one thing. Killing Maya Fey. The path back to Hazakura was closed off and there was nowhere for her to run. So then the problem became, where would be the safest place to hide? You mean, that's when she channeled me. All this time you thought you had been channeled by Pearls. That's why it never occurred to you that Maya's hiding place was you. No, don't say that. You're saying that I, Dahlia Hawthorne, was played for a fool by that little whelp? Maya Fey killed herself, isn't it obvious? Sorry, but no. It would have been impossible for her to jump into the Eagle River. This was the only avenue of escape open to Maya. The only way Maya could disappear from the Inner Temple. I don't believe you. A stupid little girl like that who has never been out in the real world, she could never come up with a plan like that. Who could have given her such a brilliant idea? Well, me, of course. Oh shit, it's Mia. Mia Fey. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne. Anime Court. So it's true. It was you. Yes. Huh. You're something else. But what? What are you doing here? That hair. It's Pearls, right? Tell me something, Dahlia. I want you to think back on that night one more time. Yeah, I just cornered Maya in the Inner Temple Garden. And then, in the final moments of the fight, you lost consciousness. I was stabbed by Maya Fey. Actually, Maya lost consciousness at the same time as you. She did. Not terribly surprised since she was about to be killed. When she woke up, she was in the training hall. That's when Maya decided she needed help. So she channeled me. She explained in a memo the situation she was in. She asked me what I thought she should do. She did that? I can't believe it. Of course, I didn't have all the details, but one thing was perfectly clear, and that was, I knew that you couldn't be allowed to wander free. Free? What do you mean? It was a race against time, so I wrote down 2 things that Maya had to do. Channel Dahlia Hawthorne as soon as possible, and lock herself in the sacred cavern until help arrived. So it was Maya who put that lock on there. Yes. Why did you order her to do those 2 things? If she hadn't done it, Dahlia Hawthorne would have been channeled by someone else. By one Pearl Fey. Pearls? Yes, Pearl didn't properly understand the plan, so all she was trying to do was follow her mother Morgan Fey's instructions. If she had succeeded in channeling Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit, things would have turned out very badly, to put it mildly. So that's how it was. Dahlia Hawthorne would have used the body of Pearl Fey to kill Maya at all costs. Yes, it certainly sounds like that was the intent all along. How dare you? I won't forget this. Why not just admit it, Dahlia Hawthorne? Your little plan was nothing but a big failure. Yes. Another failure to add to that pile of shame, wouldn't you say? Well, what do you mean by another? Think about it, Dahlia. Remember all your past crimes? Not a single one of them was a success. They all ended in failure. What? How dare you? 11 years ago? The fake kidnapping. Your very first crime. You got your hands on a $2 million diamond, but... After Terry Falls escaped and went to meet with Valley Hawthorne, the truth was exposed. Shut your mouth. That wasn't my fault. It was because of that stupid oaf of a prisoner and that weakling of a policewoman. And then 1 year later, he tried to kill me. Well, I'm still alive, but... wound up killing someone else. As a result, you were sentenced to death. It's one stupid move after another for you, but it's no longer funny. You wipe that smug, happy-go-lucky smile off your face. And now this, you messed up again. You let Maya Fey escape, even though she was right there in front of you. Mia Fey, you spinster. I was supposed to kill Maya Fey like I swore I would. And if you only had gotten the spiky-haired jerk the guilty verdict, I wouldn't have been hanged to death. True. But I think you finally understand, Dahlia Hawthorne. You will never defeat me. What? What did you say? Whether you're alive, dead, or somewhere in between, you'll never defeat me. As long as I'm around, you're destined to lose for all eternity. Get her out of here. Grr. I remember what you said earlier in the trial. You said there was no way we could punish you, because you were already dead. What about it? Then you said, even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. That's very true. Exactly the punishment you'll never be able to escape from. For all of eternity, you'll have to remain as Dahlia Hawthorne, a miserable, pathetic, weak creature who can never win at anything. And for you, there is no escape from that, no hope of freedom. Since the day you were executed, the narrow bridge that once stretched out in front of you has been burned to a crisp. You're wrong. It can't be. How could I lose to the likes of you? It no longer matters. I don't care whether you win or lose anymore. The only thing I want is for you to come out of Maya's body right now. Anime court, guys. I'm not ready to go. Yeah, I guess if you think, even though she was like basically the final boss, like she really didn't win at anything, which is crazy. Nick. Sis. I just stand in there while she just collapsed. Help her! Now then, I assume you are the real Iris? Yes, I was just rescued from the Sacred Cavern. I must say you and your twin sister are indeed identical from what I can see. In any case, it appears that everything has finally been cleared up. Mr. Godot, what happened to Dahlia Hawthorne? If you ask me, Your Honor, it looks like she went back to the hell she came from. It seems that Misty Fey wasn't the only victim of this crime. Maya Fey as well as the young Pearl Fey were also victims of this wicked and selfish plan. Yes, Your Honor. The tragedy of Medium Valley has come to an end, it seems. It would be best for everyone if no further attempt was made to channel that spirit again. Your Honor? Yes, what is it? About this whole spirit medium thing. It's almost weird how comfortable you seem to be with the concept now. Well, to be frank, my younger brother is quite judgmental. He often criticizes me for not studying hard enough. That's why I made a concerted effort to study up on the Korean channeling technique. Hey, isn't that the New Year's art issue of Old Cult? I've seen quite a few things in many years on the bench, and in all that time, I finally learned this one thing. Each case is different and takes place in its own world, if you will. In order to fully understand that world, first we must have to immerse ourselves in it completely. And that's where my brother and I used to differ. Never thought of it that way. At any rate, it's time to pass judgment in the case of Iris of Hazakura Temple.
Objection!
Oh, we ain't done yet, no sir. You're a little too fast with that gavel, Your Honor. What do you mean by that, Mr. Godot? This trial, it isn't over yet. That's what he means. A what? Trite. Remember what Miss Evil Spirit said in her testimony. Huh? Dahlia's testimony? Caught her in front of the stone lantern, then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and she lost consciousness, right? It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. I think I was stabbed. Just as Dahlia Hawthorne was about to attack Maya, she was stabbed and killed by someone. Yes, that's right. The person that was ultimately killed was a spirit medium that channeled Dahlia. Elise Donim. No, Misty Faye. But who killed her? We still don't know who did it. This isn't over? Unless someone else is found guilty, the accused is still on trial. Can't let her walk until there's evidence that proves her innocence. No way. But this court isn't prepared for any further testimony. Prosecution is ready to call our final witness. A final witness? This one will clear up the whole mystery. Mystery of who killed Misty Faye. Indeed. Is it really alright, Mr. Prosecutor? Of course it's alright, Madam Attorney. Very well then. Who is this final witness? Isn't it obvious? There's only one person who saw the whole event and will put the final dagger in this case. Someone who saw the murder take place? The very person who saw her mother killed in front of her own eyes. You mean Maya? You can't. She can't testify after what she's been through. We need to find the truth. Prosecution calls Maya Faye to the witness stand. Hang in there, guys. We got one more section of trial, and then you get your cash out. Very well. But first, we'll take a brief recess. We will have to wait for Miss Faye to recover before summoning her. Once we receive the doctor's permission, we will proceed with the trial. Hey, Trite. I got something to say to you, so listen up. What is it? I don't think much of you as a lawyer. It's always the same with you. You somehow managed to just squeak by without even a faint understanding of the case. Some beautiful woman always seems to come dashing at the last minute to save you. You got some nerve. But that's not going to happen this time. This time, you're going to have to do this by yourself. That's enough. This court is now in recess. I'm truly sorry about everything. You were working so hard to defend me, but I was missing all day and didn't even have a chance to talk. She's right. When I met Iris at the training hall yesterday, they had already switched places, and Iris was inside the sacred cavern. I wanted to at least be in the defendant's box today to root you on. Well, it wasn't your fault. You were locked up this whole time. There's something more important than that, though. I have to ask you, why did you help your sister out as much as you did? Huh? If you had tried to get help at the sacred cavern yesterday, you wouldn't have spent an entire day locked up in there. My sister, I felt sorry for her. She was abandoned by her mother and never got any love from her father either. Yes, but it was the same for you too, wasn't it? Yes, but at least I had Sister Bikini, who was like a mother to me. Only Dahlia had come with me to Hazakura Temple. I always loved her. Dahlia was always so smart, so strong. She never complained about a thing. That's why I promised her that I would help her. Are you talking about the fake kidnapping case 11 years ago? Yes. I wanted to be useful to her in some way. But, as usual, I was too cowardly. At the last minute I ran away. Because of that, Dahlia's stepsister, Valerie, ended up... That was the case that wounded Mia so badly. But things didn't end there, of course. Some people suspected that my sister was involved in the murder. Some people? You must mean... Yes, 2 defense attorneys. Mia Fey and Diego Armando. After poisoning Mr. Armando, who was getting too close to learning the truth, Dahlia even tried to kill the person who had unknowingly hid the poison for her. You. That's right. Iris, there's one more thing that I have to ask you. Yes, what is it? On the night of the murder, the person that cleaned up the corpse of the victim, Elise Donim, was it really you? Yes, it was me. That night after I rang the lights out bell, I went back to my room. At around 10:30 p.m., I received a call on my cell phone. There's a problem. Come to the Inner Temple right away. I got on a snowmobile and headed for the Inner Temple, but the path to the Inner Temple was cut off, right? Exactly. You can't just leave the body here. So you've got to do this exactly as I say, got it? Whee! It was me. I was the one that received her body. The murder weapon had been left in her body so it wouldn't bleed too much. The staff that Mystic Elise always held. I knew it. So the actual murder weapon was the staff. Yes, that's right. I brought the body back to Hazakura Temple in the snowmobile. But why? Why did you alter the body? I didn't want anyone to know that staff was the murder weapon. I didn't want to leave anything that would lead back to Misty Faye. So I dressed her in a robe and stabbed her with the shichishito. I wiped the blood off the staff's blade and left it next to her on the ground. Iris, just tell me one last thing. Tell me the name of the person that called your cell phone. The real killer. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I can't do it. I can't say who did it. I see. Defendant. Yes? The judge is calling you. He wants you to see him. He wants you to see you. He wants you to see you in his chambers? Okay. Yeah. Well, no, I should have. Damn it. I should have screenshotted that. I was screenshotting like typos and like little grammatical errors. He has some questions about Dahlia Hawthorne. All right. Well then, I'll see you later. There's something I want to tell you. Oh, okay. Something she wants to tell me. Is it love, perhaps? So it's true. Iris cooperated with the real killer. Maybe even from the very beginning. Phoenix? Mia. How's Maya doing? Physically, I'm not worried. She'll recover completely. But emotionally, she's been hurt very badly by this case. I see. You don't mean she's learned who Elise Donim really was? Yes, I went to the medical office and talked with her. I told her everything I knew. But why? Maya is stronger than you think. I knew she could take it. All of it. What do you mean by that? I want you to figure that answer out by yourself. The trial's about to restart. Real killer? Do you know who it is yet? Iris wouldn't tell me who called her, but still, I think that just maybe I know who it was. That night, the victim was killed in the garden of the Inner Temple, and the criminal wasn't just there by accident, which means the killer knew of Dahlia's plan from the very beginning. And one more thing, the victim was moved to the Hazakura Temple side by pendulum. In other words, the criminal couldn't cross the bridge. That means they were stuck on the Inner Temple side for almost an entire day. Exactly. So the culprit, someone that wasn't in Hazakura Temple the following day. That's as much help as I can give you. The rest of the battle is yours to win. Okay, I got it. Thank you, Mia. Finally, it's almost time to bring this case to an end. What exactly did Maya see anyway? And who was it that actually killed Misty Faye? Whoever it was, I have to prove it. Me. All by myself. Alright, part 3 for realsy is the final part. You want them coins? Hang in there, we'll get there. Now then, before we proceed any further, I'm going to announce the results of the tests we had performed earlier. Tests? Yes, tests. On that bloody dagger we found stuck in the pine tree. Oh yeah, that. I totally forgot about that. That's the weapon that Maya Fey used when she fought with the victim. So what are the results? Was it the victim's blood or... Due to time constraints, a full test was impossible. However, there's one thing we can say with certainty. The blood that was on this dagger was not the victim's blood. That is all. Now then, let's restart this trial. So it wasn't Misty's blood on the dagger. And whose was it? I'm sure both the defense and the prosecution know this, but this trial is rapidly coming to a close. Both sides willing to show some firm evidence with their claims. I understand, Your Honor. What I've heard, the witness is dangerously weak, physically speaking. So let's finish this quickly. Agreed. Very well, please bring in the last witness. The final witness. Witness, please tell us your name and profession. Maya Fey. My profession is, I'm the assistant manager at the Wright & Co. law offices. Maya. According to the magazine I have here, you're all a spirit medium with the Korean channeling technique. I'm frightened. The Fae clan. I don't want any more to do with it. Oh, Maya. Pain the fake bloodline causes must be unbearable. Very well. Now then, Miss Faye. When the event occurred, you were in the garden of the Inner Temple. And you witnessed the moment of Miss Alisto Nim's murder. Is this correct? I didn't see... Straighten up this instant, young lady. Huh? Pick your head up and speak clearly. There's always time for crying later. But your mother was killed right in front of your eyes. There's nothing you can do to change that fact. But there's something you can do. You can finish this. Been watching the whole thing, right? You've seen the witnesses come out and you've seen us squeeze the truth out of them. Now it's your turn. Let's hear your testimony. On the night of the crime, what exactly did you see happen? Witness, if you please. Yes, Your Honor. I was passing through the garden on the way to a spare prep room when it happened. Suddenly someone struck me over the head. I stumbled and ended up against a stone lantern. I think I screamed, "Help me." And something warm splashed over me. That's when I lost consciousness. So you're struck on the head. I suppose it must have been this staff. Maya, the person who hit you. It was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it? I'm sorry, Nick. I couldn't see. I don't know who it was. Maya, think hard. Sorry, Nick, but I really couldn't. Can't say it was an especially good night for young ladies to be walking around alone. It seems that it will be hard to determine the criminal through testimony alone. Very well then, Mr. Wright, please begin your cross-examination. Maya, hang in there. She doesn't look well at all. Alright, okay, let's see. Who did it? Who hit you? Well, I didn't see who it was. I was hit from behind. You didn't see the person? After that, your attacker was in front of you. How could you not see who it was? Oh, let me think for a second. I'm sorry, I just can't remember. Maya's really having a hard time. What should I do? More info. Come on, Maya, this isn't making sense. Why didn't you see this person? Well, let me think. It was, oh yeah, that's right. It was dark, that's it. It was dark? It's not good to have too much light around when someone is undergoing spiritual training. Come to think of it, there was earlier testimony to that effect as well. So it was dark in the garden on the night of the crime, which is why she didn't see her attacker. I thought maybe she was trying to hide something, but I guess not. Judging by the testimony thus far, the identity of the attacker was most likely the spirit that was channeled by Elise Donim, Dahlia Hawthorne. Very well, please continue with your testimony. What happened after you were struck on the head? I stumbled and ended up against a stone lantern. I think I screamed, "Help me." Why though? You think you screamed, but you're not sure? Listen, I was in a complete wreck. It was dark and I couldn't see my attacker. Was it a man, a woman, an adult, a child? I had no idea. I was scared out of my wits. Believe me, my dear, I'm certain I would have soiled my robes. Ew. I thought this person might attack me, so I, anyway. Pretty sure I screamed. I thought it was my last hope. Wow, it sounds like poor little Maya was really out of her mind. But I wonder what she meant by last hope. What do? Do I press her for more details? Sure. Wait a minute, Maya. What was this my last hope stuff? What? What do you mean by your last hope? No, that's what you said. You said, my last hope. Huh? What? I said what? Look, you were facing an attacker that you couldn't see and you screamed, right? You screamed, "Help me." Yeah. But you testified that you screamed that because you thought it was your last hope. Oh, well, you know. That's like, what do you call it when that happens? I was not doing so well up there. Oh yeah, oh, that's right. I remember now. I was facing my attacker, but that's not who I was screaming at. Well, what did you just say? Yeah, that's right. It was the person behind my attacker that I was yelling at. That's who I was screaming to for help. Ah. What is it now? I messed up. I didn't mean to let that slip out. Huh? Witness, are you absolutely sure what you're saying? Behind the attacker, there was another person? I meant to keep that part a secret. What have I done? It takes a ton of pressure to make a diamond. That's what I always say. A ton of pressure. You're in a court of law here. You can't make things up or try to hide things in this chamber. Witness, the information you just presented is vital to the case. I want you to add it to your testimony. I could see a man behind my attacker by the light of the stone lantern. Hold on. Wasn't the lantern like not lit? Was not lit. So there was a man standing behind your attacker. Yeah. That man. He's the killer. He stabbed her from behind. He's the one who killed Elise Donim. Otherwise known as Misty Faye, your mother. The killer. Maya, you know who killed your mother, don't you? What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? To be frank, Your Honor, I think she is in shock and quite confused. That's why she hasn't noticed a huge problem with her testimony. Huh? What do you mean? What problem? Maya, on the night of the crime, that stone lantern was out of commission. Huh? What? It's true. There was no light anywhere in the garden that night. No. Order in the court. Mr. Godot, explain this. Add the pureness of milk to the perfect clear darkness of coffee. Stir. That is the state of the witness's mind right now. A cup of cafe au lait. Cafe au lait? Is that even legal? Mr. Trite's words are the milk and you're the spoon. Your Honor. I'm a spoon? I'm no spoony bard, I'll have you know. Must have noticed it too, Trite. This witness's mental state is highly unstable right now. It's not hard to understand why she would make a little mistake like that. Sorry, but that's not going to cut it. What did you say? If there truly was no light in the garden, then there's a fatal contradiction in the witness's last bit of testimony. Nick, may I? Recall the witness' statement about her attacker. She said that she didn't know if it was a man or a woman, an adult or a child. And yet, the witness could describe the person as that was standing behind her attacker, and she quite clearly described him as a man. Ah. In other words, it would have to mean that Maya actually saw our mystery person. Despite it being so dark, despite being so dark that she couldn't see the face of her own attacker. No. Sorry, one sec here. Order in the order. What in the world does this all mean, Mr. Wright? Are you saying Miss Face saw the real killer under pitch black conditions?
Objection.
Trite, do you have any idea what you're proposing? How could she have seen the dark? How could she have seen in the dark? There was no other light source at the scene. There are some things that you can only see in the dark, Mr. Godot. Maya, you did see who the killer was in the dark. And now, you're trying to cover for him. Cover? For the man that killed her mother? There's only one conclusion I can draw from this. You know who this man is. Please. Nick. I don't know anything. Please. I'm begging you. Ah. You talk a good game, Trite. Let's see if you can walk the walk. It was pitch black, so what could the witness see? Calling your bluff. No, Nick, don't. But please, stop. Maya's dead set on protecting this guy. Man who murdered Maya's long-lost mother. But I can't let him get away with it. I'm a lawyer, an officer of the court. I'm here to find the truth. Alright, Mr. Wright, time to show us what you got. Who was this person that you saw Miss Face? Who was this person that you say Miss Face saw in the darkness? God damn, that's quite the sentence. J'accuse. Because it was pitch black, Miss Faye was able to recognize the killer easily. I'm sure the court would like to see for itself how this is possible, yes? What? But how do you propose to show something like that? It's easy. We just need to recreate the conditions of that night. The conditions? Your Honor, the defense officially requests that all lights in this courtroom be turned off. What? This is... But it can't be. Huh. That was a nice bit of deduction. Trite. Well, everyone, this is the man that Maya saw on the night of the murder. Order, order, order. Prosecutor Godot, what is the meaning of this? Surely you must be shocked to hear yourself accused of such a thing. Why are you denying it? Ha. Your Honor, you're asking the wrong person. Well, what do you mean by that? If you got a question, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. Well, Maya, how about it? What you saw that night? Was it 3 glowing red lights? Well, witness, answer the question. Yeah. You're wrong. I never saw that. Maya. I thought the person that stabbed my mother was a man, for a totally different reason. What? Witness, Mr. Wright, what the? Stop your chattering, Your Honor. Chattering? It's worth asking, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. Alright. Well then, let's continue with the testimony. Please tell us how you knew the killer was a man. Yes, Your Honor. I didn't realize it until after I woke up, but... When I came to, I was just lying there on the training hall floor. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. The torches were lit, and the body was gone. And all the snow around the snow lantern had been carefully cleaned up, too. Since the person did all of that work alone, I assumed it was just a man. I just assumed it was a man. So it was after the crime took place that the witness came to think the killer was a man. Yes, that's right. I'm sorry, Your Honor. No need to apologize. As Mr. Godot said, you're utterly exhausted. It's only natural that you would be a little confused. Also, if you consider the situation you described, it doesn't seem too much of a stretch to assume the culprit was a man. Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination. Killer went through a lot of trouble, moving the body by pendulum, manipulating the crime scene. But for what purpose? Why do all that? Maybe Maya knows more than she's letting on. Oh, that only means one thing. Press her for info. So you lost consciousness when you were in the garden, is that right? Yes, I think it happened when the victim was stabbed. So then the person that carried you into the inner temple could only have been the killer. That's what I think too. So the killer carried Maya into the inner temple. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. Naturally, the killer must have done it, right? Yes, I think so. But why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? It must have been something that the killer desperately wanted to hide. I don't know. Looks like she doesn't have enough confidence. I think I need to gather some more information before I ask her again. Torches were lit? Yes, that's how I noticed that the whole scene had changed. I'm going to say that it was the killer who lit the torches. I mean, who else could it be? The killer probably lit them since it'd be impossible to do any cover-up work in the dark. However, if that's true, there's one thing that still bothers me. Why did the killer go to the effort of moving the body? That's true. It's hard to see how that would be of any advantage to the killer. The only one who would gain anything from that would be the only person that was at the inner temple, Maya. Very well, let me hear some more about the conditions of the crime scene. And all the snow around, blah blah blah, yep. So you're saying the killer cleaned up the snow? It did look really odd. The snow was removed in a natural-looking rectangular shape around the lantern. There were a lot of shovels around the inner temple, but they're already really heavy, way too heavy for me to use. An odd fellow indeed, this killer. Why on earth would anyone want to take snow away? Well, there's one thing I can think of. Didn't you say that a lot of the victim's blood sprayed onto the snow? Yeah. The area collapsed and ended up being splattered. In other words, the killer's purpose was to hide the bloody snow. I think that's the most reasonable explanation. Perhaps. However, there is something that's bothering me. The killer just wanted to hide the snow with blood on it. There was no need to remove that amount. That's true. He could have scooped up just the snow that was stained with blood. It looks like there were some mysteries behind this issue, but I think this will help explain them. Since the person did all that work alone, I assumed it was just a man. So you're saying that you never saw the killer, right? Yes. But earlier you very clearly stated that you saw a man behind your attacker. Nick, I'm sorry. The killer certainly went through a lot of trouble, moving the body by pendulum, manipulating the crime scene. Alright, we did all this. Now that we pressed everything, we can probably go back to the second statement. Naturally, the killer must have... Okay, right? Yes, I think so. It must have been something that It must have been something that the killer desperately wanted to hide. The truth is, when I saw the crime scene, I felt something. You did? Yes. I felt like the killer was hiding evidence for my sake. Well, what? Hiding it for you? Everyone knew that I was the only one at the inner temple that night. If Sister Bikini had come back and looked at the garden, she may have thought that you had done it. No, she definitely would have thought so. You're saying that's why the killer cleaned up the crime scene to make it look like nothing had happened? Yes, I'm sure of it. Well, that's certainly an important piece of information. I want you to add that to your testimony. Yes, Your Honor. And here, we can probably present the lantern with Maya's name on it. The body of Lista Nim was carried all the way to the Hazakura Temple courtyard. Then at the garden, the real scene of the crime, the snow that we suspect was covered in blood was scooped up and removed. It's reasonable to believe all this was done in an attempt to hide the true crime scene. However, there's still one matter that seems somewhat odd. Oh, and what would that be? You must have figured out by now, Mr. Godot. It's a message written on the blood in the lantern. It was written very clearly on the white stone lantern. Maya. Ah. The killer was so motivated to protect Maya from suspicion, and why didn't they wipe the writing off the lantern? Ah, you're right. Order, but Mr. Wright. Isn't the fact that the killer was trying to cover up the crime scene? Indeed, but it doesn't make much sense to move the body and remove the bloody snow, and not wipe up the most incriminating thing of all, the bloody writing.
Objection.
But if that's the case, do you have an explanation for the killer's mysterious behavior? Why wouldn't this killer move the body and why would this killer move the body and remove all the snow, but then leave the bloody writing on the lantern? I don't know what the killer's plan was, but it's a fact that the killer left the writing on the lantern. There must be a reason for it. Well then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your opinion. Why did the killer leave the message written in blood on the lantern? He didn't notice it. Prosecutor Godot, earlier in this trial you gave me some good advice. Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Maybe you're not as dumb as I thought. The real killer wanted to disguise the fact that a crime had occurred there. If that's the case, they wouldn't have left the bloody writing on the stone lantern on purpose. Therefore, it must mean that they didn't notice it. But that doesn't make any sense. Torches were all lit and everything. There's no way any normal person would miss something as glaring as that. You're right. There is no way any normal person would. What? What are you trying to say, Mr. Wright? There's only one person involved in this incident who could have misseen the bloody writing altogether. Who would that be? Who was the person that could have failed to notice the bloody writing? Well, back to Godot because of the whole red on white. Mr. Godot, this is what you said yesterday. My eyesight is pretty messed up. I've been with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. You can't see everything? Is that correct, Mr. Godot? This lantern was submitted as evidence today. I would like the court to think back to the moment it was first presented. This lantern? There's something written on it. It's clear. Mr. Godot, just admit it. There are certain colors you can't see, correct? You can't see red on a white background, can you? That's right. We went through this once before, during the poisoning case at Trilogy. Right there, the apron. Bloodstain? Not a bloodstain. No one told me about a bloodstain. You could see the coffee on the white apron, but you couldn't see the ketchup, because it was red. Ah, it's strange. The black and white photo, those letters would have appeared black to me. I wonder, why am I the only one that can't see them? So then, Mr. Godot, are you admitting it? Are you admitting that you can't see the red writing on the lantern? Hey, Gramps, didn't you know? That's the reason I don't drink red tea. I wasn't sure about it until now, but I just can't believe it. Prosecutor Godot's a murderer, but there's no going back now. I finally figured out the truth. Mr. Godot, the defense at this time formally accuses you. You are the murderer of the Miss Lise Donim, also known as Miss Misty Faye. It's hard to believe this may be true, however. Once again, Mr. Wright has brought up a disquieting fact about you. Huh. Just make sure you don't fill out the indictment in red ink, Gramps. Come on, how does a little graffiti make me into the killer? Besides, it's not like it's my name that's written there. I'm certain that the killer wasn't able to see the color red. This is rich. Do go on, Trite. The answer is right there at the crime scene. And the snow. The snow? How so? Well, for example, why did the killer move all that snow? Your Honor, you said it yourself. If you wanted to hide the bloody snow, why not take out just that area? Yes, why didn't he take just out that... Yes, why didn't he just take that area? Ah, could it be? Yes, the killer couldn't see the red blood that had seeped into the snow, and so he had to remove all the snow. He couldn't be sure where the blood had landed, so he removed the whole area. Isn't it more likely that the killer couldn't see the blood because it was dark? Not a chance. The torches were all lit. He would have been able to see just fine. It seems that once again this trial has taken an unexpected turn, to say the least. Can you explain this, Mr. Godot? Well, wait just a minute. Maya. What is it, witness? Mr. Godot isn't the killer. After all, he didn't even come to the inner temple until 2 days after the murder took place. He didn't show up until that old bridge had got fixed up.
Objection.
Maya. You can't testify to something like that. Well, why? What do you mean? I may look... Eek. After the murder happened, you didn't even exist. She didn't... I'm afraid I don't follow. Are you senile, old man? We established this just a little while ago. After the murder, this witness was unconscious for a long time. Because she was channeling Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh, that's right. Please, Your Honor, let me add to my testimony. Nick, please listen to me. Maya, do you really plan to cover for Godot no matter what the cost? If that's the case, then I've got no choice. Your Honor, let's hear her testimony. If it means we're going to hear the whole truth, I say we should not silence her. Nicely done, Wright. Very well, let's hear the witness's testimony. Please tell us what happened at the inner temple after the murder. Yes, sir. After I woke up, I began channeling and my spirit left me, as it were. But little Pearlie was there at the inner temple, too. Pearlie was also stuck on the inner temple side that night. The next morning, she looked around but couldn't find anyone. The next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room. That's when Mr. Godot arrived at the inner temple for the first time. He found Pearlie first and cheered her right up. Who is this Pearlie? That's my little cousin, Pearl Faye. So when did you hear about this? Oh, just a little while ago when I was in the medical office. I'm terribly sorry, but what you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony. What? Come on. Pearlie would never tell a lie. She's a way more honest person than I'll ever be. Real smart, Maya. You always know the best thing to say when you're under oath. Prosecution has no objection. You believe the witness. Mr. Godot, let's just move on to the cross-examination. If the defense has no objections, then this is highly unusual, but... Well, Mr. Wright? Let's get this cross-examination started. Okay. Next morning, she looked around but couldn't find anyone. Next day, when the bridge was fixed, so we want to know about Godot here. Maybe the statement first. He cheered her up. That's what Pearlie said. She said he was a very nice older gentleman. Thank you for looking after my cousin, Mr. Godot. And here I was thinking you were nothing more than a coffee addict. Cut it out. Making me blush. This guy's really beginning to get on my nerves in more ways than one. The truth is there aren't that many places to look on the inner temple side. The policemen were all busy going over the garden with fine-tooth combs, so I decided to carry out an investigation in my own way, Godot style. I'm the same way. I hand down my verdicts in my own way, judge style. Maybe we should ask some questions, Phoenix style. So you cheered Pearls up. When I found that little girl, the first thing she asked me about was her cousin, Maya Faye. Really? The bridge had burnt down and she was huddled up in that tiny shack with no heat. Even though she must have had a truly terrifying night out there, she asked about you before she said a thing about herself. But Pearlie, I noticed that you weren't anywhere on the inner temple side, but I couldn't find it in me to tell her that. So I gave her my last cup. With milk and sugar, to hide the bitterness of the harsh truth. What a sweet story, Sniffle. He had a thermos of coffee. Why doesn't that surprise me? There's only one thing of any importance here. Where was Godot when the murder was taking place? He must have already been at the Inner Temple when it happened. Otherwise, he couldn't have killed at least him. How about the other side? You said that you conducted an investigation of your own. Did you find anything? Looks like my investigation went about as well as yours, Trite. After all, I didn't miss the bloody writing on the lantern. Well, I didn't miss it, so speak for yourself, Goggles. Only odd thing I discovered was the beauty in the training hall. Beauty? Misty Faye, naturally. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes. Western taste? Could he find a stranger way to describe gravy? So from there you headed for the prep room. Wait a sec, what did Godot say just now? I think I just found his proverbial weak spot. There's only one thing of any importance here. Okay, hold on. So I'm gonna do with the poster, I guess. So it's your first time on the Inner Temple side, Mr. Godot. That's funny. Am I imagining things, or the defense asked me a question? Mr. Wright, please save your questions for the witness. What you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony. Those are your words, Your Honor. Touché, Mr. Wright. Oh well. What do you have to say, Mr. Godot? Hot nights and even hotter coffee. That's what I always say. If it hadn't been for this case, I never would have visited there. A freezing cold temple in the mountains. I think I'll pass. So you had never visited Hazakura Temple or the Inner Temple, huh? Ah, you want to say something, Trite? It's just like I thought. Godot was lying. His first visit to the Inner Temple really was after the incident. You should have known about that piece of evidence. Yeah, okay. It's definitely the, it has to be the scroll. Mr. Godot, the first time you crossed Dusky Bridge and went to the Inner Temple was long before the murder took place. Well, why do you say that? Because you just made one fatal slip-up. The hanging scroll in the training hall. Hanging scroll? But Mr. Godot is right. That scroll shows a picture of my mother. Maya, I know you know who it is, but there's something you didn't know. By the time the bridge had been repaired 2 days after the murder, the hanging scroll in the training hall looked like this. What's a wonderfully delicious smell? The morning after the crime, someone covered it with gravy. Gravy? But why gravy, Nick? Because gravy was much more than a condiment to the culprit. Well, Mr. Godot, you really hadn't seen the hanging scroll until after the murder. You wouldn't have had any way of knowing that it was Misty Faye. Wait a minute, Nick. Yes? Take another look at the hanging scroll. Look at the top. There's a crest there. That. It's the mark of the master, correct? Exactly. So if you know the meaning of the mark, you could guess that it was a picture of Misty Faye over there. True, but Mr. Godot described what was underneath like this. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes. Oh. Yes, it's possible that he knew what the crest meant. However, he could have known that she was wearing Japanese clothing. Mr. Godot, on the day of the murder, you were hiding at the Inner Temple long before the crime took place. Can I ask you just one little thing, Trite? What is it? This whole theory of yours, it's all rests on a certain assumption. That I knew beforehand that a crime was going to be committed. That's right. Otherwise, there's no reason for him to sneak onto the crime scene. Of course, Mr. Godot knew about the plan. Huh? But what did you say? Is it really possible that another person knew of that plan? guess we can present this, right? Open once before. This crime scene was actually planned over a year ago. Morgan Fay authored the plan for her daughter's future, and these instructions were hidden somewhere in Fay Manor for over a year. However, by the time little Pearls found these instructions, they had already been unsealed. Unsealed. Yes, the killer had read these instructions long before Pearls ever found them. That is how he knew the crime was to take place. He knew the crime was to take place at the Inner Temple. You still insist this crafty killer is me? You bet I do. But you just said that the instructions were hidden. And that's right. Mr. Godot couldn't have known where the instructions were hidden. If he really wanted to know, he had one great chance to find out. Yes, and when was that? During a visit. A visit? Morgan Fay told her daughter, Pearl, about where the instructions were hidden. During one of her visits to the detention center. That would be the only time for someone to have learned where they were hidden. He was dropping on a visit at a detention center. Yes, it could be arranged if you were someone with easy access in and out of there. Like, for example, a prosecutor such as Mr. Godot. Order. Mr. Godot, you're under fire again. This murder could not have been carried out without prior knowledge. And you were the only one that could have acquired this information before the murder. Humans are afraid of the dark, and yet, at the same time, we're fascinated and bewitched by it. Maybe that's why humans drink the darkness that is coffee. Sorry for always asking, but what does that mean? It means there's a reason for everything. According to your theory, the killer in this case eavesdropped on a conversation during a jail visit where he learned a hidden plan for a crime. After discovering the plans, he hid in the Inner Temple and waited for the crime to occur. Then he ultimately took a person's life. And he did all that just to protect this witness? That's right. If you're accusing me of this crime, I have to ask you, why would I do this? This girl is nothing but a stranger to me. I've got no reason to go through that kind of trouble to protect her. I am what you see. I'm certainly not the type to rescue the damsel in distress. The killer's behavior is certainly extreme, for lack of a better word. Even considering that the killer wanted to protect this witness's life, his behavior is still a little too unnatural. However, you had a good reason, didn't you, Mr. Godot? An unshakable reason that forced you to protect this witness at all costs. I knew it. You figured it out, haven't you, Nick? Maya. I guess you were doing your best to cover for Godot. For the same reason, huh? Okay, Trite, I'm all ears. Let's hear it. It's very simple. Maya Fay is a lot more than just a stranger to you. What's this? There's one person who lies at the very center of this whole story. One person that ties you and Maya Fay together inextricably. There's a very good reason why Maya Fay's life is so precious to you. After all, she is Mia Fay's only sister. Mia Fay. You once worked alongside her. That was when you were a defense attorney. Oh, wait a second here. Mr. Godot is a defense attorney? With your honest, piercing intellect, you must have figured out by now the real name of this man who calls himself Godot. His real name is Diego Armando. Isn't that right? Last time someone called me by that name was over 6 years ago. Diego Armando. That name rings a bell. It should, Your Honor. All this is related to a single case. A case in which a convict named Terry Falls killed himself. Mia Fay's first time in court, the tragic outcome left a deep wound in her heart. She knew that behind it all was a heartless, scheming demoness in disguise. But in the end, Mia couldn't tear off that disguise. However, there was one man who reached out to help her. Diego Armando, a senior defense attorney at the office where Mia worked. my fault, right? Flashback, flashback. I was moved by her. The way she put all her faith in her clients. That pure sweet heart of hers. That's why. I could never forgive Dahlia Hawthorne. Mia and I thoroughly investigated that fake kidnapping incident. And one fateful day, Dahlia wanted to meet with me. It had been 6 months since the trial. Met in the courthouse cafeteria. Ah, I just remembered. 6 years ago, right here in this courthouse, we were poisoned. Even I didn't see it coming. Dahlia Hawthorne slipped some poison into my coffee. Some newspapers at the time called it a murder, but very little information about the case was released to the press. But you weren't dead at all. No official reports ever actually called it a murder. I was just in a deep, deep coma. I see. My body shut down and my life became nothing but a long, deep sleep. That woman's poison did a real number on my central nervous system. I lost my sight, and all of my hair turned white due to the damage it caused. That's terrible. Apparently it was a miracle that I ever regained consciousness. 5 years had passed since I drank that poison brew. And one morning, my eyes flew open, from the smell of a doctor's cup of coffee. 5 years? You were asleep for 5 years? The worst possible news is waiting for me. Mia Fey was dead, from the very moment I opened my eyes. I had already lost everything I thought I had. The woman I love had been murdered, and the woman I loathe had been sentenced to death. The woman you loathe. The woman who had spiked my scalding hot coffee, Dahlia Hawthorne. Ha. Good old Mia. She didn't let me down. She got her revenge before she checked out. In the end, there wasn't anyone waiting for me when I woke up. That's so sad. For someone like me, or someone who had slept away their best days, there were only 2 reasons left to live. It was for those 2 reasons I decided to become a prosecutor. If I may ask, what were your 2 reasons to live? The first was you, Wright. Huh? Me? If I hadn't drank that stupid poison, Mia Fey never would have died, much less the way she did. You were the only one who was there to protect her, but you let her die. It was all your fault. It wasn't like that. I wanted to see for myself what kind of man you really were. So that's why you became a prosecutor. My other reason for living, she goes by the name of Mia Fey. Oh, you mean me? You were the only way I can make it up for the sin of not saving Mia. 1 year ago, when the Crime Village incident was resolved, it was obvious that Morgan Fey was planning something. Whatever her evil plan was, I was determined to stop it. My role as a prosecutor put me in the perfect position to do something about her. That's how you overheard Pearl's visit with Morgan at the detention center. I knew that the time was drawing near. Since I knew the plan, I thought I could foil it. My goal was to outwit the plan, so I thought if I could do that, I could keep that girl from being caught up in it. That makes sense? If Pearls had known that the actual purpose of the plan was to kill Maya, she never would have helped out. Finally, the day of the plan was drawing near. I contacted both my accomplices. Accomplices? Iris of Hazakura Temple and Misty Fey. I especially needed the help of Iris. She was to take the fall in my backup plan in case we couldn't control Pearl Fey. But, how did you contact my mother? She had been missing for almost 20 years. Officially, yes. What? What do you mean officially? You've heard about it, haven't you? About the strong ties between the main family and the government? Now that you mention it, Bikini did say something to that effect. She said that the Master of Kurin had great authority. Even without her official position, Misty Fey still wielded great influence. The police have been keeping an eye on her movements all this time. That's how I was able to contact her. Again, because of my position as a prosecutor. So my mother was cooperating with you. So never forget, no matter how far away from you she was, she never stopped thinking about you. She was always... That's why I knew she would do anything to protect you. If you want to know how strong her resolve to protect you was, look at her staff. Her staff, the one with the sword in it. The day the plan was to be carried out arrived soon enough. Met for the first time in Hazakura Temple. That's when your mother showed me her special staff. I realized it then, just how far she was willing to go. She was ready to use that sword to protect you from Morgan Fey, if necessary. Yes, even if it meant paying the ultimate price. Mother. That night, the night of the crime, there was just one way to stop Morgan's evil plan. You mean pearls, don't you? You had to make sure she didn't channel Dahlia Hawthorne. Well, Pearl, what are you going to do tonight? Right. Read books, blah blah blah. We thought we could prevent her from playing her part in Morgan's plan, but she never showed up. She was worried and followed me to the inner temple. That was the thing we were most afraid of, and that's why Misty Faye had to do the channeling herself. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne into her own body. What? What do you mean? If she channeled the spirit first, then Pearls wouldn't be able to do it herself. As Master of Kurain, Misty Faye's power was supreme, so that's how it went down. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne so that Pearl Faye wouldn't be able to. What? Is this true? Our role in the plan was to make sure no one was going to hurt Maya Faye. That's why I hid myself in the inner temple, just in case you needed to be safe from Dahlia Hawthorne. Godot. Anyway, that's all I'm going to admit to. Trite. Huh? There's no doubt about it, you're a great defense attorney. But you're going to have to do the rest yourself. Background leading up to this incident has been laid bare. There's just one question remaining, Mr. Wright. Who killed the victim? There are only two possible suspects right now. Maya Faye, and I'm sad to say you, Mr. Godot. Well, Trite, if you're the real deal, then finish this thing once and for all. Show us beyond a shadow of a doubt that you can finish this on your own. No, Nick, please don't. Maya, I heard the whole thing from my sister in the medical office. That's why I had to protect Mr. Godot. I can't do it. I can't testify against him. After all, he's the man who put his life on the line to protect Mia. And me too. Maya, I know that. Nick. But even so, it doesn't absolve him of his crime. Please, Maya, testify. Miss Faye, your testimony, please. This is the final testimony. Don't bother trying to hide anything, because I'll know. I want to hear the truth from your own lips. I understand. I'm sure you're right. I'm ready now, Nick. Alright, young lady, tell us about the moments before you lost consciousness. What exactly happened at the time of the murder? Just before it happened, I think I saw some red lights. 3 of them. I thought I asked for help, but just then I was splattered with blood. She wasn't dead though, and then she struck back at the enemy behind her. Suddenly, the red lights went out and the whole area was dark. Just at that moment, there was a horrible scream. Right after that, Dahlia collapsed and I lost consciousness. These red lights. I thought you said you don't remember seeing them. I'm sorry. I thought I saw them, but then they disappeared all of a sudden. Things break, Trite, even the best of theories. Who was it that stabbed Misty Faye? It looks like you still can't prove it. Maya's telling the truth this time, I know it. The rest is up to me. Well then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your final cross-examination of the witness. Right, last one. Let's see what we're working with here. Lights shining in the dark. I don't think you can make a mistake about that. Yeah, you're right. I think I saw them, but I can't say for certain. I can't tell you for sure if they were from Mr. Godot's mask either. I don't get the feeling she's covering for him anymore, but just after that, you turned towards the lights and called for help. Isn't that because you thought the lights were coming from Mr. Godot's mask? Yeah, I guess so. Maybe that's what I was thinking at the time. But I can't remember. After all, there was a person I couldn't identify in front of me. His life was in terrible danger at the time. There's no way she can remember the details of the scene perfectly. Alright then, let's go on with the testimony. What did you do when you saw the red lights? That blood, was it Dahlia Hawthorne's blood? I think so, probably. Just at that moment, I heard a soft scream that seemed to be close by. It was a woman's voice. So that was when the killer stabbed the victim from behind with the murder weapon. Is that right? Without a doubt, Maya was in the middle of a really dangerous situation. Anyway, the victim was stabbed by the murder weapon. What happened after that? She was then struck back at the enemy behind her. Struck back? How do you know? Well, you're right. I didn't see it exactly, but I could tell by the sounds of their breathing and movement, and also the smell of blood. You witnessed more horror than any young lady should have ever have to in one life. So then what did you do at that point? I couldn't move. I could just barely make out their shadows moving in the dark, but I had no idea what to do. Can you still see the red lights you mentioned earlier? Yes, I think so, but... They went out. Yes, suddenly I couldn't see them at all. Well, what could it mean? Red lights were coming from Godot's mask, and they went out right when in the middle of the fight. Maybe the mask was damaged. Maybe it was knocked off. Or maybe the batteries ran out. Right, Trite? Maybe those little red pinhead-looking lights just stopped working. What could have really happened then? Just at the moment, there was a horrible scream. Just what do you mean by just at that moment? What do you mean the moment? Do you mean the moment when the red lights went out? Yes, that's right. The scream that you heard then, was it Dahlia Hawthorne? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it was a man's voice. What? So then, that scream came from the killer. That's gotta be it. I think Dahlia Hawthorne must have taken the blade and attacked the killer with it. And then the killer let out a scream of pain, huh? After that, the killer stole the blade back and delivered the final blow, I guess. Well, Mr. Wright, it seems to make sense to me. It sounds like a reasonable deduction, but I still kind of wonder. There's a contradiction. I'm sorry to say, but that interpretation would create an enormous contradiction. That makes sense. After all, my deductions are almost certainly never correct. Remember the testimony she just gave. Before the killer let out a scream, Maya said she had already been splattered with by the victim's blood. In other words, the blade and the staff had already been plunged into the victim. Ah, is that right? She couldn't have struck back with a sword that was already stuck in her body. The weapon that caused the killer to let out a scream must have been something other than the staff. You're so sure about that, then don't keep us waiting any longer, Trite. There's only one thing I can think of that could have been used as a weapon here. Dahlia Hawthorne had already been stabbed in the back by the staff. What could she have used to strike back at the killer? A dagger? Naturally, the dagger the killer brought to the scene of the crime. Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. This dagger was found at the crime scene, stuck into a pine tree. Yes, the detective found it this morning and brought it to me. Dahlia Hawthorne struck back at the killer with this, and she managed to wound him as well. Just because he let out a scream doesn't mean that he was wounded. For all we know, the blood on the dagger could have been from the victim. Have you forgotten that the blood has already been tested? Since we learned that it wasn't the victim's blood, it must be the killer's blood. The killer must have a wound somewhere on his body. So you're saying the blood on his dagger belonged to the killer? Exactly. A DNA analysis of the blood would prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt. And yes, Mr. Godot, it would prove that it's your blood. Nice theory, Trite. Order in the court? Is this the end? Have I done it? Even he won't be able to change the results of a scientific test. Huh. Let me ask you something, Trite. Let's say that it turned out that I was the killer. Do you really think I would be stupid enough to leave evidence like that? What? Just think for a second. This dagger was found this morning by a detective and brought to me. There was already blood on it, correct? But even so, I was the one who brought this dagger here to the courtroom. Yes, what does that prove? Well, if I really were the killer, I could wash the blade off and planted another person's blood on it. It can't be. In any case, there's one thing I can guarantee, Trite. That blood, it doesn't belong to me. Not a chance. What? In any event, it seems to be established that the killer was wounded. Alright then, witness. Continue your test. Hold it. Wait a minute. What's the problem? I know I probably shouldn't say this, but there's a big contradiction in Nick's explanation. Maya? This dagger, he said it wounded the killer. That's right. But, if Mr. Godot had really been cut with a dagger, his clothes should be bloody or have rip in them, right? It's true. Maya? Maybe he just changed his clothes, that solved the contradiction pretty easily. What are you talking about? It's not that simple at all. Remember back to the day of the murder. Everyone that was on the Inner Temple side got trapped there. That's right. Once the bridge was fixed and the police headed for the Inner Temple, Mr. Godot was already there waiting for them. He never had a chance to change his clothes. Order in the court. What the witness says is true. Well, maybe he brought a change of clothes with him. But no one could have predicted the lightning strike that shut down the bridge. Why would anyone have brought a change of clothes? Did Doug just take smart pills during the last recess? Well then, maybe the killer took off his clothes before he committed the murder. That way he wouldn't have got any blood on them.
Objection.
That's impossible, Trite. You know how cold it gets up there late at night. After a few minutes with no clothes on, you'd be frozen solid. Nah. So that's all you got. I knew you weren't tough enough to finish this. Right now, if Mia Fey were here, she would have closed the book on this case already. Mia Fey were here. So come on, Trite, can you do it or not? How about it, Mr. Wright? You've accused Mr. Godot of being the killer, but can you prove it? Have you got even one piece of evidence? Let's save here. I think I know what's next. Just in case though. The question isn't whether I can prove it or not. The fact is I have to prove it. That's the only choice I have. I was taught that it's one of the rules of being a lawyer. I can prove it. I'm going to bring your magnificent vengeance to fruition just as you wanted. That's good. A fighter till the bitter end, Trite. Ooh, hell yeah, this music. Bring me back to game 1. Since it's just one piece of evidence so you can prove your point, why don't we go for the unlimited penalty? Are you trying to pressure me, Mr. Godot? Because it doesn't matter to me. I got the one piece of evidence I need. Give me a break. You got nothing, Trite. So what do I do at a time like this? It's simple. I've got to think outside the box and approach this from a different angle. Alright then, Mr. Wright, let's hear what you got. There's one thing I demonstrated in the previous cross-examination. The killer was wounded. That was proven by the blood on the dagger. But we decided it was impossible for him to have hidden such a wound. He had been cut by a dagger, there should have been a bloodstain on his clothing. There's one place the killer could have hidden his wound. What did you say? Hidden? This is it. My last stand. I need to think about this from a different angle. I don't need to think about why there was no bloodstains on his clothing. I need to show how he hid the wound. It's the end of the line. Final stop, Trite. Let's hear what you got. Where's the location where you say the killer hid his wound? Well, at the moment of attack, we heard a scream. The lights went off. So that can only mean that if Godot was the killer, his mask flew off. So clearly it had to be behind his face. And I believe this is how this works. I don't know what you're talking about. And frankly, I don't need to know. What I do know is that you'll never be half the lawyer she was. Isn't that right, Trite? Oh. What was that just now? Mia? It can't be. You're living on? Through him? Even as we speak, you're still hiding the wound. It's beneath your mask. During the fight, the red lights given off by the killer suddenly disappeared. Seconds later, the killer let us scream. That's right, your mask went flying off your face. Mr. Godot, would you mind removing your mask? We have a dagger wound under there somewhere. Then I'd say this whole case is solved. Got him. Damn, full composure still though. Just like, well, I mean, after what's his face broke down, he regained his composure about Von Karma in game 1. Also, what's his face too? Gant from from game 1 as well. Just now, I saw a spirit in you. I never liked you. 6 years ago, I helped the woman who put me to sleep by hiding her bottle of poison. And then, while I was asleep, you let Mia die. But you didn't care. You just kept living your pathetic, happy-go-lucky life. You even had the nerve to follow in her footsteps as a lawyer. I could never forgive you. That's what I thought. Mr. Godot. But I was wrong about you. I knew it from the very beginning. The truth is, the only person I could never find it in my heart to forgive was me. You yourself? I was the one that failed to protect Mia. Me and no one else. I tried to avert my eyes from the truth, to escape from the harshness of reality. I just couldn't face Mia's death head on, so I ran. I hid behind a mask. I threw away my true name. I couldn't even deal with being a defense attorney anymore, so I quit. But you saved Maya. Yeah, that was my plan. Up until just now anyway. Oh, what do you mean? Are you listening, Maya? If I had really wanted to save you, then there's one person I should have gone and talked to right away. Who would that be? Are you talking about Nick? But I didn't do it. I tried to get the help of Iris and your mother. But I closed my eyes to the most important man involved. Do you know why? The real reason? No, why? I suppose I wasn't really interested in saving you at all. Huh? I think I was just trying to salvage what's left of my own broken soul. I was trying to make up for the fact that I couldn't save Mia. Nothing more. That's why I let you walk right into a situation that I knew was dangerous. Forgive me. You're wrong. You put your life on the line to save Maya. Was it really for Maya's sake? Even I'm not really sure. What do you mean by that? That night in the darkness of the garden, when I saw her silhouette. A part of me must have known the truth. The truth that it wasn't really Dahlia Hawthorne standing in front of me. It could have been Misty Faye, or even that little girl. But I still picked up the blade. It's like I was dreaming. Wanda's revenge. I'm not sure exactly what was going on in my mind at that point. Was I really motivated by the pure desire to protect Maya Faye? Or was it something else? Was it my hatred for a woman who had stolen everything from me 6 years earlier? Could it have been simply a desire for revenge? And now, I don't know anything anymore. I did learn something today, however. I finally realized that I was the arrogant one. I was just chasing an illusion, a fantasy. The stupid fantasy of defeating you in the courtroom. You are the one who made me realize my folly. You never ran away from Mia's death. Instead, you picked up where she left off, as a true defender of the people. In that one moment, I understood everything. Mr. Godot. I think you already know this, but if you don't, my name is Diego Armando. Mr. Armando, I believe in you. I knew you were trying to save me. Thanks. Your wound. It's bleeding. Huh. Did you forget already? In my world, the color red doesn't exist. These must be my tears. Tears? Ever since I woke up from my coma, I think I've been waiting for this very moment. Mr. Armando. You do well to remember this, Maya. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. Damn. Poetic till the end, too. He's so cool. Godot's so cool, guys. This time, it really is all over, isn't it? Defendant? Yes, Your Honor. Although you weren't directly involved in the murder, tampering with the body in the crime scene is a serious offense in itself. I understand, Your Honor. Mr. Armando explained that to me very carefully. I knew the risk and I willingly cooperated anyway. Very well. Before I hand down my verdict, is there anything you'd like to say? Well, there is one thing. I'd like to say something to Mr. Wright. I want to apologize to you. Apologize? To me? For what? For the case 5 years ago. Of course. Right, this whole thing. I just remembered. Weren't you poisoned by your own lover? Not exactly, but yeah, something like that. Even now, 5 years later, I can hardly believe it. She was going to do it. She was planning to kill me. It's not all that surprising. The two of you hardly knew each other. Huh? What do you mean? You and my sister. You only met twice. Huh? Well, we only met twice? The first time you met was on that fateful day. The day she poisoned Mr. Armando in the cafeteria of this very courthouse. The next time you met her was 8 months later. Met her again on the day she stole your cold medicine. And Doug Swallow was killed. And no way. It can't be true. I mean, during our whole relationship, we were... For those 8 months, the woman that you thought was Dahlia Hawthorne wasn't actually my sister. Huh? It wasn't Dahlia. I hope one day you can forgive me, Feeny. You mean... That's right. I lied to you. For 8 months. But why? Why would you do such a thing? Ever since she gave you the bottle that day, my sister was trying to get it back as soon as she possibly could. But because of the police investigation and their surveillance, she couldn't move about freely. So that's why you... My sister. From the beginning, she was prepared for the worst. Prepared for the worst? She thought that you might somehow discover the truth. That's why she was always ready to deal with you at a moment's notice. Means she was ready to kill me, don't you? She already had so much to answer for, I didn't want any more sins on her soul. I begged her not to do it, and she agreed to give me a chance. That's why you came to me. You came to get the bottle pendant back from me in her place. But I couldn't get you to give it back. I failed at something even as simple as that. 8 months passed and I still couldn't get it back from you. Finally, my sister couldn't wait any longer. She didn't consult me about her plans for you that day. It was the first time that had ever happened. That was a bit strange, wasn't it? Up until that day, you two were partners in crime and she would confer with you. I think she must have noticed. Noticed what? My feelings for you. If I had found out she was planning to kill you, I would have done whatever was necessary to stop her, even if it meant her life or mine. Iris. After spending those 8 months by your side, my feelings towards you, they changed. I have something to say to you too. Yes? You really are the person I always thought you were. Even after Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, I still believed in you. Thank you. How many cups of darkness have I drank over the years? Even I don't know. I'll tell you this though. Right now, this one here is the greatest cup I think I ever had. Don't you think so? Phoenix Wright. Oh, he said his name. Yeah, I think you're right. The purpose of this trial was to rule on the murder of the victim, at least on him. At some point, I expect you will be tried for your role as an accomplice in this case. I understand, Your Honor. Very well. On the charge of murder, I hereby find the defendant not guilty. We made it. Made it to the end. Court is now adjourned. So I guess it's all over. The way everything ended, was justice really served? The man who risked his life to save Maya is being sent to prison by my own hand. Of course justice was served. Mia, I'm proud of you, Phoenix. Your defense was truly brilliant. But I couldn't save Mr. Armando. The man who cared so deeply for you. You're wrong, Phoenix. You did save Diego. You saved him in the only way possible. You mean, with that verdict? I think one day you'll understand too. Phoenix, I want you to remember one thing. You were as good out there today as any defense attorney could ever hope to be. There's nothing more you can learn from me. Hey, Mia, you accomplished something I wasn't able to. I owe you a great deal. Thank you. Mia, I'm sure we'll meet again someday, Phoenix. I've handled lots of cases and seen a lot of things. And along this journey, I found myself asking just one question. What does it really mean to defend someone? I suppose today's case produced one possible answer. Nick. Maya. I guess it's just like my sis said. Mia? What did she say? That night when I challenged Mia to get her advice on what to do, this is what she wrote back in my notebook. Don't worry, Phoenix will save everyone in the end. But, come on, cut it out with that gloomy face. Can't you see? Me, sis, and I'm sure Iris too. We owe you for everything you've done for us, Nick. Maya, how? How can you be so bright and chipper after all that's happened? You were brutally attacked. You even saw your mother murdered. Ouch. Franziska, still as softy as always, Phoenix Wright. Excellent work, Wright. Huh? Mr. Edgeworth? When did you get back? Oh, that's right. I guess no one filled her in on that. Edgeworth and Franziska have actually been helping me. Helping you? If these two hadn't been here on the first day of the trial, the defense wouldn't have gotten anywhere. Wow. But where were you, Nick? I heard he fell into a river and caught a nasty cold which forced him to sleep all day. Yes, he laid in bed shivering from his fever with Iris's hood pulled over his head. Oh, ouch. Talk about embarrassing, Nick. You definitely need more training. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. And you too, Franziska. I don't suppose there's room for me in this group hug, is there? Oh, Larry. What's with the longer than usual face? I realized something when I was reborn. I realized that Larry was never of any use to anyone, not even once. That's not true, right, Nick? What? You're asking me? Well, Nick, is it true? I got a place in this world, right? Huh? Oh, yeah, of course. I knew it. Everyone would be better if I was gone for good. No. Oh yeah, those portraits you painted. They were really good. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? What? Meet me? Why are you making that face, huh, Edgy? Oh, well, yes, indeed. I certainly can't say that they lack resemblance. Do you really mean it? What about you, Franzi? Did I draw you well, too? Wow, how beauty can't possibly be captured by a mere crayon. Nevertheless, I recognize the effort you put into it, and that's worth something. So then you'll do it, like you promised? You're going to model for my next picture book, Franzi's Whippity Whip Trip? Ah, don't get carried away. Well, how about that? I guess painting portraits is the only thing I'm good at. Painting a pearl is pretty darn good too. Huh? Now that you mentioned it, I haven't seen her around. Pearls. Where could she have gone? Normally she would have made a beeline for Maya. Oh, I'll go look for her. Be right back. Hey, Pearly. Right. You seem to be uncharacteristically puzzled. I suspect you're wondering how Maya can be so cheerful despite all that has happened. Yeah. To be honest, I can't understand it either. Franziska. That's right. She lost her father fairly recently as well. I think I understand how she feels. Maya's a much wiser person than she appears, and I think she realizes something. Now is exactly the time when she needs to be as strong as she can. Well, what do you mean by now is exactly the time? Maya wasn't the only one that was badly wounded by this incident. In fact, there was someone that was hurt far more deeply than she. I believe it's for that person that Maya's trying her best not to cry. Someone who was hurt more deeply than Maya. Edgeworth. I think I'm starting to understand too. Ow. Then tell me, Phoenix, Wright? Who is Maya Faye being strong for? Little Pearl, probably. Pearl Faye. Poor kid. After all, the reason she worked so hard to follow the instructions was because she loved and believed in her mother. It's for the good of the Faye clan. I'm sure she believed in every last word. She thought she was doing it for Maya. That's why she was so happy. It shows how truly devoted she is to Maya. But it's a cruel irony that it was her exuberance that led to this tragedy. Maya Faye's mother was killed and Maya herself was put into the deepest peril imaginable. That's exactly why Maya's putting on a brave face. She's doing it for Pearl's sake. Until she can see her smile again. Oh hey, so this is where you all were. Wow, looks like we've got quite the bunch here today. Ow. Oh, what was that for, sir? Sorry about that, Scruffy. My whip just seems to have a mind of its own. What's up, Detective Gumshoe? Oh, you know, listen to that. Anyway, congrats on your win. Let's go out tonight, pal. Dinner's on me. My salary's just sort of gone down by a teeny-weeny bit, but that's alright. I made reservations at a first-class French restaurant tonight. Ah. Pretty good work, Scruffy. That whip was your reward. Detective Gumshoe? You said a first-class French restaurant, you don't mean... Très bien. Where else? I knew it. We're doomed. Come on, let's go, everyone. Can't keep Maggie waiting, pal. Hey, you, Crybaby. You're invited too. Oh, forget about me. Pearl and I will be at the loser shack eating potatoes. You know, Maya's taken an awfully long time to get back. She's still out looking for pearls. Oh, Maya. What's wrong? Nick, what do I do? Pearly. I can't find her anywhere. Huh? I'll bet she just went back home. That's all. I thought so too, so I called the village. But no one has heard from her. This has never happened before. As I figured, has been badly hurt by this incident. She feels responsible for the tragedy that has befallen you, Maya. But none of this is her fault. So what should I do? Detective Gumshoe? Yeah, what is it, pal? Could you guys go on ahead? But what about you? Maya and I will... We'll join you guys once we find pearls. Nick. Don't worry about us, Detective Gumshoe. We may be a little late, but we'll definitely be there. We have a lot to celebrating to do tonight, and I wouldn't miss it for the world. Yeah, but you're the... Ah. Very well, Phoenix, Wright. We'll go on ahead. Don't keep us waiting, Wright. We won't. But where should we look? Where could Pearly have gone? Let's go, Maya. There's only one place I can think of that pearls might have gone to. Azakura Temple. For pearls, I bet this is a very important place. After all, it's where this whole incident started. What's this? You're all back again so soon? Sister Bikini. I thought we'd be eating mashed potatoes alone tonight. So she's here. Pearly is here? She's in the training hall. Why don't you hurry along and go see her? Oh, okay. Pearl is not here. Ah. Maya, look, the hanging scroll. Ah. Someone cleaned it off. It's gotta be Pearl's. Ah. Mystic Maya. Pearly. Why? Why did you just leave like that? Mystic Maya. Mystic Maya. I swore that I would never trouble the two of you ever again. Because it's all my fault that Mystic Maya's mother. That's why you came here. It's the least I can do, to pray for your happiness. You don't have to do that, Pearly. It wasn't your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. Of course, I'm sad that my mother is gone, but how do I say this? I'm still happy. You don't have to lie just to make me feel better. No, really. It's true. The only reason I'm still here is thanks to everyone who was there for me. My sis, my mother, Mr. Armando, Nick, and you. If even one of you weren't there, I'm sure I wouldn't still be alive right now. That's why I have to be strong. For all the people that were there for me when I needed them. That's all I can really do. Mystic Maya, I'm impressed. You truly are the daughter of Mystic Misty. Sister Bikini, your mother, Mystic Misty, was a strong woman indeed. I want to tell you what she said to me that night. After dishonoring the good name of Kurayan, I don't have the right to face my daughter. But still, Maya is always in my thoughts. It's true, she'll always be with me until the day I die. Your spirit was with her, that's why your mother was so strong. Even at the end, I'm sure she had no regrets. She'll always be with me until the day I die, huh? There's a rule or something that all masters are to follow, isn't there? To never take the charm off until the day you die. And that's the master's talisman. The thing that Misty kept by her heart and would never take off. It wasn't the container that was important, rather it was the contents. That's a photo. Ah. Mother. It's only natural for living creatures to fight to protect their own lives. What makes us human is that we fight for others. But who do you fight for? How hard must you fight? That's the true measure of what human life is worth. We defense attorneys are warriors who are constantly challenged by that question. Aw, what a nice photo. They broke they broke it first. The jar, that is, the urn. Even when the battle is over and the bonds that connect us are severed, we always return, time and time again. Mia, Maya, Pearls, Mr. Armando, and Maya's mother, too. I learned that from all of them. Well, shall we get going? Everyone is waiting. Ah, this is a day to remember, a day when a lot of things were finally put to rest. I think we should celebrate with what we've overcome today. But I still can't. Oh, go on, sweetie. You can come back for training anytime. Okay. Alright, I'm going to make a brand new start too. Sister Bikini, I'll be back for more training. I promise. I know, and I won't go easy on you just because you're the future master. I'll make sure to prepare reservations for 3 when you come back. Ha ha ha. Alright, we're going to have a great feast today, Pearly. You know why? Because training is a battle of endurance. Okay, Mystic Maya. I'll eat lots of food tonight. You know, there's one thing I don't get, and I probably don't want to, but what is it, Nick? Reservations for training is fine and all, but why for 3? Come on, what do you think? You're one of us, Nick. Now, next time you can train right alongside us. Huh? I'll be waiting for you. Sister Bikini will take special care of you. Huh? Huh? That'll be great, Nick. We're going to do the special training, the special course naturally. Huh? 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 That's a great idea. After all, Mr. Nick, you'd do anything for Mystic Maya, wouldn't you? Even walk on hot coals, right? We'll have a nice big meal before we come next time, right, Nick? You know, I was wondering if I can just say one little thing. Sure, of course you can. Oh, I love this part. I can't wait to hear it. I'm getting goosebumps too. Well then, here goes nothing. Alright, that is the end of Game 3, and overall the trilogy. We made it. As far as I can tell, we should have the trophies by the end of this whole thing. That's worked extra hard now. Master Kurayan and the office manager of Wright & Co. law offices had to be a good big sister to Pearly and Nick too. Well, as long as I'm not locked up or captured or something like that. I mean, it does happen to her. Okay. This game is done. I know Platinum will pop up, but in the meantime, let me just quickly cash you guys out. This is what, 5 streams, I guess? Yeah, 5 streams, so 500. I'm gonna also update my counter. Did it! You finished the game. Well, I mean, I thought this went a little bit longer than I thought. I had planned to do something else afterward for like a quick stream of another game. Oh, what the heck? You got a new coat. Oh, let me guess, Maggie gifted it to him. So basically, I'm just trying to think. Let me think. Yeah, so maybe next stream we'll do the other game that I want to play. Today. Maybe I started earlier today, we could have done it, but that's fine. I'm trying to figure out what to play next here. I'm putting a lot of things into consideration. I might start a new game next time as well, so we'll play the game that we'll revisit a game that I want to play through for reasons that I will explain when we get there. And I think I will start a new game for another reason that I will explain when we get there. That's gonna be the plan for the next stream, which I think will be on Thursday. I most likely will be busy later today for Wednesday, so it's most likely will not happen unless things do change last minute, but I can't guarantee anything. Yeah. Let me switch the view here. Exterminating Don Tigre. Selling them $500,000 in a tea set. Wow. Special thick tea. One to mix with my own 2 hands. Why is it thick? I bet he's drinking it now. Hee hee. Win through compromise. Hee. Oh, this guy. I'm just all in the way. A wrinkly, grumpy clown, blah blah. That's what I thought. My grandkids had a birthday party for me the other day. Talk about embarrassing. 69 years old and I cry like a baby with a dirty diaper. Aw, good for you. Oh yeah, this lady. As usual, we have an abundance of work to do. We hired a new programmer to replace Glenn Elk. I do hope everyone will get along. His name is Adamada. As soon as I heard his name, I knew our brain circuits would align perfectly. I wonder if they're all like, well, besides Basil, they all have like palindromes for names. My, more reporters? Since the murder, we've made so much money, I hardly know what to do. I think the magazines like us because I provide such a nice visual, especially in spring. I can't wait for Iris to come back. Ha ha ha. I mean, yeah, Iris is probably just in jail, right? So she should be making her way back at some point. Oh, there we go. Of course, I was happy that you constantly had your eye on me. Aw, but I felt kind of bad when the little one slapped you so hard you got a nosebleed. Oh, we're getting voice actors for the, because like the original trilogy is over now. I don't think you really got. You don't get this during the in the first 2 games. I don't think, because basically the last game of like the 3.
Objection.
Good dough.
Objection.
Franziska. Pain. Oh damn. Old bag's back. I'm back from a long time vacation and no one's here to greet me. I guess while I was gone, my little whippersnapper buddy quit and now I got no one. And what kind of lonely, crazy security room is this supposed to be anyway? What's with all the flashing lights and switches? I feel like some sort of space alien. And now what am I going to do with all these macadamia nuts I brought back for everyone? Bring the words to Edgy I know exactly what you say. They saw them. I really can't accept these. I'm afraid of something just as painful as fragile at heart. Oh, when I will ever find a gentleman who treat me like a fine lady? She showed up at the end. Let's go, old bag. Let's go. Larry. Franzi's whippity whip trip is going to turn the art world on its head. I should have realized it sooner. Self-centered, lazy, antisocial. I'm an artist. A really good portrait artist. I'm not a loser after all. Wow. Did they just Capcom just make shit on all the artists? Oh, look at that. That's actually a good photo, a good artwork. Good job, Larry. Damn it. And of course, you got 3 there. Oh, it's too slow. Well, I mean, we do have a... I can probably... Let me just save like the last 5 minutes, maybe. There's 1 trophy. There's another trophy. And then show me the platinum. Hey. There it is. The trilogy is over. We're done. We did it. And now, one last thing left to do. Hopefully I got it correct here. So a total of 5 streams. We can now say, you know, thank you to Ace Attorney, Trials and Tribulations for the good times, for the good memories. As we see the game off to the sunset, we give it the good old Lester salute. And so once again, thank you for the wonderful story that we've had. Well, that's it for Phoenix Wright, Trials and Tribulations, and overall the trilogy. I mean, obviously the best game of the 3, just because of the way that builds up everything up into, you know, just all the build up that brings it up to this point, right? Down the road, we will continue with more Phoenix Wright for more Ace trilogy. I think chronologically, what should be next is the Miles Edgeworth game, which I think we'll do. Well, both games, right? Before we tackle the Apollo Justice trilogy, among other things. But, you know, eventually we'll get there. I'm not going to jump into it right away. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. And now it is 1:30 in the morning. I need to get myself some sleep. So we're going to end stream here for the night. Thank you all for watching. Thank you all for hanging out. Whether you've been lurking or chatting or anything in between, your company is always appreciated as I continue to work through the good old backlog here. So like I said, I mean, originally what I had planned to do was, if we finish this early enough, I was going to do one more game for like a quick session because of something I wanted to do. We will probably do that next time, so most likely on Thursday. As for what that something is, I don't want to spoil it until we get there, so I can better explain it. And after that, because I think it might be like a short thing, I think I am leaning towards starting a new game for a different reason, but again, I will explain that as well. And yeah, we'll definitely go from there, right? See what happens and all that good stuff. So again, thank you all for being here. Just trying to think. Yeah, no, we're just gonna end the stream here. I am gonna go straight to bed anyway. But yeah, I mean, if things do change, I will keep you updated in Discord. But I'm very doubtful there'll be a Wednesday stream because I might have plans already. But again, if those plans change, maybe I'll just, I'll surprise you with a stream. We'll see how things go, and we'll just see what happens from there. Shoutouts to Francisco Von Karma for the follow. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I think there's nothing else left to say, so we'll leave it at that. So until next stream, hope you all enjoy your morning, your afternoon, your evening, your night, wherever it is that you are. As always, stay safe, stay healthy, do the best you can, be the best you can be, and all you take care. Once again, I appreciate you all for being here. So until next time, have a good one. Ta-ta.